Thanks, guys, with your Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, who took out Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum, the first to do so. Now, you were white in this game, and of course, you're one of the highest rated, and Matthias is the lowest rated. It sounds like you kind of pegged this game as a really important one to push before the tournament. Do I have that right?
Not before the tournament, but just how the tournament's going, and yeah, I'm playing with white. If I was playing with black, it would be an entirely different story for sure. I would take a more solid approach, but you know, with white, you can kind of push without taking too many risks, and also I suspected he would play the Petrov, so at least I had some kind of mini target. It's a very small target because the Petrov you basically can't find ideas against, but you can at least try to find something, and it felt, I wasn't sure that he would play it, but it felt very likely because recently he's been playing it. He played it here already against Javokhir, and I didn't see why he would change his approach, especially since it's kind of an unbreakable opening.
And we just got the moves, and after the embargo, you got to play a mate on the board. Does that feel kind of nice? Doesn't get to happen very often, I guess.
Well, yeah, it doesn't happen too often. I think that Matthias does sometimes do this, that plays till mate. I mean, in this instance, it made a lot of sense because it's so quick. You know, the mate you can kind of calculate it, and then if you see nothing else, I guess you might think about going for it. But yeah, it doesn't happen too often.
We didn't get a chance to talk to you after round 4, your loss to Sindarov. It sounds like a lot of your loss was based on his prep. I mean, he looked at this line right before your game. Does it feel, in a way, better to lose just based on prep, or does it actually feel worse, or does it not matter at all?
Well, at least I feel like I didn't play atrociously. I mean, it's not like I played well, but the situation was pretty bad. He was up so much on the clock. He knew the position. He knew the evaluation. I didn't know anything. I didn't know if I was okay or losing or what. It was just a really, really unfortunate situation. It's still my fault that I wasn't well prepared. And also, even if I'm not well prepared, I still should take some decisions better. Like I went for the most principled line without preparation. So, I mean, at least I can take some decisions over the board, maybe take on a4 and you know, it's less sharp, less, let's say, preparable. So yeah, it was still a bunch of bad decisions, but it wasn't like I was missing things massively, just, you know, a bit of a bad circumstance, I guess.
And finally, you said you played paddle on the rest day. Javokhir also said he played paddle. Just to clear the air, did you play paddle with Javokhir?
No, but we played in adjacent courts.
And you probably looked at him and he looked at you. Who's better in your estimation?
None of us are very good. I can estimate that we're all beginners.
Any chance you play Javokhir in paddle before this event is over?
He also has a big team, so I don't think so. I also would be very shy to suggest it.
Okay, we got FIDE over there. I'm going to see if paddle's going to be a tiebreak in this event. No, FIDE's no. Confirming. It's all chess. Thanks for your time. But if you do organize paddle with Javokhir, let us know. That's going to be a filmable moment. Okay. Thanks, Fabio, as always. Back to you guys. Thanks. And we're here with the man of the hour, or should I say the man of the week, Grandmaster Javokhir Sindarov, 4.5 out of 5. It's like deja vu. We're talking every round for a good reason. My first question, you got great prep against Fabiano, great prep against Hikaru. Do you think it's more because you put in so much time before the tournament, or are you guys just really good at predicting your opponent's openings?
I actually spent not a lot of time before tournament, but I have an idea how to play against everyone. Yeah, probably I'm working a lot before rounds, and I love this. Like, I mean, I'm always working before a round too much, and it works.
Were you expecting Hikaru to be as aggressive in his opening choice today?
I was expecting he will choose something like for long game, some Italian or Lopez or in d4 something for long game, which, I mean, but when he chose this line, I predict he was perhaps some new ideas, but he maybe don't remember the move castle, and then he just think 1 hour and played the wrong move. After this, I take this advantage and played very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, now he said a few things about the game on his stream, things like he had to win to have any chance of winning the tournament. Did you watch any of his streams to try to get inside his mind before the game?
I see somewhere this from his stream, but how to say? I mean, I understand his situation, but I'm also like trying to play solid, and I understand like maybe that's why I understand he will play some tricky lines, but I was more waiting tricky lines in e4, not in d4, but today he played d4, but which is also I prepared and I played very well.
Speaking of playing solid, you are +4, which traditionally is a score that can win this a tournament. Do you think that will affect your play at all, given the fact that you're going to be leading the field? Do you think you'll play differently to protect a lead?
Sorry, I don't know what's the question.
You are leading the tournament.
Yeah?
Do you think that your lead will affect your opening choices going forward?
No, actually, I mean, I'm always playing solid. Yeah, with white, I'm playing for two results. With black, I was always trying to be solid, and I don't want to push. So let's see. I mean, I have very good situation right now.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess, the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some,
What a moment!
last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challengers, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Welcome everyone. History is being made and you are the witnesses. It is day 6, round number 6 of the FIDE Candidates 2026 and आपको उस जर्नी पे लेके जाने के लिए मेरे साथ है मेरे अमेजिंग दोस्त और ग्रैंड मास्टर सहज ग्रोवर। सहज भाई, मतलब क्या ही टूर्नामेंट रहा है, मतलब दिमाग फट रहा है, विश्वास ही नहीं हो रहा है कि एक बंदा इतना अच्छा कैसे खेल सकता है and he's just running away with it right now.
You know, we've been commentating for the last like 3 years or so, and I think it took Sindarov to perform like this for you to correctly pronounce my name in the right way. Like, I think it's the first time chat that I've heard him say Sehaj instead of Sahaj. So, by Sindarov का ये जो run चल रहा है भाई, I feel like it's working.
Yeah, Sahaj bhai, definitely it's working, and I think the tournament is going to be exciting because chat. अभी देखो ना, मंडे को रेस्ट डे है, आज और कल गेम्स है, एंड उस रेस्ट डे से पहले वी हैव अ फीलिंग कि रेस में शायद एक दो प्लेयर्स ही एक दो तो नहीं बट 2 या 3 प्लेयर्स ही बचे होंगे, एंड सिंदारोव तो ऑफ कोर्स इनमें से एक कंफर्म्ड ऑलरेडी है। तो कौन होंगे वो एक और 2 खिलाड़ी जो फाइट कर रहे होंगे और कौन होंगे जो खाली हाथ घर जाएंगे, इज द मेजर क्वेश्चन। एंड आज का मैच प्रग का किसी खतरनाक ओपोनेंट से है, टाइटल में पड़ा होगा, इट इज अ वुंडेड हिकारू नाकामुरा। सहज भाई, कल देखा हमने क्या हुआ, कैसे वो एक ब्लेम गेम सी चल रही थी कि सेकंड्स, मेरी गलती, उसकी गलती, एंड आज हिकारू के सेकंड्स जो काम करके आए होंगे भाई, दैट विल बी अनप्रेसिडेंटेड।
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Of course, it was a lot of drama from Hikaru's side, and of course, it's understandable. जो वो कह रहा था, of course, like how it should have been handled. That's a separate conversation. But yeah, I think Hikaru definitely would be wounded by that game because White से आप बिना किसी advantage के, it felt like you were just outclassed, yeah, from the opening. And Sindarov has been doing that over and over and over again. He did it against Fabi, did it against Hikaru back to back. Pragg के साथ भी, I mean, it feels like he's so fresh of ideas, and we're still yet to see कि भाई who is going to out prepare this guy. Oh, I thought मैं
okay,
disconnected हूँ, but I thought टिक्कू भाई
अच्छा,
disconnected
sorry,
हो
that
गए.
was my internet.
Sorry chat. अरे
मैं
भाई
क्या
ये भी
मस्त
होता है भाई.
मैं क्या मस्त स्ट्रिक्ट पोज में अटका था भाई, बिल्कुल ऐसे ऐसे बुरा मान गया हूं किसी चीज का।
भाई सेम, लाइक आई फील लाइक दैट एवरी टाइम जब भी मेरा हैंग होता है ना, मैं जस्ट चेक करता हूँ मेरी शक्ल कैसी थी उस टाइम पे. But yeah,
Nice.
coming back to the thing, I think Hikaru versus Pragg going to be a great match. Of course, Hikaru white pieces से will try to remain solid. I think उनके जीतने के chances are very very minimal. In fact, yesterday also he said he's going to take it one game at a time and he's going to see कि भाई how it goes. I think वो जीतने का वो जो scope है, I think he's pretty far from that. And Pragg, this gives Pragg, I think, a good chance because black say Pragg can create some havoc on the board, like that delayed Spielman he did last candidates against Vidit, something along those lines, and he could potentially take down Hikaru. Bhai, that would be huge.
Yeah, but वो हिकारू के अगेंस्ट बहुत ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा because of course the openings can be quite crazy. Hikaru knows everything, and we have Mike Line with some interesting words from Cyprus itself.
Welcome in, moments before round 6, live from the Media Center. And you know, in the NBA, there's a sixth man award for a person who contributes in unexpected ways. Here in the media room, I guess we'd have a 17th man award. That, of course, would be our favorite, the coffee machine. And because we're in Cyprus, a lot of Greek culture here, we have the only thing we need to keep us going for 3 weeks, which is the Freddo espresso button. We click start, we've already got the ice in the cup. And that is how we give you coverage of the candidates. But what are we going to see here in round 6? Well, step right up, Wei Yi. You might be Javokhir Sindarov's next victim. Sindarov has black against Wei Yi, and we'll see if he can keep the good times going. He's now past Tigran Petrosian's start from the 1959 candidates. I'm sure you remember that well. 4.5 out of 5. Nobody's ever done that before. Fabiano Caruana is going to try to keep pace as close as he can. He starts around 1 point behind. He has white against a struggling Esipenko. And of course, Hikaru Nakamura tied for last. We're going to see if he can right the ship. Over in the ladies section, it's a little bit more simple. We've got 3 ladies all on +1 with 3 points out of 5. That would be Zhu Jiner, Anna Muzychuk, and Kateryna Lagno. Now, Anna is the only one of the 3 who has not lost a game yet. She's played the most solid chess. She will actually get black against Zhu Jiner today. In fact, I look back at all of Anna's previous games. I can't even find a position where she was worse than -0.1. So she has completely erased all of those bad memories from Toronto. She's having a very solid and great candidates. And I think my Freddo Espresso is ready, so I'm just going to enjoy this while we kick off round 6.
Yeah, Mike Line having some coffee and say, "Hey, you too, yeah? Very interesting. I miss some coffee right now, but yeah, it's going to be a very exciting chat. And before we go to the live action, I think it's time to check out the pairings for today, the matchups. Kiska kisse match has super important day as we discussed. First of all, Wei Yi against Sindarov. Sahaj bhai, I mean, Wei is literally being chaired by everybody in the field right now. You know, Sindarov is on absolute fire. Do you expect Sindarov to kind of push today as well, or do you expect today to be a calmer day knowing he's in lead?
In his press conference, Sindarov made a very interesting point कि अगले 4 राउंड में 3 ब्लैक हैं उसके and those are easier to prep. So I just wanna reiterate. He said कि those are easier to prep. And अगर हम इसको decode करते हैं, right? ऐसा तो नहीं है white और black से preparation करना easier होता है. I think easier prepare करना नहीं होता, easier आपकी approach होती है प्रिपेयर करने की. तो आई थिंक व्हाट ही ट्राइड टू से इज दैट अब तो मेरे 4 में से 3 ब्लैक हैं, यहाँ पर मुझे सेफ और सॉलिड रहना है and then we will see. So I think to answer your question, I don't think he will necessarily be going for the kill, but of course if he gets the right position, it's of course we are seeing some crazy chess from him. But overall I think Sindarov doesn't need to sort of keep pushing for the win. That's my take.
Agreed, he doesn't need to, but उनके स्टाइल से जो उनको सक्सेस दिया, इट्स लाइक व्हेन समथिंग इज वर्किंग डोंट चेंज इट. या कई बार आपने कुछ YouTube वीडियो का टाइटल डाला होता है, इवन दो यू फील दिस अ बेटर अल्टरनेटिव व्हिच माइट डू इवन बेटर, इट्स एडवाइज टू नॉट चेंज इट बिकॉज इट्स जस्ट डूइंग वेल फॉर यू. डू नॉट प्ले अराउंड विद इट. समटाइम्स दे कैन बी अनइंटेंडेड कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस, एंड यहाँ पे अरे यार. Okay, Chad, I think we already saw the pairings. Super interesting, of course. And Hikaru versus Pragg का match है आज. And Sahaj भाई वहाँ पे note कर रहे हैं. And we, of course, have 26% off for, Chesscom Diamond Membership. भाई जल्दी से ले लो, because super important tournament है. इस time पे chess में improve करोगे, तो भाई you will get closer in strength to the candidates.
बिल्कुल भाई, 26% ऑफ भाई, मजा ही आ जाएगा. आज तो भाई आज क्या क्रेजी मैचअप्स हो रहे हैं भाई. नॉट जस्ट ऑफ कोर्स हिकारू वर्सेस प्रग, there's वेई वर्सेस सिंडारो, बट ऑफ कोर्स there's फाबी वर्सेस एसिपेंको. एंड फाबी इज द ओनली गाय जो अभी सिंडारोव को चेज कर रहा है 1 पॉइंट के डेफिसिट से, एंड ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट एसिपेंको. ऑन पेपर एटलीस्ट वन ऑफ द लोअर सीड्स, वाइट पीसेस के साथ. तो फाबी विल बी लुकिंग टू स्कोर अ विन टुडे फॉर श्योर. एंड सिंडारोव ब्लैक से खेल रहा है वेई के साथ, तो इट कुड गेट क्लोजर is my take. But what's happening in the women's section, Rico bhai?
भाई आज भी Vaishali, Divya both have black. Both of them have black, and it's against Lagno and Bibisara. Oh my God, I cannot tell you kitna important din hai aaj. I feel if they lose, like both of them, their run basically almost ends. Like it would because Lagno's gonna go and win, right? She's gonna gain some points. Zhu Jiner and Anna Muzychuk, two leaders facing off against each other. I think they cannot afford to lose today. Super important day for Vaishali as is Divya. आज अगर गलती से जीत जाते हैं, I think their odds increase because they also stop Lagno, the leader, and Bibisara, of course, who's in great form. So, Sej bhai, you can see the standings there. Divya and Vaishali at the bottom of the table. They cannot afford to lose now. So far, so good. इतना पीछे नहीं है वो 1 point, but जब 2 point की difference हो जाएगा ना, you're not coming back from that, I feel. So I think आज cannot afford to lose at any cost.
Correct, bhai. And playing with two blacks against the players you mentioned, Lagno and Bibisara, both of them are very, very dangerous. So, going to be an important day. But that also means that they could be ambitious,
Yeah.
and then they could overpress and maybe Vaishali and Divya have a chance. I mean, I think just one win, just puts you right on the right track. I don't think it's the standings that are, concerning. It's more so the fact that Divya or Vaishali ने अभी तक एक भी game नहीं जीता है. Like they should win one game. That's how they get into the top contention.
Agreed. I think, when you win, you want to win more. You get that feeling like, thrill sa aata hai. Oh my God, I am in form now. That's very important. So let's do one thing. Let's go full screen, dive into the action, see the arrival of the players. This is the moment we've been waiting for. And Chad, of course, we're going to have an amazing guest soon. You know who he is. He was also here yesterday. And this time, Sajbhai, he's going to come at the start of the event itself. ताकि हम इतना important day है कि start में बुला लिया हमने विशी सर को आज.
हाँ भाई, थोड़ा रूटीन चेंज कर रहे हैं ना, ताकि टू सी व्हाट वर्क्स बेस्ट फॉर द इंडियन प्लेयर्स. वो देखेंगे शुरुआत में, विशी सर इज कमिंग, एंड देन एट द एंड, मे बी इट माइट मोटिवेट देम, हु नोज. बट या, इट्स गोना बी फन. It's always fun when he joins in.
Yep. And of course, there you see the action building up. Anish Giri getting his steps in. I also understand. Yeah, 10 key steps बहुत important है, in your life, and Anish Giri getting that done. Meanwhile, chat, are you excited? एक बार सबके सब लोग stream like कर दो, because let's not forget the crazy match of today. It is Praggnanandhaa versus Hikaru. Sahaj bhai, I cannot tell you मतलब कितना important game है दोनों players के लिए. Hikaru, of course, almost out of the event. I would say literally out of the event. But if he wants to pull off a comeback, like a Herculean comeback like what Sindarov is doing, he has to win, even that for that outside chance. And Pragg के लिए, if he loses, he is out. He cannot afford to lose. He has black, and Hikaru will come all guns blazing. कल का जो उनका वो pressure shoulder से हट गया ना, उसके बाद we're going to see a full form Hikaru today.
I don't know, I feel like, yes, I think realistically, बहुत बहुत कम चांस है हिकारू के जीतने का. बट आई थिंक फ्रॉम व्हाट इज आई वॉच द होल रिकैप, बट फ्रॉम द रिकैप इट डिडंट फील लाइक हिकारू हैज कि ठीक है, अब आई जस्ट प्ले फ्री हैंड एंड आई जस्ट बी. आई फील लाइक ही स्टिल मेंटेन्स दैट 1% चांस ओवरऑल, एंड आई थिंक दैट काइंड ऑफ माइट वर्क इन प्रग्स फेवर, क्योंकि वो थोड़ा कॉशियसली अभी भी खेल सकता है. दैट्स एटलीस्ट द वाइब आई गॉट. चैट, आई मीन, आई डोंट नो इफ यू सॉ द रिकैप, लेट मी नो योर थॉट्स. And Tiku bhai, have you seen it?
I didn't see the recap. I saw the transcript of the video, so just to understand what he's saying. But I agree with you. I think abhi bhi umeed hai. But I think in terms of looking at the players, if we can have the standings once of the open section, I think Hikaru and Esipenko are guys who will need to go on a rampage to basically win this. Like something which is, you get three. What Sindarov is doing essentially. You have to repeat that at some point in the event. And knowing how unlikely it is, I think it's going to be hard, especially from the trauma of losing 2 games, right? It's going to be hard, but of course, always an outside chance. And I feel कि आज Sindarov के लिए, if I focus for a second, I feel he mentioned it's safe for prep, but it's also a chance to seal the tournament. I mean, when you're playing an event, Chad, I don't know how many of you have played an over-the-board event, or if you played an online event tournament, you sense कि यार अब मैं driver's seat में हूँ. आपको पता है कारुआना जीतने वाला है आज. He's going to play against Esipenko. He's likely going to win. He has white. You want to maintain that lead. So I'm still a bit curious about how he handles this. तो बड़ा मजा आएगा chat. These 2 games, in fact 3 games, Caruana and Esipenko also very important. And फिलहाल everybody in with a chance. I would say Esipenko, Hikaru less than 1%. Maybe Pragg, Anish, maybe close to 3-4%. Then of course Sindarov 60-70%, and rest Caruana takes home. So yeah, let's see how Wei Yi approaches this.
60-70% by crazy. Those are some big numbers for Sindarov, and I think it kind of makes sense. It's like अगर हम पिछले वाले candidate से compare करें तो Sindarov is like Gukesh and then Fabi is like Fabi. So Fabi अभी भी वही वही
वो
same situation. It's like of course Sindarov is I think on a much higher score. I think Gukesh के 3.5 थे या 4 थे. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, not definitely not 4.5 though.
जैसे
So
वो F1 मूवी में था ना, लाइक मैक्स वर्स्टैपन वाज प्लेड बाय मैक्स वर्स्टैपन वैसे ही फैबी इज लाइक मूवी भी होगी तो मैं ही हूंगा फैबी भाई, आई एम ऑलवेज देयर, ही इज ऑलवेज देयर. बट ऑफ कोर्स वी सी वेई दैट सेटिंग अप for his important clash against the tournament leader. Bhai, all eyes are gonna be on this game. So chat, meanwhile, do we have the Indian players coming in? As we discussed, Vaishali Divya also playing black against two very, very strong players, Lagno and Bibisara. आज नहीं हार सकते, नहीं हार सकते. सो आज जीत के आपके odds बहुत बढ़ सकते हैं. Lagno in great shape right now, leading the event. So chat, आते हैं प्रग की प्रेडिक्शन पे. आई एम गोना रीड योर पोल. क्या चैट कह रही है? 63% लोग कह रहे हैं प्रग विंस, 24% कह रहे हैं हिकारू विंस, 13% ड्रॉ. चैट प्रग विन ड्रॉ लॉस स्पैम कर दो आपकी प्रेडिक्शन आज की. सहज भाई, व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन फॉर द प्रग गेम?
I think draw is most likely. But yeah, अगर कोई जीतेगा तो I think I'm gonna take Pragg. That's yeah, my take. And you?
Yeah, I am going for a Prag win, bhai. I mean, उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. And of course, Vishy sir will join us soon, who will shed more light on how is he winning. But I'm going to say कि Prag के जीतने के chances are high because of how tilted Hikaru can be right now. That's basically it. And उनके seconds.
It's very nice to have Vishy sir because I mean I have so many questions. Yeah, like अगर आप ऐसी प्रग की situation में हो where one guy is kind of running away with it and you're playing with black, like generally is your approach to try to be more aggressive or is it to be क्योंकि 8 round अभी भी और बचे हुए हैं, तो do you try to play the long game or what works here? It's like there's so many variants and I'm sure there is a right decision, there is a wrong decision, but you don't know what the right decision is until it has happened.
Agreed. I think that's not an easy choice. Everybody, practicality, because you might play amazing chess, it might just not be enough. Look at what happened to Fabi and Ian last time, Hikaru last time. Are points se reh gaye yaar, and they had an amazing event. So it's always gonna be tough. And कहीं seconds ने गुस्से में गलत फाइल ना दे दिया हो. नहीं, actually, I don't know. Like if you work for someone, if even if it's partially your fault or fully your fault, next day you're going to give even 200% of your effort, right? देखिए ऐसा नहीं हो सकता कि हिकारू की पूरी गलती थी. If the file was missing, either it's completely their fault or partially their fault, right, सहज भाई? So उनका आता तो है ही कुछ हद तक की blame. तो अब हिकारू को बोलना चाहिए था, नहीं बोलना चाहिए था पब्लिक में, that's a different scenario. But I think as a second, you're going to give even more effort today, I think, in your preparation.
Yeah, I think for sure it is clear अगर टीम ने कुछ मिस किया वहाँ पे, whatever that castling move was, if it was missed, then yes, in candidates level की prep में I think वो miss, I think for me it shouldn't have been missed. But yeah, I mean I completely second your opinion, but maybe Vishy sir has a different opinion on this, and there we see, by the way, Hikaru and Pragg getting ready for the long battle what's ahead of them. Hikaru again playing with double white, by the way. Yesterday also he had white against Sindarov. Today he plays against Pragg.
Let's go! The clash! भाई, and आज हिकारू है, कल कारुआना होगा. So excited for this matchup. भाई मतलब मजे आ जाएंगे यार. हिकारू, I mean, is of course a beast always, and he's lost the last game. तो अगर हिकारू आज हारते, it will be 2 losses in a row. That's very rare for a player like Hikaru.
हाँ भाई, I completely agreed. And chat में someone's asking, is 10 out of 14 a realistic score for Sindarov? I don't think so भाई. I think like score I think 9 ही होगा max, या फिर 8.5 9 पे ही होगा. Like I feel after winning some games, like fatigue हो जाती है आपको. I mean I think you also start to play a bit more solid. Naturally you start to play. जैसे विशी सर ने कल भी कहा था कि like you cannot ignore your standings. तुम्हें पता है subconsciously कि you are leading by a point. You subconsciously start playing more safe. And I think that's why वो 9 से ऊपर I think is a bit unrealistic. What is your take, Tiku bhai?
I think it's definitely tough, but what we are seeing is also kind of unprecedented. So I still kind of expect Fabi to win. So I'm also gonna agree with you. I think uske maybe 10 point nahi banenge. But if he were to win, then of course 10 is not like impossible now, because I think he's 4.5 out of 5. अगले 9 राउंड में उसको कितने चाहिए? 5.5 चाहिए. It's only a +1 score. So if you could somehow continue this, I mean, it's gonna be not even that tough. But I think to continue like this is tough itself. I think it's what he's done. It's like, you've gone to Mars, yeah. Now going to Jupiter, in principle, might look easy, but it's not the same. The distances are quite large. So, say,
Amazing.
welcome, sir. So, how are you? So glad to have you on the broadcast again.
Thank you.
Welcome,
So what's
sir.
happening in Jupiter?
So you love
I
to go
am-
to the.
I am so clipping this. I am so clipping this exact moment.
Okay, so about to start, I guess, yeah?
Yes, sir. And so what a clash, Hikaru against Pragg. And Hikaru was coming off from a loss. How do you expect like Hikaru handles this now? Because he's in kind of a situation where he has to win. Yeah, there's no other alternative.
Well, he felt that yesterday, so kind of even worse, even more so today. But Prague's got very tough openings. So let's see. D4. Okay.
I think Pragg usually meditates for around 1-2 minutes before the game. I've noticed he started doing this in candidates, so I think he's gonna make a move in just a few.
Yeah, it could be a routine, or it could be just that. Oh, what do I do against D4? I remember E4 and this kind of thing.
It's a good strategy. No, if someone surprises you early on in the game, then you can still meditate and think about your response to these situations.
Yeah.
Oh, he goes knight f6.
Knight f6 played on the board. And Hikaru is still thinking. C4 as expected. And so about Prague's game yesterday, like, were you a bit surprised by Pragg kind of accepting the repetition, or do you think at that point he had already lost most of his edge and it was a fair decision?
I think he'd been thinking very hard, and the um, advantage seems to have dropped by that point. But even the advantage that was there was very well hidden. It was very few people could see exactly how to do it or understand it easily. And of course, most of us honestly were not paying attention because of the action of this other board. True. I mean, no action on both other boards, Fabi and thing. But I think at some point, Pragg just decided it's not going anywhere, and they both stopped. But at some point, it'd be worth taking a look as to why it was supposed to be better for white.
Yes, I think we were looking at it yesterday as well. And sir, I also wanted to ask your opinion about the whole thing that happened with Hikaru yesterday. Um, about the seconds thing, and he mentioned that this was missed. Do you think that it is what he's saying is right, or what are your thoughts on it?
Look, if seconds put everything in, it would be, I think, unbearable for the player. I think in general, the seconds try to condense what's important. And that's where the understanding comes in. If the seconds understand the player very well, then they think what will the player feel concerned about or thing, and then they try to highlight that. They may take into account what did somebody on the other team play recently, and you don't want to dump too much information. Having said that, my own notes had castles and went like 3-ply, so it's computer was not impressed. We were not impressed. I think we dismissed it rather quickly, and we didn't dig very deep. But this line was hardly topical then. Even knight e2, knight g3, at least now everybody can say not Rebek Arjun, but Back when I looked at it, I think even that hadn't happened. So I had a very three-ply line, and he says it wasn't even in his notes. That seems a bit extreme. I think somebody could have put in two lines saying, if castles do this, or remember the sequence, b4 and castles and queen d2, and you've got something, a note like that. Something, but again, I wouldn't really blame the seconds. Like I said, it always comes down to, do you put in too little or too much? There's a problem with, see, if they put 100 things like this in every line, I mean, so he didn't look against Sindarov, he must have looked at King's Indian, he must have looked at Queen's Gambit, and so on and on. So if they had put little lines like this in every side variation of every one of those lines, Hikaru might have missed this line simply because he was going through a lot. This is a very tough call. And
So,
I mean, from
sir,
Hikaru's reaction, it seems that he actually wasn't that shocked by the triangle. So maybe he had some sense that it was topical, either by Sindarov or in this tournament. And so what he was saying was, if we thought this is important, how can you leave this out, guys? I mean, I can only speculate, but yeah, I mean, when things go wrong, they go wrong. There's kind of no way to make it feel any better.
That's
sir,
a great way
you
to put it,
said
sir. Yeah.
you mentioned that you had a short castle in your files. Was it when you in 2013 when Magnus played knight c3? If he had played bishop d2, would that been in your files then?
I think I dumped it sometime later.
Sometime later.
But when I dumped it sometime later, I seem to have noticed castles and put it in. I don't think it was my preparation in 2013 because I simply had a different line then. And since with black you get to choose which line, you don't need to look at every alternative. So in that particular case, unfortunately I didn't date this one. It would sometimes I put in something saying uh, we saw this here, or I remember clearly seeing something because I remember. Some positions I remember very well. I remember the music that was playing in the background. I remember where it was and how we found it and so on. Some stuff you're surprised to find that you had it. Let's put it that way. So you're like, wow, I had this analyzed, which was actually exactly my thing. I looked at my notes and I thought, wow, I actually have castles. Let's see what I said. So
Here I was searching, all the online sources, Chessable courses, and all of that. And Vishy sir just has to look at his computer to see if I've looked at this before. That's the yeah, that's how it is.
Wow.
Amazing.
And so, by the way, in the actual opening, I think the Nimzo was played and bishop b4, e3 was played, b6, knight e2. So defending the knight, c5, a3, and the bishop drops back. And this seems to be the current position. And yeah, I think both players taking reasonable amount of time in the first few moves.
yes, this is. Do you know that the follow-up to rook b1 is actually knight a6? I mean, it gets pretty weird. So
there was a course by, I
it's
think,
a funny
Karuana.
line with the bishop on a5. I think black just annoys white. And also, if white plays knight g3, then he wants to take and make the double pawn after all. But I don't offhand. I'm sure my notes, I put in something at some point because it was sort of fashionable then, and I was curious whether you could refute it or not. But I don't remember anything now.
So then when you see like a new opening idea, like do you always go back and check, okay, I had this, I think you have this memory, faint memory, and do you always go back and check and see?
Yes, of course. I mean, you want to know if you've ever seen it before and where it fits into everything. If you didn't have it, what was the nearest thing you had? I mean, there are positions where I know that I didn't look at it at all, but I definitely checked this because I thought, how can people put the bishop on a5 and put a knight on a6 and then put queen on e7 just to stop this move b4? And what kind of chess is this? And I remember thinking that and looking at it. But the conclusions, I don't remember.
And so all the, let's say, elite players like yourself, when you analyze something, and how does it look? Is it messy, or is it like super structured, like exactly where this is where this database, this game you have to go, or is it you have no idea and then you do like a complete search? How does it look like?
Um, when you do the work, at the end, the joke goes, if you feel comfortable, then you should check it again because it never is. But um, it's all over the place. It depends when I last saw it, whether I saw it recently, whether somebody else played it recently, some trigger, and then if you have an excuse to look at it twice or thrice, that improves your odds slightly. But
Hmm.
um, it's all over the place. But there's stuff that I have had for many years, and that you pretty much know cold.
Wow. Nice.
And
By the
so,
way, I have an interesting fact about this opening specifically. Pranesh M, who I believe is in Cyprus right now, and
Mhm.
he was with Vaishali or Pragg. He has played a game in this exact same opening this year with Bishop A5, and he won against a 2300 player.
Well, that's a valuable insight. Um, because that there could be some group openings there, so family openings there. So might be interesting to see.
and Hikaru, by the way, is still thinking maybe we can have the bird's eye view once to look at all the games together, because as we know, Sindarov still in the lead. So if you can take us through the games of the open section for now, and what are your thoughts about each of them?
I mean, Wei Yi is, I think, just try to come up with some half system for a game. Caruana against Esipenko. What kind of stands out is that Black hasn't taken on C4 yet. I know that if we take knight C6, knight C3, then somewhere D4 becomes a threat, but here it's not. But if white plays knight C3, I don't know if black should consider D4 already, because you have to decide how you're going to recapture on D4 and things like that. But you may also just move the queen or make some quiet move and hand it back to white. I think knight c3, d4 should be playable. The only thing is if I capture with the pawn, you cannot capture with the knight because I'll have this intermezzo on e6. So I have to take with the pawn. If you go knight b5, I think it's working. I can play bishop c5 and I don't see how you win that one. So could be a possibility. Bluebaum is gone for this. Well, it is an uncomfortable setup, except no one has come close to refuting it. And it's only uncomfortable on the king side. Typically, white tries to put something on f5. But here, white has given up on that plan completely. He's played h4, g3, everything. So there's no way any piece is going to touch that f5 square. Potentially, he could still play f3, king f2, and try bishop h3 and see if something along those lines. Oh, there you go. Castles. Very solid. Computer seems to have a microscopic evaluation, which probably means that deep down something minor is bothering it, but it's anyway irrelevant for humans. Yeah, those are those 4 games. And in the women's section, Zhu Jiner has just played bishop b3. One clear point is that she's delaying knight c3 because she doesn't want to allow knight a5.
Okay.
Having said that, it's not the end of the world, because if I go knight c3, you go knight a5, I can still go bishop d5. Because if you capture, then I capture with the pawn, and then knight is not going back home to c6, something like that. But anyway, this looks clever. I don't know what's the follow-on. Maybe black castles and asks white where she's going, and then we can repeat.
So next one is
Yeah,
Vaishali.
Lagno against Vaishali. I think Vaishali is doing quite okay. You can compare this with the 4 knights. Bishop b5, bishop b4, both sides castles, d3 takes, and this kind of double pawn. Maybe that is it, in fact. Well, it's not exactly, but
Yeah.
I'm curious why she didn't take on e4. Is there some new like variation here that I'm not aware of? Because I was taught knight takes e4 is just very very good for black on move 3.
there's some funny lines these days. Queen h5, knight d6, bishop b3. I mean,
No,
whenever I analyze with the engine, I know it says it's flat equal, but then I can never remember the solution. Uh,
so maybe Lagno was expecting to go by. If you can show that on move 3, there is a. I mean, it's a well-known, I think, thing that after knight c3 you go knight takes e4, and Vishy is saying there is some new development here with queen h5, knight d6.
no. I'll hang on. Sahaj, so we might as well entertain ourselves because we got some time. So knight takes e4. Can you make the move? Yeah. So queen h5,
Yeah.
knight d6.
You mean here? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
yes.
correct. Queen h5, knight d6, bishop b3. Now, the people started playing bishop e7, and then queen takes e5 started happening and whatever. But in one of the books I got in the Philippines, so in this TV show in the Philippines, there was, I remember this diagram. So it said knight c6. Then they go knight b5, g6, obviously to stop the mate, queen f3, f5, queen d5. Then I remember the book said something like queen e7, knight takes c7 check, king d8, knight takes a8, and the book said b6 with compensation. I mean, for the 70s, this was very deep analysis, but so this is not a new thing by any stretch of the imagination. But I think recently the fashion is just to play bishop e7 and bypass this kind of system. I think after knight c6, white is pretty much forced to do it. Now the question is how many white players actually have checked everything and how many are bluffing, I don't know. I think you have to play knight b5 because after knight f3 here in that position, black just plays g6 and everything is defended sort of. So you do have to play knight b5 and then head for the hills there.
Nice, love that analysis.
Insane line, by the way. So, not in every opening you can sack your rook. So Levy clearly was ahead of his time. And sir, meanwhile, I think this is the position. So jumping to also the Divya game, who's playing Bibisara, who, as we discussed earlier, is in great form. And we have a bunch of moves: bishop g5, knight d7, queen a5, takes, rook c1, a lot of exchanges, c5. Okay, both players seem to be prepared, and b6 was the last move.
Yes, this is again all well known. The general idea, the system, the Cambridge Springs, as it's called, was in vogue in the 1920s. It was played in some top matches thereabouts, but then it kind of drops in and out of popularity every few years. And the only thing is that Divya has taken early on d4. So that white doesn't have the option of capturing with the c-pawn. So you do it when the king is still on e1. I think recently computers tend to like white. It's not a big part of my repertoire. I'm not really looked at it much, so I didn't need to. But I thought the verdict was a bit more equal till recently. And recently, computers like white. I'm sure there are one or two accidental setups where they like black, but mostly they seem to like white. Interesting point. What is Divya doing if bishop e4?
Rook b8.
Bishop f4, and she's just going to go bishop b7. Okay. I think castles is reasonable. I mean, it's black might play bishop b7 then.
I think you can go bishop c6 instead of bishop f4 just to have bishop takes d7 check.
I might,
And if you cast, so now bishop f4.
yeah. I might actually take you up on that, or maybe I go bishop d6 after bishop c6, and then if both sides castle,
Can I go 95 or is that too? No, takes, bishop e3, queen c7, and you're fine, I think.
wait, so bishop e4, I go rook b8, bishop c6. Can I play castles?
I thought bishop f4 then. Okay, at least it's
Yeah,
not
so
a
let's try
tempting.
bishop b7 in response. If you take on b8, I take on c6, and then I'm coming to a4, so I get it back.
But bishop d7 is...
Yeah, then I go rook b d8.
No,
You
not
get
here.
it
So
back?
bishop f4,
Sorry. Bishop 4.
bishop b7,
Bishop is in here. Okay.
bishop d7, and rook d8. You said
Yeah.
knight
So now
e5.
you have to defend knight e5. And maybe that's the best argument because you're threatening bishop c6 and I don't have an easy way to... I'll probably end up exchange down.
Yes. So queen d5 looks very good for you also.
After?
No, in this position, after knight e5, queen d5, just to stop bishop c6 and attack g2. Also rook d7, I mean, is good.
Mm.
But okay, it's
But if
safe
I
to say
run
that
away with
Goryachkina
bishop
did that.
a4, I'm not a piece up?
Queen g2, I thought, okay. Then
Yeah, well, what to do? Rook f1?
bishop a6.
Yeah,
I feel
it's
like
a bit...
one mistake and I'm done here.
Yes. I might have to play rook e2.
Oh, wow. Never seen this constellation now.
Maybe you can play rook c8 or something. I don't know. Or I could have played c4 myself. Yeah, but it's... I feel white should have something a bit easier. Maybe instead of bishop a4, I should play f3.
Bishop a4. In that position.
Queen, yeah, queen d5, I play f3. And if you play rook takes d7, I can
Maybe I
take...
can go f6 also, no? No, f6 you have c4.
First of all, but I also have bishop a4. fe5, bishop e5 is a clean pawn, no?
Oh, yes, you're right, of course, yes. And rook d7 is just not enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
So
a bit worse though for Divya. I can see from the bar is jumping up a bit.
correct. That's it might even just be something simple like castles. I don't know. But castles, we decided bishop b7 can be annoying. Even there, I can play bishop f4 and try to play knight e5. But maybe there's something.
So she is in her prep. She would know bishop c6, I'm guessing. Tiko, what is it?
So in the engine is screaming your first instinct, just bishop b7 here and just allowing this check and not worrying about it. Say castling is the second best move. And this seems to be like...
So what, bishop e4 first?
Yeah, bishop e4, let's say rook b8 and just then bishop c6 and bishop b7. It seems to be screaming.
And bishop takes d7, king takes d7.
King d7, just taking with the king.
Knight e5 check, goes back to e8.
King c8 now apparently, which is...
Yeah.
I feel like this candidate just, everyone is just putting their king on d7 as quickly as possible.
Yeah, well, I might even have considered king c8 if there wasn't a rook sitting on b8. It's kind of silly, but,
yeah. There's a rook blocking, there's a rook here. I mean, it's... Okay, you can only play this if you know. Right? I think this is like
Also, bishop c6, bishop b7. What happens if I play d5?
So d5 is also pretty strong, and black has to castle now. That's the only move.
And bishop d7, bishop d5.
Yeah. It seems to be good for black, actually.
Modern chess.
OTB chess, sir.
Yes, OTB chess.
When Divya would know this very likely, because I think she seems to be playing decent fast, is already 15 minutes plus ahead. So she looks comfortable. And so the final game in the list, just a brief look, is Tan Zhongyi versus Goryachkina, and this seems to be the position.
Well, this is one of these crazy Traxler. I don't even know what it's called. The two knights or something like that. And then white takes that pawn, and they've gone pretty far along. I mean, Fabiano lost something very similar to Hikaru in Norway, where he forgot his prep. But I don't know. I think Goryachkina is doing okay in her prep. So.
Yep. And so chat, these were all the games. Brief look, and I think we're going to jump back to Pragg for a second. We have a few moves, and we left it somewhere here. This was the moment. I think bishop a5, bishop d2 was played, castles, and now d5, e takes d5, and knight takes d5. Somehow the bard doesn't like knight takes d5, was preferring pawn takes.
By the way, we have shifted from the game of Pranesh. The game of Pranesh is different. His opponent played knight g3 and allowed black to play d5. So when Hikaru played d5, I think it was out of, if we are assuming Pranesh is involved in this somehow.
Yeah. But I think it'll be quite impressive if Hikaru knows that Pranesh did it and that Pranesh is Pragg's, Vaishali's second and maybe thing, and he's trying to. The train of thought is getting kind of conspiratorial almost, but.
Fair.
But, people look everywhere these days, so.
I think it's safe. Is it safe to say, sir, that Pragg is out of prep after d5 because he's taking his time here?
But Hikaru's at 20 minutes. He's used up 20, and so I think it's this is too early. But again, maybe it's not was not Pragg's top line, and he's trying to refresh on the details before making a move. Also, this line is fairly obscure, right? It'll not lead to a big any tactical clash where you have to remember things precisely. So what he's doing is just trying to see which plan should I follow.
And so another question, do you think that players often act that they don't know something? For example, if they know something, they will think 5-10 minutes to, I don't know, to put some psychological pressure on their opponent. Anything like that happens?
Probably. I mean, you can look surprised, spend a few minutes while you're going over what you remember, but you're pretending. So some mild acting, I've even seen it, but how much they do it nowadays, I don't know.
And so just before you joined, Sahesh had a question. So, for example, Sahesh, maybe you can explain it, like the question about Sindarov running away with the event. Like if the other players who are part of the candidates, how do they handle this? Like, do they just play their normal game, or do they somehow find, more ambitious openings or take more risks now just to catch up with them? Like, what is the best approach here to maintain your chances? Also, not like, let Sindarov run away with it.
It depends. If you're in last position, you're almost anything that improves that position makes you feel good. If you're in sixth, same logic, mostly almost. And the thing is, before you fight for first, you have to fight for second, right? And the third, if you're very far behind. I don't know necessarily that everyone immediately thinks, well, I have to take a lot of risks and so on. Whatever is indicated by their score. I mean, I remember when Topalov started with 6 out of 6, 6.5 out of 7 in San Luis. Everyone, I mean, people are mentioning that some of us have chances in the second half because he was slowing down, and some of us were winning games and getting closer. And I think Swidler just laughed and said, "We stopped thinking about first place long back." Basically, that's it. So I don't think it's the lead is not so big here because maybe Topalov already had a 2-point lead, or maybe even a 3-point lead. It was insane because 6.5 out of 7. I think the next guy was on +1 or something at most. But here, Fabi is in hot pursuit, so no big, no overwhelming lead or anything. I mean, Fabi is very capable of catching up.
True. And right now, Hikaru gets up from the seat after Queen takes D2. We had a few exchanges. So Pragg just took on D5 and took on D2. And now he's thinking. Looks like he's out of prep. And now figuring out where to put the bishop.
I don't think you need prep here. This position is fairly, you play by feeling, and that's it.
And how should Black try to, where should the pieces go? Like, what is the general plan here for Black? I feel like it's easier to play for White somehow.
That was my assumption as well, but maybe D6, knight D7, if possible, bishop A6. I don't know if I'll play A6 and B5 like a Benoni, because I don't have the dark squared bishop, and I don't have. I think D6 is easy. You might want to play bishop A6 because with only one piece, there is almost no danger. And go with that.
Nice move. And Pragg is now contemplating all his choices.
Oh, Bibisara and Divya actually getting somewhere interesting. But the eval bar has dropped to flat, 0. So I don't think it liked bishop takes B7 and queen D3.
Yeah. Okay, I think Divya seems to be still in prep and is kind of equalized. So that's great news. And Vaishali, I think, okay, we've seen bishop B3, C5, and C4, knight at 7. So one question. So for example, if a chess beginner is watching, they would say White has just blocked their own bishop with a pawn move to C4. Like, how would you kind of explain this move by Lagno here?
In my humble opinion, it's a mistake because it's just a part of the pawn chain. Actually, it's a pawn which can go to A4 suddenly. That's all. But I don't particularly like the move, or it's extreme. This decision to play C4. She could have still played 92 or something, just to work around. Then again, also, it's not the end of the world either. That other bishop is quite strong. And if White puts a knight on C3 or E3, then nice option to go to D5 and see what happens.
And in the future, what happens with this bishop? Does White go C3, bishop C2, or do you just keep it there?
But that's just the Hubner variation of the Nimzo, right? Except the white pawn is on D3, not D4. So that makes a slight difference. But I guess Vaishali's move indicates she's looking for F5 now.
Yep, knight at 7, freeing up the F pawn, and the pawn is no longer pinned, so makes a lot of sense. And I think Lagno right now 14 minutes behind on the clock, still thinking. So looking like a decent position for Vaishali. And also, so I think Fabi against Esipenko, an important game. Fabi would love to catch up with Esipenko instantly. He had a nice win against Bluebaum yesterday. And after, I think we left it somewhere here with Rook D1. Queen D7 was played. And this is the current position. And somehow the bar doesn't like Queen D7 too much.
Probably because D4 is kind of staring that queen in the face. And D4, knight E5 is staring that queen. Queen D7 might have been prudent to sidestep with Queen C7 and Rook A8, for instance. If you didn't want to do something here.
Maybe just d4, I think, now.
D3 even.
D3, maybe D4 works. I think
Before
white has to
backing.
play D4.
So after pawn takes, are you capturing back with the pawn or the knight? I think
With the
pawn, yeah.
pawn.
Maybe knight e5 next. And
Yeah, but then I take on E5.
Then
let's
pawn
say
takes.
rook.
Rook
Not sure what
c8, I
will
guess,
happen.
yeah. Rook c8
Rook
is good.
c8.
Sorry, what are we discussing now? D3, D4, right?
Yes, d4.
No. We were d4 directly, sir. We're talking about
Oh,
d4.
D4 directly. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
So
yes.
D4, yeah, the problem is, well, how do you stop knight E5?
It looks very pleasant for Fabi already. Yep. Also, there is a huge surprise on the board of Wei Yi versus Sindarov. Something we have not seen for the last 4 days. Look at, I'm not talking about the opening, I'm talking about Sindarov's time. It has gone below 1 hour and 52 minutes, which is something we have not seen in the last 3 days.
I mean, he's at 1 hour 30, so it's plummeted.
Yeah. It's the same opening as Vaishali's game, but he went for a different approach. So Wei is likely still in prep, yeah?
I don't know. But perhaps. But the thing is, I don't know how many of Black's moves were kind of forced or best. So anyway, at the moment, it looks like Fabi has the biggest slight edge. And amongst the women, I don't know which is the game to watch.
And so rook g8 played by Sindarov, and it surprises me, when I see a move like rook g8, I'm a bit scared to castle, but somehow that seems to be the engine's first recommendation. Ki, g2's attack, let's just put the king on g1.
The thing is, Black also wants to, if I go castles, you can go rook g6. And then you're threatening queen d7 because that pawn is defended.
Yeah.
So that's an extra tempo you waste. Yeah, if I played bishop g3, for example, you could play queen d7, f5 straight away.
Yeah, but if you go bishop g3, then I go queen d7, then you have knight h4, which kind of stops it for a while.
And he played castles on the board.
Oh, wow. No, I'm getting a feeling he's still in prep somehow. He's playing too fast.
No, you might be right, actually. And still, I don't think Black is in trouble, but his plan is not self-evident.
Also, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Yesterday, during the press conference, Hindarov mentioned that in the next 4 rounds, he's going to be playing with 3 blacks. And he said something along the lines of that it is easier to prep with black. Now, what does this statement mean in general? How would you? Yeah, what are your thoughts on it? Is it easier to prep with black, or does he mean like he's playing for equality, for example?
It could be both. Essentially, white has to concoct some new scheme to get something. And perhaps what he's saying is, I just have to make good moves and see what my opponent is up to. I don't know. Some people enjoy preparing with black more. I think Hikaru is one of them. For him, it's easier. I have the feeling recently that he enjoys the black pieces more than the white pieces.
And for you, sir?
There were stretches where it was black, like during the matches and all. I found it was just easier to prepare for black. Very similar logic to him. Nowadays, I think it's pretty even. Even with white, you can accept that there's no real advantage, and all you're looking for is that surprise value.
I think Sindarov brought his hand to play a piece on the queen side, but then dropped it back. So I'm not sure what was he about to play.
A4 maybe.
A4, yeah? But A4.
A4, I might actually play B4.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, the
AB3, CB3. Then you'll take on A3. So
you have compensation though. At least I can see it on the bar. So takes, takes, takes. Is it some queen c3 or what's happening?
could be queen C3, queen D6, bishop takes F6. 1 second, guys. I'm back.
Yeah. By the way, A4 was played by Sindarov, chat. So, chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because as we discussed, Pragg versus Hikaru hai aaj. It's going to be fantastic. And Sahaj bhai, matlab, Sindarov still playing these crazy lines. Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that, the prep would have been easier. I mean, this is insane already. Rook G8 pe pada hua hai. There's no safe haven for the Black King already. He does have a huge center, but thoda sa, matlab, looks like a result kind of position, not really a draw kind of position.
To me, it looks like he just has a triangle slough, but it's just one step to the right. It worked yesterday, so he knows the structure he likes and he's just going for it.
Pragg has in fact played bishop A6 right at the start. So
nice.
that gives that extra thing that if white moves the knight, then he captures an F1 and either way, white loses the right to castle. So, I mean, it's not like black is going to launch an attack, but white will waste time getting the king into place. So white can also go to the queen side. But then my Benoni type attack will work. A6, B5, knight D7 and something. So.
Yeah. And so what's going
Is it early days or is it? Oh, sorry, Tikuba, you can go ahead.
No, please continue. Yeah.
Just wanted to ask: is it early days to say that? Is it still a 3-result position to you? Because a bunch of minor pieces have been traded off. Another bishop is getting traded off. Is it going towards equality, or do you think all there's still 3 results? 3 results are possible equally.
I think yes. Black is not worse in any way. And it's always, I suspect the position is equal, but that means simply that both sides will have good options, not that a draw is the natural result. So he's gone to G3. Now if I take on F1, how is he going to capture? Probably with the rook and then castle long, probably.
Yeah. Could we take with the knight? Is that an option? And then bring it back in castle?
It feels weird, no? Because I play D6 and then you'll play what? Knight G3 back and then castle.
Back. Yeah.
Oof.
With long castle, you're saving a couple of tempos, I guess. So rook f1 makes some sense.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So maybe d6 now. Oh, by the way, he takes the bishop.
He takes.
Yeah.
Oh,
he
he captures king.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So now there are two plans. One is H3, King G1, King H2. The other is King E2, Rook D1, King F1. Choose your poison, kind of.
Can I go H4, H5 and just keep my king on F1 and
Perfectly. That's one other thing with such a reduced material, you can do all these things. And even the rook can come out via H4. So for instance, I would say if you're going to play H4, you can also play E4, stop F5 and stuff, H4, perhaps some knight F5 somewhere. Might be quite a reasonable plan. Oh, Fabi took on D4 with his knight. That is interesting.
He wants to maintain this pressure, I guess. And does the queen have to move again or?
I think if knight takes D4, the problem is bishop takes D4. And now, oh, I can just play queen C8 or something.
Sir, I think there was rook takes d4 there. I think instead of bishop d4.
Rook takes, wow. And then if I go queen C7 or I'll have to play queen C8.
I was thinking even if you take rook c4 as a tempo, so knight c3 maybe somehow.
Yeah. I can play bishop c5, but then you might play rook f4 and sacrifice an f6. Yeah. Okay, so what the hell? I take on c4, you go rook takes c4, I go queen b8. But the computer likes this move, knight d4. It thinks white's advantage has crept up a little bit. It's strange that Esipenko went queen d7.
In online chess, we would say it's a mouse slip, sir, but OTB chess.
OTB chess strikes again. Oh, by the way, so queen c8 is the only move here. Apart from this, like right now, or you play knight d4, rook d4, and like you said, queen c8 later on. But that's, if you don't play this, you're in some trouble.
Oh, okay. But knight d4 and rook queen c8 is correct, or queen c8 without knight d4 is correct? Probably
Queen
c8
c8
without.
directly is the best, as from what I can see. But still a healthy advantage to white. Knight a3 is very good,
What
supposedly.
if just rook a d8 and then I try to go here? Like, could that work? Or is there something very...
Well, then the problem is I take on c6 and take on d5, and whatever you take with, I might play e4 and win some material. It's not true. Rook a d8, how do I go about it? Maybe I play knight takes c6, you take with the bishop probably, and then I'll just go e4.
Oh, e4 is very nice. Yeah.
I mean, even there, I have the feeling the computer will somehow outplay me, but it's...
Yeah, this looks
No,
very
e4
strong.
is very good, I think.
Yeah. The computer is screaming d4 somehow. I don't know what that move is, but yeah, this
Rook
looks very
d4,
strong.
queen d4. Let me guess. Please don't
Actually,
say it.
queen
Please.
d7 now.
Okay.
I don't. But queen d4 is also a possibility. It's not like it's not voodoo magic just yet. It's still possible, but yeah. So Esipenko under somewhat pressure, and Fabi trying to get another win and catch up with Sindarov. Meanwhile, in the Sindarov game, Wei is still thinking after a4, has not played b4 or any other move. And Hikaru's game, Pragg is still thinking. Divya's game, I think no major updates. I think she's just castled. And Lagno has played pawn to c3, so maybe that bishop c2 might be an option at some point, or maybe d4.
Yeah.
We're thinking, oh, look, it's a bishop again.
It feels like the players have become a bit more serious. They're taking the time in the opening. Like the action is coming very, very slow right now. Lots of time pressure issues later on, I think, today.
Yeah.
Oh, that's generally
I think they've
because
all been
Sindarov-
burnt slightly over the last few days, except Sindarov. So maybe they're and on the women's section, who's having a really difficult? No one is having a very bad tournament, right? There's some plus ones and a couple of minus ones, right?
Yeah.
So
jumping back to maybe Pragg, where he's still thinking. 10 minutes lead on Hikaru, pretty decent.
I really find this whole h4, h5 thing very scary for Pragg somehow.
So let's say d6, yeah, and then h4.
Or e4, like Vishy sir said, because I don't want to allow f5 now. And then h4, h5, knight f5. Feels hard to play as black.
Actually, you might be correct, because after e4, the best move for black is queen h4, kind of physically stopping h4. So it might be a strong idea.
and the thing for h4 is to play f5.
h4 is, yeah, f5 is one of the best moves. Yeah, it is the best move, sir. F5 indeed.
So in fact, then this e4 knight f5 threat is very strong, and black has to take these extreme measures already.
And it goes on actually, e4 and f4, and just continues. Knight h5. Okay, I mean, this is very interesting.
Also, just want to take a quick look at the game of Anish and Bluebaum, because Bluebaum's last move does not make any sense to me. And which is that if you could break this down for me, what is rook a7 in this position?
This is Divya's bishop c8, I think.
It's It's basically saying I can pass.
Hmm.
And rook a7 just leaves it there. You can always take it back. There might be lines where I don't ask me what they are. But there are lines where b7 might. I mean, the problem is, do you have any better move? He's also not spoiled for choice there.
Hmm. Anish, of course, I think tied with Pragg, I think with 2.5 points. So he also needs a few wins under his belt if he wants to catch up. And Bluebaum maybe is one of the people he thinks he could beat. So important game for him. So chat is asking, have you seen Durandar?
No ways. No way. You just asked Vishy sir if he's seen Durandar.
No, I haven't
No
seen it.
ways.
I just read that question and couldn't stop laughing.
I'm marking this down. So, sir, I have a notebook. Every time Sahil makes, we have this thing where Sahil will be having a conversation and Sahil gives me an analogy. And the analogy, we don't understand what the analogy is, but at least I have it written down, right? So I can go back and I can watch. And so I'm going to write this specific moment in the notebook. Oh, by the way, he has played with Fabiano Esipenko. He has gone queen c8. So, sir, your move after knight d4, bishop d4 was played, and
King
now
takes with
queen
the
c8.
rook. Interesting.
Yeah.
Maybe now just take.
Do you think Fabi took his foot off the pedal a little bit there? Suddenly, I'm wondering. I mean, white can still play knight d2, dc4, take on b7 and knight c4 or something, but it shouldn't be much. Actually, the Hikaru game is fascinating. Not immediately obvious that it's so much fun, but
d6, yeah. I think d6 is
is he going to play
almost
d6 or is he
automatic to
going to
me.
be
Oh, you
d6
mean
and
f5
then
first? Mhm.
f5 first? Maybe white gets d6. Oh no, just knight c6 then. So yeah, that's a decent one.
It's also, I think, d6, h4. For example, in some cases, like again, one of the best moves for black instead of d6, f5 is, for example, queen h4 again. So black is still trying to physically stop this move. And if knight f5, then it's kind of playing queen e4 and it's offering this repetition. Not this one, sorry. Knight f5 and queen e4.
Yeah.
So, d6 played, by the way, by Pragg. So h4
d6.
an option.
Okay. So now let's.
So chat is letting us know that Anish was Vishy sir's second, and they want to know how was this training experience with, how was the training experience overall with Anish?
He wasn't my second, but he came for a sparring session. So he came and we got to play a lot of blitz on a few days. I got to test out my systems, my ideas. It's just a nice practical test. But he didn't join me in a full session or anything.
I see. Well, there you have it, chat.
So was he still funny and witty then, or is it like a Twitter thing that he later on became?
No, I mean, he was what, 18 then? He was very young. Yeah, so this was in 2012. And so, I mean, he already had a funny streak, but and he seemed to enjoy a joke and so on. But I think he's also evolved in that direction.
The first time I met Anish, it was at some tournaments, and then 2 days later, we added each other on Facebook, and then he posted on my wall this YouTube video of Super Grover. I'm not sure if you know what this is, sir. It's from Sesame Street. So
Okay.
to answer the question for me, yes, he was always like this, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, Bibisara has played c4. Slight update there. Typical hanging pawns on the board. Is Divya looking comfortable to you, sir, here? Or do you think there is nothing to worry about, practically speaking? I know it shows 000, but I'm getting a
Yeah,
feeling
no, here
this
I'm not
is
worried. It's not completely harmless, but in fact, it could just as easily be bad for white because of this. If I can take my bishop e7, knight f8, and then the rook is available, it gives me a lot of nice squares to come to.
like rook d7, putting pressure
Yeah.
on d4, c4. Nice. Would b5 ever be an idea in the future in this position at the right
It
moment?
would be special. I mean, first of all, the bishop should be on the other side. So back to e7 or f8. And you have to be able to blockade on c6 pretty fast. But there are positions where it happens.
Right now, all the games, like the val is 0.00 or close to 0.00. We are in that phase of the tournament. Nobody wants to make a mistake. And checking the game of Sindarov again, still no moves after a4 by Wei Yi. So seems like he's out of prep now.
And by the way, Vish's instinct here, b4, is the best move, by the way. That variation where we discussed taking the pawn on a3.
Did he play it or what he's thinking?
Not yet, yeah.
So, I mean, if we go b4, ab3, cb3, I think last time we looked at rook a3, no?
Yeah.
Rook a3, bishop a3, and somewhere here
even
we were...
even rook a1 and the bishop takes f6, right?
Yeah.
Now that you mention it, immediately I saw the.
I mean, I didn't mention it. You just spotted it quickly.
No, you said and I thought there's a reason. So,
You see, I mean, wow. Wow, that's too fast for me. So queen c8 maybe is possible, perhaps, just to not give.
Here?
yes,
Queen
but
f6 is...
yeah, queen c6, but now even I could play knight h4, knight f5 or something. It seems fairly nice edge for white.
Apparently, black is supposed to just take on g2 here and then take on f6.
Oh, that makes sense.
As an intermezzo, okay, that is nice. But I could probably go rook a8, rook g8 and cover the g file. So.
Wow.
It looks like almost a forced sequence with bishop f6 and rook g2 for both sides. Okay, you don't have to play rook a1. There is another move there, rook d1, which I guess is also interesting.
Okay.
Is like 95 the idea or?
Yes, not that I saw it, but yes. Another plan I see is knight e1, knight c2, knight e3, which I think...
Sure. Okay, Anish has finally made a move, knight a4. I mean, made a in the sense of a plan. It's a nice move to make because you stop knight b6, you stop a lot of good ideas for black. How is black going to go about this?
Rook a6, sir. I don't know. Rook a8. We can... I mean,
Zero chance.
We have started something, we have to see it through.
Maybe just knight f8, knight e6. That feels like a decent square for the knight.
Yeah, and yes, it's what's the best way to get there though?
So knight f8 now?
Knight f8.
Knight f8, e6, c7, e8, d6. It's quite a way.
Maybe I was thinking f5, but I'm just never sure if f5 is ever a good move here.
Well, you make it with this trepidation, right? That you're giving up on that bishop forever.
I was inspired from the Maybe I can play f6 later on and
You were
get the
inspired
bishop
by the
out.
Lagno game or what?
Yes.
Yeah.
But she has hopes of playing d4. I don't think you're playing c5 though. After bishop f7.
Yeah.
Everything in due time, yeah. Oh, I think maybe Anish's plan is knight b2, knight d3 somehow if you play f5, maybe.
Yes, or even knight f4 maybe, because if bishop f4, gf4, and then he plays bishop f1, and his pieces have no.
Yeah.
So in structures like this, do top players train different sets of end games just in case it happens? Like for
What I did
example,
was try to play some blitz games with people so that I could just see which plans, which positions you get into trouble and all that. The structure seemed super solid to me, but still you need to know some setups because it's easy to drift and make one or two questionable moves and suddenly you're in trouble. So yeah, either you train or maybe you get the computer to play a bunch of games or whatever. But it is if you underestimate the position, you'll get into trouble very fast.
so you think it's a good is it a good idea for chess players to train against a computer to test out these different openings?
You can. I mean, if you make 5 moves and you'll see the plans that the computer uses, well, maybe you'll stumble on something quite scary that you didn't notice before. So, sort of things nice.
And Vishy sir, we know you have to leave soon, but your thoughts on the Pragg game before you leave, because h4 has been played. So we're going to see this h5, h6 idea, knight f5 ideas. And if you can go full screen also for a minute, just want to hear from you on how this game could go forward.
Wow. Actually, I don't even know which one I wanted to see. Whether Pragg would, whether for e4 Pragg would understand he has to play queen h4, or for h4 if he understands whatever he's supposed to understand, that he has to play f5. Is that it? It's fascinating just to see because you don't expect these positions. You think these are these positions where all moves will be fine, but already you're in the zone of having to make an accurate move. So I'm quite curious to see what Pragg does.
Maybe there are other moves like knight d7, but it does feel like you're allowing h5 and rook h3 ideas.
Well, I think after knight d7, the problem is now e4. So the computer wanted h4 because of queen h4. But queen h4 is such a sophisticated move to make, I think.
Yeah. And Hikaru gets
And
up
in the
from
long
board.
term, is it Pragg who would have to be more precise later on in the game because there is a king side attack coming? Or do you think Pragg launches an attack on the queen side? How do you see this playing out?
With the king on f1, it's not an attack, but he will start to do something with his pawn majority on the queen side. At some point, b5, c4, maybe if the knight is on d7, bring it to c5. That's a lovely setup, for instance, or something like that.
And you just target the d3 square.
I don't know. I think humans can't think that far ahead, but we'll start conceptually figuring out what we want to be doing.
Yeah. Vishy sir, thanks a lot for joining. It's always amazing to hear from you, the stories and the insights. I think we all get to learn a lot. Chat, Vishy OP1, please in the chat. Let's go. Thanks a lot for joining, sir.
Thanks a lot. See you guys.
Thank you so much, sir. See you.
And chat, that was Vishy's 5-time world champion joining us right from Cyprus and sharing his insights and his take on what's going to happen in the coming moves. And, I wanted to ask Vishy sir whether he expects a result here, Sahaj, but I thought like maybe it's too early. What are
I
your
also
thoughts?
thought.
I
kept thinking, I had
but
so many questions, but I felt like I was, like I'm
it's
trying
too
to
early.
get an
It's too
answer.
early to
Like I was trying to get an answer, जो मतलब वो player कुछ मतलब he's not sure and वो थोड़ा it feels like you're predicting rather than
you're kind of throwing a dart in the dark. Yeah, right now it's too early to
yeah.
say. And also like knight d7, by the way. So Pragg does not play f5. He has not played f5 chat. Matlab, Hikaru could technically play e4, and he does.
One thing I want to mention is that Hikaru, I think, has been playing with insane confidence so far. Like the way he's pushing the pieces, the way he's setting. I mean, like his entire body language is different. I think today from yesterday. अभी इस time पे ना Hikaru ऐसे सोच रहा था 1 घंटे तक, and there was it didn't feel like he had that energy. But today he looks different.
He does look different. It's like a weight off his shoulders. Yeah, he's like, okay, now anyways, it's not my tournament. Let me just chill and enjoy and play my game. And that's what he said happened last time. जो लास्ट टाइम जब हुआ था एक प्रेशर बिल्डअप हुआ था उनके ऊपर वेल ही वाज प्लेइंग द कैंडिडेट्स बट देन उसके बाद धीरे धीरे व्हेन ही लॉस्ट वन गेम अगेंस्ट विदित ही काइंड ऑफ फेल्ट अ बिट रिलैक्स्ड एंड ही प्लेड हिज ए गेम सो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि यहाँ प्लग सोच रहे हैं मैसेज करो कुछ व्हाट्सएप पे सहज भाई मीनवाइल I have a question. Can we have the bird's eye view? I really want to grasp. I want to grab your attention, Sahil, and understand from you how many results can we expect here today in the open section. 4 game hai, result kitne aayenge?
Oh, okay, I'll try to be the vessel today. ठीक है? तो vessel in the sense कि मैं ऐसे कुछ concrete नहीं बोलना चाहता like about any game. I feel right now I see 3 results. And वो किसके favor में chat, that's up to you. I'll tell you which game I don't think will be a result, which is Giri versus Bluebaum. I think that's the game I think जिसके draw होने के chances सबसे ज़्यादा high हैं because the pawn structure is pretty compact. Yes, black does have that f7 and f6 weakness, but that's pretty normal I think in this specific setup. So I think apart from that, I think chances for a result are very, very high.
Yeah, and I think I hate that structure by the Bluebaum का structure जो है ना पता नहीं like I know like many players have played it but I personally love to see it as white so Anish Giri को भी आज मौका मिल सकता है जीतने का अच्छा खासा and Caruana of course with that we don't see it has good chances so I want to come back Sejwa message पढ़ लेना please and meanwhile coming to the game of Sindarov जहां Wei अभी भी सोच रहे हैं A4 के बाद chat I want to ask you a question do you think Sindarov is going to win today yes or no मुझे ऐसी feeling आ रही है maybe he has some chances he has in his mind कि अगर आज मैं जीत गया the tournament is basically over Sej bhai your thoughts
भाई I think yeah exactly this is why I said कि भाई इसमें रिजल्ट आने का चांस काफ़ी हाई है बिकॉज डबल बिशप्स वर्सेस बिशप एंड नाइट ऑफ कोर्स ब्लैक का पॉन स्ट्रक्चर इतना टूटा हुआ ब्लैक कासल नहीं कर सकता ही हैज पुश्ड A4 नाउ B4 इज अ ह्यूज पॉसिबिलिटी आई मीन it feels like the game is drifting towards a complete mess and अगर हम सिंडारोव का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखें so it kind of is consistent with how he's been playing in the past not just few rounds but like I would say few months few years this is exactly his style so he would be feeling comfortable but यहाँ पे ज़रूरत Wei Yi की है and to those who think Wei Yi is a solid player भाई I would not just recommend भाई I would demand कि आप just Google करिए Wei Yi versus Lazaro Bruzon जिनको लगता है कि Wei Yi is not an aggressive player and then you will get your answer.
Wei Yi is very aggressive and very very accurate I think that's the word I would use to describe him so मुझे लग रहा है कि yeah it's not going to be easy for Sindarov especially when yes Wei is not going to make the same mistake as Hikaru कि भाई okay I have to go all in now I have to find that crazy line and go like वो नहीं करेंगे वो especially because he himself made that mistake of hurrying up against Hikaru and almost suffered with a full point for it. So Wei is still calculating and I'm just thinking about Caruana now for a second. Caruana, of course, such an important game for him. If Wei cannot, holds, let's say Sindarov cannot break through Wei's defenses, there could be a chance Caruana could catch up with him right now. That would be a huge, huge win for Fabiano, who's supposed to play Pragg tomorrow. He knows that's not going to be an easy game. He will have black tomorrow against Pragg. I don't know what he thinks about that result. But Sajay, what are your thoughts on that game potentially tomorrow?
भाई मज़ा आएगा I think that could be make or break for Pragg. Of course, it could be make or break for Fabi as well, depending on how this match goes. Of course, because Sindarov ऐसे भाग रहा है कि it feels like somebody needs to be, just needs to be within striking distance. 1.5 point is it feels like too much already to me, and already I'm 1 point पे हैं. So yeah, it could be make or break for either of them. But I think I so far I like Fabi's position. I think he has a pretty healthy advantage, better developed pieces. Whenever black goes d takes c4, you can capture back with your knight, like knight d2, dc4, knight c4, something along those lines. Rook bhi c1 pe aane wala hai. And yeah, it looks like a healthy small edge. हाँ, if you went rook d4 instead, maybe that edge was a bit higher. Correct me if I'm wrong, Tikku bhai, but वो miss हो गया, I think, Fabi से. But still, very comfortable. Yeah, this is exactly the type of position you want when you want to press a long game.
या यानी क्वीन d7 क्वीन c8 कत्थक करने की क्या जरूरत थी, मतलब ये टेक्निकली और फिर क्वीन c8 डायरेक्ट लिया, सो क्लियरली समथिंग वेंट रॉन्ग एंड आई डोंट थिंक द ब्लैक क्वीन वाज गोइंग फॉर डांस लेसन्स. सो आई थिंक Esipenko मेड अ माइनर एरर एंड आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है कि लाइक मे बी ही कुड हैव डन दिस अ बिट बेटर, बट कारुआना कुडंट कैपिटलाइज कंप्लीटली. सो मेरे हिसाब से आई थिंक चैट, बाय द वे वी गोना हैव राकेश भाई जॉइनिंग अस. राकेश भाई आ जाओ, वो याद है वेलकम का मीम देखा आपने? अरे आओ आओ राकेश भाई, मिसिंग यू. एंड मीनवाइल jumping to the game of Divya Deshmukh, jahan pe we discussed Vishy sir had some huge ambitions for Divya here, some chances of knight f8, which she played, by the way. One of the nice moves in the position, queen e4 played, and Sahaj bhai, could we play queen a6 and say bhai ye pawn aapka hanging nahi hai?
I think knight f8 का actually chat से पूछना चाहूंगा मैं. Chat, why do you think Divya played knight f8 in this position? आपको मैं ये चेस का क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछ रहा, आप इंग्लिश में भी आंसर दे सकते हो. Like what is this type of a move called? Why is she playing it? Anything along those lines? What do you think, chat? I think it's a very very nice thematic move, considering कि of course black की चाल है यहाँ पे, but उसने knight and अभी rook b7 पे attacked है. But why did she go knight f8? To reroute? Actually, no. She doesn't want to play knight g6 here. It's mostly because firstly वो चाहती है कि रुक को d7 पे लाया जाए, because that rook on b7 is a bit let's say blocked. And
Attack दिया
secondly,
मतलब
I
literally.
think आप h7 को भी बचा रहे हो, तो it would be like a prophylaxis, like a kind of a prophylactic move as well, क्योंकि आप already बचा के बैठे हो h7 के pawn को. भाई किसी ने ब्रेयर्स आइडिया बोल दिया, भाई ये क्या है, आप नाइट b8 बताए, भाई ऐसे थोड़ी ना होता है. वो नाइट b8 होता है भाई, नाइट नाइट f8 नहीं होता वो.
By the way, Divya, of course, knows she needs to get a win under her belt, and surprisingly, कोई भी Indian player ने women's section में तो win नहीं ली है. Bibisara, of course, a very strong player, and Rakesh भाई, of course, कुछ spoilers देंगे आके फिर से, but she, of course, is high on confidence as well. Suffered a loss yesterday. She was winning, right? I think yesterday at one point, but then lost to Lagno.
I think it was a big surprise, and we saw a shift in the sort of standings yesterday as well, with Lagno and Anna Muzychuk, if I'm not mistaken, leading the charge. But yes, I think today it's very rare that after a couple of hours, the eval is basically equal all across all 8 boards.
भाई सही में, I am not
Like
kidding,
एक बार
chat.
bird's eye view दिखा दो ना एक बार, just to show the
हाँ.
evals. Like it's so crazy. Like all of them are equal. ऐसा नहीं होता usually.
भाई आई वॉज लिटरली लुकिंग फॉर कि कौन सी गेम पे जाए विशी सर के साथ. आई वाज लाइक भाई हर जगह इक्वल है, कुछ डिफरेंस ही नहीं है. लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल ओके, हल्का सा पॉइंट वन कहीं दिख रहा है, कहीं ऐसे वो मूंगफली के बराबर एडवांटेज, बट इट डजंट फील लाइक समथिंग समथिंग tangible, yeah, something I can taste. It's like आप सिर्फ सूंघ रहे हो उस खाने को, but खा ही नहीं पा रहे. So I don't know what the advantage is for anybody, but meanwhile Pragg की गेम में मुझे एक चाल दिख रही है. We can jump to that, and the good news is the bar says -0.1. Now ये -0.1 वही मूंगफली है at the end. But why does black suddenly feel okay according to the injuries? Sahaj bhai, what are your thoughts?
ये तो दो हो गए भाई. दो अब मैं दो कैसे नोट डाउन करूंगा? ये तो
एक
I
राकेश
know
भाई है ना, आपकी हेल्प करेंगे, तो राकेश भाई आ गए.
x2. I will put x2. That way I will know कि यहाँ पे 2 हैं.
वेलकम वेलकम राकेश भाई, व्हाट्स अप भाई? आज तो आप इंडिया की जर्सी पहन के आए हो भाई.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल भाई, सोचा कि जीत तो नहीं रहे, कुछ अपने एंड से तो करते हैं कि सपोर्ट दिखाता.
बट नाम किसका है पीछे भाई जर्सी के?
नाम ही नहीं है, सबके लिए,
नाम ही नहीं.
इंडिया के लिए.
अच्छा
अच्छा
अच्छा,
अच्छा
ओ
अच्छा. ये
नाइस.
बोलते हैं ना भाई के इट विल बी, वो प्रग के लिए खाली रखा हुआ है, यू नो,
उह,
नाइस.
इन like 9 days from now. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
By the way, Rakesh भाई, have you been following the games? अब तक सारी डेड इक्वल चल रही हैं, बट प्रग गेम के बारे में आपके थॉट्स क्या हैं? बिकॉज ऐसा नो व्हिच इज अ मेंशन कि यहाँ पे H4 और E4 उनको अलाउ नहीं करना चाहिए, बट ही समहाउ अलाउड इट, एंड नाउ आई थिंक वो H5 का प्लान, रुक कमिंग अप, हिकारू हैज सम डेंजरस आइडियाज, but for now at least the position is equal. So what is your take on the position so far?
I was hearing Vishy sir के thoughts also ना, कितना क्या सही इंस्टिंक्ट था यार उनका, मतलब इन सो मेनी ओकेजन्स टुडे, एंड बार एकदम खचाखच 0.00 पे ही है सारे गेम्स में, बट यू नो हियर आई थिंक Pragg should have the upper hand. ये जो हल्का सा जो पॉट स्ट्रक्चर है, किंग ऑन F1 नॉट सो गुड, और ये फेक अटैक लग रहा है मुझे, कल के अटैक जैसा है हिकारू का, तो होपफुली that should happen. But सहज भाई का पॉइंट था कि हिकारू इज एडजस्टिंग द पीसेस वगैरह एकदम कॉन्फिडेंटली, बट रिजल्ट में नहीं होगा.
I love that move, idea of fake attack. Yeah, मतलब like ऐसे डरा रहा हूँ मैं तुम्हें, बू, but लेकिन एक्चुअल में कुछ हो नहीं रहा है. And kind of agree because white के pieces उतने हैं नहीं, and also black has some targets, right?
I just hope एक तरीका होता कि प्रगना ये राकेश भाई की आवाज सुन सकता होता. भाई फेक है ये अटैक. भाई जो कॉन्फिडेंस आता है ना प्रग में, आई थिंक ये सुनते ही, आई थिंक मेरे को कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया ब्लैक की पोजीशन पे ये सुनते ही, यू नो. सो
आपने घबराना नहीं है, अटैक नहीं आ रहा है.
भाई कभी कभी लाइक गेम के बीच में इट्स लाइक वो ऑब्वियसली यू आर सीइंग हिकारू इज प्लेइंग H4. आई थिंक ही इज लुकिंग वेरी कॉन्फिडेंट टू मी. रुक H3 जॉइनिंग इन, नाइट F5 कमिंग इन, रिस्की तो है थोड़ा.
नहीं, अटैक बन सकता है अगर प्रग कुछ ना करे. आई थिंक डेफिनेटली अटैक पॉसिबल है, एंड फॉर एग्जांपल रुक H3 का प्लान है. लेट्स से व्हाइट एक्चुअली प्लेस दिस रुक H3, क्या खेलोगे एज ब्लैक हियर सहज भाई? लेट्स से कुड यू जस्ट गो समथिंग रैंडम, या लाइक B5 which usually you wouldn't play, like just to see ki plan kya white ka.
I would play B5, yeah, like even if I knew it.
So B5, knight F5 now, and plan hai rook G3 maybe, and some other ideas. Do you want to continue with this?
No, not C4. ये अब knight F5 देख के थोड़ा डर लगेगा मुझे यार. देख B5 एक rook G3 is like it's just over now. Okay, I'll play something like king H8.
King H8.
बचा के भाई.
And okay, rook G3. I wanna. Oh wow.
अब G6 भाई.
It's that bad.
तो ये आपके पास
नाइट ट्रैप है,
नाइट अटैक है ना भाई.
Wow, knight H6 कुछ हो नहीं रहा क्या?
Queen H4
कौन ही मर गया भाई?
Yeah, but I think generally speaking, I think the idea is to go Queen H6 instead, and to sack the knight somehow, and find some counterplay like that.
But this is defended for now, so can't do that. And maybe then there is if you overextend as Hikaru, like you could go wrong here, Rakesh bhaiya. मतलब potential है कि आप normal चाले खेलो and then just kind of make a mistake and lose.
Correct, exactly. जो हिकारू ने कल किया ना, in a way, after forgetting his prime, he overextended. तो hopefully आज भी हो जाए ऐसे. But भाई जमाना हो गया, मतलब प्रग ना मार्च में जीता था. अभी it's been a long time. Win चाहिए भाई आज कुछ भी करके.
I was literally gathering some data chat, and I was going through the streams of our 2024 phase, जब World Championship चल रही थी, and it was just insane. Like the numbers, जो comments पढ़ रहे थे, like Indians are winning. I suddenly felt, like I time traveled a bit. तो I think वो feeling दोबारा चाहिए. हिकारू भाई थोड़ा सा गलती कर देंगे तो वो feeling आज थोड़ी सी मिल जाएगी, तो प्लीज हिकारू भाई.
हाँ, मतलब आपका तो सेट है करियर, स्ट्रीमिंग वीमिंग का, थोड़ा बच्चे लोग का मदद हो जाती तो कृपा हो जाती.
एक्चुअली
भाई मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा है अभी विशी सर देख रहे होंगे.
क्या धुरंधर?
अरे आई कांट बिलीव यू आस्क्ड हिम दैट क्वेश्चन भाई.
सच्ची यार, मैं तो
उन्होंने पूछा भी, उन्होंने बताया भी नहीं यार. अब तो मैं जेन्युइनली क्यूरियस हो गया कि उन्होंने एक्चुअली देखी है कि नहीं.
He said no.
No, he didn't say yes or no. I think what बोला ही नहीं अभी कुछ.
अच्छा.
I mean busy भी तो है ना भाई, मतलब he's in Cyprus right now, तो धुरंधर अभी तो रिलीज हुई है कुछ हफ्ते. It's like not so maybe he didn't have enough time, or I don't know, but
वन तो देखी होगी.
हाँ, very likely.
वन तो देखा ही होगा वो तो.
Meanwhile chat, I think let's go full screen because Hikaru
Wait, Vishy sir said no, really?
नहीं, I don't think so. He
And
said
by
that.
the way,
मुझे
Vishy
भी
sir does know Hindi. He does know Hindi. उनको समझते हैं, वो
लग रहा है.
पूरा समझते हैं वो.
Yep. So we are full screen now. Pragg is ahead on the clock by 9 minutes, almost 10 minutes now. Sorry, Hikaru bhai. Bhai. Hikaru
भाई
bhai,
कारू
क्या
भाई
लग
से
रहा
ही
है
पूछ
भाई?
लो भाई.
Hikaru bhai, what do you think? थोड़ा जीतेगे कि नहीं जीतोगे या हारोगे? हार सकते हो क्या
मेरे को
Hikaru bhai,
लगा
please?
पूछोगे हिकारू भाई क्या लगता है विशी सर ने धुरंधर देखी है क्या?
भाई हिकारू को धुरंधर दिखानी चाहिए यार. That would be great content, I think. नहीं?
Yeah,
What a
true.
weird.
Oh, and by the way, Wei Yi has just played B4, by the way, just a update on the Sindarov board. So that is on the board.
Okay, just 1 second look. Okay, B4 जो विशी ने कहा था is the best move. Indian loves it. Attacking the bishop, you have to now take n%. So white pawn sack करने लगा है. That's very interesting already. We saw some lines जहां rook g2 आ रहा था. So tactically very sharp. Sindarov will have to be on his guard. And as of now, accuracy wise, हम क्यों कहते हैं Wei is one of the most accurate players in the world. Accuracy wise, Sindarov 98.3, Wei 99.1. So he's just dominating right now with accuracy slightly better. So थोड़ा pressure Sindarov को feel हो रहा होगा. राकेश भाई, your thoughts on this game?
भाई मुझे लग रहा है ये सिंदारो एक्सप्रेस का ना ब्रेक आज लगेगा. ही इज ऑन अ रोल बट आई थिंक यू मेड अ ग्रेट पॉइंट कि ना पहली बार वो ओपनिंग में ना 1.50 से नीचे आ गया एंड ही उसका प्रेप नहीं हुआ आज बेसिकली. तो I think it's a great chance और not just for Pragg but even for the tournament it would be nice कि सिंदारो आज ना जीते तो.
Yeah, it'll be nice. Fabi, of course, would potentially catch up with Sindarov. तो lead तो पानी में जाएगी. So he must be thinking, यार कम से कम draw तो चाहिए. And meanwhile, jumping to the game of Pragg back, after Queen F6, Hikaru is still in thought. कितना टाइम लगेगा राकेश भाई इससे पहले हिकारू का हेडशेक? डू यू थिंक विल सी अ हिकारू हेडशेक टुडे? बिकॉज़ पिछली दोनों गेम्स में देखने को मिला है.
हाँ वो तो रिजल्ट से फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता. हेडशेक तो मिलेगा ही हिकारू. अरे मुझे लगा आप पूछोगे विशी सर को भी कि आपका भी कुछ सेकंड के साथ ऐसा हुआ था क्या घफला, मतलब बिकॉज सहज टच दैट टॉपिक ना.
I was thinking, Saj, why is brave, yeah, to bring that topic, because it's a bit of, because there's not enough context, right? I think Vishy sir mentioned it the best. We don't know like कितने chances उनकी टीम को लगते थे इस ओपनिंग के आने के. If for example उनकी हिकारू की टीम को लगा कि ये ओपनिंग आने की बहुत हाई probability है, then having castling was like very logical. But if this was like an obscure line which they didn't expect, then having castling maybe wasn't as expected. And also like Vishy sir had that line, भाई उनकी फाइल में था. So, and also there's some chessable course, yeah, which had that line. So maybe it could have been there. Who knows?
Yeah, very much possible.
And Hikaru was about to play, but रुक गए. अभी भी 13 मिनट पीछे हैं Pragg के लिए. अगर वो जीतते हैं आज, this would be an insane win. By the way, 99.9 accuracy by Pragg so far. Thank you, Sargun, बताने के लिए. Absolutely correct. So far, मतलब Stockfish और Pragg में कोई difference ही नहीं है. Perfect chess खेलते हुए. And Hikaru will have to be on his guard also. And Rakesh, what would be your move here for Hikaru? Would you play Rook H3? Would you play H5? Rook E1 या something else?
I like वो जो अपन ने प्लानिंग में था Rook H3 Knight F5 वाला आइडिया. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Also it's in the spirit ना भाई आपने King F1 पे रखा क्यों है ताकि Rook H5 पे यूज हो. So I think Hikaru can double down and go on that. And biggest difference between yesterday and today is Hikaru ने 2-3 pawn sack कर दिए थे कल. And today he has not done that. So he has a way of sorting, just simplifying stuff.
That's a great point, yeah. मतलब कोई pressure नहीं है हिकारू पे to go all in. जब 2 pawn आप stack कर चुके होते हो, you have to find the only move. यहाँ पे Rook H3 खेलो, H5 खेलो या King G1 खेलो. Like it's all gonna be okay for now. So he's not in dire straits. And also कोई कह रहा है, why not F4? So F4 looks very scary, but you're also opening up your king. Especially आपने H4 भी खेला है, F4 भी खेला है, आपने G4 square पूरा दे दिया. कल को ये knight at some point could sit here. So it's a risky way to play when your king is open like that. So maybe कल को आगे जाके खेल सकते हो. अभी के लिए we should be a bit more pragmatic. H pawn makes a lot of sense. And Rakesh, I love your move, rook h3. अब मुझे पता है आप knight f5 खेलने वाले हो. So why can't I just play rook a8 and say कि भाई कौन सा knight f5?
ट्रू और एक सिर्फ सीन है कि प्रग के लिए ना लाइक ही इज प्लेइंग नाका टुडे एंड फाबी टुमारो सो टू स्टे अलाइव आई थिंक टिको भाई 1.5 पॉइंट तो लगेगा ये 2 गेम में प्रग को.
अगर सिंदारोव एक गेम हार जाता है एटलीस्ट देन आई थिंक 1 पॉइंट माइट बी स्टिल कीपिंग हिम इन द हंट बट ऑड्स तब भी कम हो जाएंगे. बट आई थिंक यू आर एब्सोल्युटली राइट. अगर उसको अपने ऑड्स सेम या इंक्रीज करने हैं he needs to win one game. And इतना फैबी के अगेंस्ट जीतना तो आई मीन वी ऑलरेडी नो या. एंड ऑल्सो इफ ही बीट्स फैबी तो सबसे ज्यादा बेनिफिट तो सिंदारोव का ही होता है उसमें एक्चुअली.
ये तो कैच 22 सिचुएशन.
नहीं भाई प्रग के भी चांसेस हैं, ऐसी बात नहीं है. प्रग इज ऑल्सो इन द रनिंग. लाइक 2 पॉइंट, आई नो 2 पॉइंट्स है, बट अगर वो फाबी को हरा देता है देन ही बिकम्स नंबर 2, राइट? सो like Vishy sir said, like before you try to hit number 1, you should aim for number 3, number 2, and then only you can go to that spot.
True.
Tiku bhai, it's like if you're running a race and you overtake the guy in second place, तो आपका रैंक क्या है?
नहीं, I agree with you. I think makes a lot of
sense. नहीं आंसर बोलो ना, आंसर बोलो.
भाई सेकंड को आपने ओवरटेक किया तो सेकंड ही हो गया ना भाई.
हाँ करेक्ट. तो बहुत लोग फर्स्ट बोलते हैं इसमें, बट यही सहज भाई का
ये कौन लोग है भाई? ये
I need a different like pen, different ink to know this is Rakesh edition. Rakesh edition आ गया भाई. Chat, this is crazy भाई. This is ऐसा कंटेंट आने वाला है भाई.
भाई सेकंड ये क्या सवाल था भाई राकेश? सेकंड को पीछे करोगे तो सेकंड ही आओगे ना. ये कौन लोग है जो फर्स्ट बोलते हैं?
बहुत लोग हैं मतलब ऐसे.
अच्छा ओ एक राघव कह रहा है मेरे ऐसे लोग. ओह नाइस, चैट में है. मेरी माय बैड. ओके. मीनवाइल बाय द वे हिकारू प्लेज नॉट rook h3, not knight f5 or h5, but rook to e1. One of the best moves according to the engine. Is he like क्या ये दोनों रुक को लाने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं क्या?
Hikaru is going guns. Look at the intensity, by the way, that Hikaru is calculating the position. I mean, he's out for blood. कल के गेम के बाद I think कुछ हुआ उसे.
And which is fantastic news for us and Pragg, like Pragg fans. क्योंकि उसका मतलब चांस लेगा.
और जो लोग चैट में लिख रहे हैं कि मैंने डेथ नोट मैं लिख रहा हूँ भाई, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लाइक आई एम वेरी हैप्पी. इट्स अ वेरी कल्चर्ड कमेंट, लाइक दैट मींस you've seen it, but it's not a death note, but this is Tiku note. So in that we write all the analogies of Tiku, and one day they will be published for everyone to see.
And वो किताब जब आएगी तो डेफिनेटली मूवी बनेगी. तो
भाई आर्काइव भाई फ्री में डालेंगे उसको भाई. ये ऐसा कंटेंट तो भाई सबको देखना चाहिए. तो
ट्रू. सो मीनवाइल प्रग यहाँ पे कुर्सी एडजस्ट करते हुए हिकारू उठ चुके हैं बोर्ड से फिर से. आई लव दिस एंगल. ऐसे प्लेयर्स के एक्सप्रेशंस देखने को मिलते हैं आप क्लोज, ऑलमोस्ट एज इफ वी वर सिटिंग देयर. एंड rook e1 के बाद बिल्डिंग अप अ सीरियस अटैक. Sahaj bhai, what would you play here? What is the priority for black? Does he want to play rook e8? Does he want to do something else? Knight e5? Like, what's the best way to make sure ये जो अटैक बन सकता है कभी बने ही ना, but nip it in its bud?
Like, I think what you're saying is के don't allow your opponent to get an attack, but उसके लिए आपको queen straight करने पड़ेंगे. That's the only way. Otherwise, white is just bringing the rooks out. The knight could also jump to f5 or h5, and that could be very scary. The only way to exchange queens is queen d4. And okay, it would make sense if I couldn't play knight f5. Like queen d4, c d4 के बाद मेरे पास knight f5 है, एक pawn तो मर ही रहा है आपका for sure. अगर मे बी pawn g6 पे होता ब्लैक का तो शायद ये आप खेल सकते हो. मे बी देन वो अटैक वगैरह नहीं आएगा. This probably is fine. This is probably not as bad. So this could be a way. But अगर हिकारू ने एक बार रुकी 3 खेल दिया ना, एक चाल का तो है ना, मतलब you still have to use that move g6. But उस मूव में मैं रुकी 3 खेल दूंगा. Then queen d4 पे rook d3. Just to answer your question, like I don't think there is a way that Pragg can get away from this attack. I think he has to face it. He has to be concrete. He has to be precise for the next like 5 to 10 moves.
By the way, comment आया सुपर चैट, थैंक्स सुपर चैट अक्षर भाई, कह रहे हैं असली डेथ नोट तो हमजा की डायरी थी।
भाई अगर आपने डेथ नोट देखा है तो आई डोंट थिंक आप सही कह रहे हो, असली डेथ नोट वही है
मैं नहीं
भाई।
देखा भाई, मैं नहीं देखा एक्चुअली।
भाई अगर नहीं देखा भाई, मैं बता रहा हूँ असली डेथ नोट वही है भाई।
By the way, a slight error by the leader of the candidates. He should have, okay, he did take, but then he did not really take the free pawn, or let's say the pawn that was up for grabs. He did not play queen d7, the move Vishisar really wanted to play. He played bishop g4. And somehow, I mean, are you threatening this? Because that just leaves the light squares completely open for the white queen, and this could be dangerous. What's the idea here, Sahaj, by bishop g4 ka?
But I think he wants to eventually take on f3 and keep his bishop on d4. That will become an outpost. And with that, he will threaten the rook on a1, and the rook will have a difficult task. You know, either you get away from that original square, you put it on d1, then a3 ka pawn mar sakta hai. But if you put it on rook a2, then that looks ugly. It doesn't do much besides defending that pawn on a3. And बात रही f6 के pawn की या light squares की, black just wants to play rook g6 to defend the pawn on f6 and then maybe follow up with queen d7 and control the f5 square. At some point you can throw f5. But from the bar, of course, you can see this is a mistake. And why is it a mistake? What if I just don't allow you to take on f3? What if I just play knight e1, for example?
Knight e1 is definitely a good option, actually. And I would say black, again, is stuck with the option queen d7 खेल सकते हैं. And at some point, I think white has to play king h1. That's like a must here. For example, even here, the best move is king h1. Just get out of any tactics on the g file, get out of this diagonal, and just free up the white position a bit. And next, you can at some point play a4. And maybe Sindarov, for the first time in the tournament, is at least under some pressure, Rakesh भाई, at least कुछ feel तो हो रहा है.
भाई यही तो चाहिए ना, मतलब we want the tournament to open up. So Wei Yi, can he help himself and the 6 other players by beating Sindarov today?
Yeah, it's gonna be an important battle. Sindarov, अगर okay, I have a question for chat and you guys. सहज भाई, राकेश भाई, अगर अभी Wei Yi drop पूछे Sindarov को, does he take that draw? Yes or no?
With open arms,
कौन
भाई.
पूछ रहा है? कौन पूछ रहा है?
Wei Yi पूछ रहा है draw after king h1 या whatever the move is.
हाँ.
Let's say best move भी नहीं. Let's say 91 खेला, second best move, and he's slightly just tiny bit better. Do you think Sindarov takes the draw?
Bhai, my question is, bhai, like, why would Wei Yi offer a draw? Like,
नहीं, it's a hypothetical experiment, yeah. Like,
but
just,
Wei Yi is also trying to win the tournament, no? उसको पता है अगर उसका 1% भी चांस है यहाँ पे जीतने का तो वो खेलेगा जीतने के लिए. Like even if it means that he has to take unnecessary risk and eventually overpress and he could have a risk of losing as well. I think he would still go for it. He's so down on the standings that he has to pick up a few points. So there is no chance that he will offer a draw. And of course, I think Wei Yi knows that he's better. I think Sindarov knows that he's a bit uncomfortable here at least. And Sindarov ने कल कहा था कि भाई 3 black है मेरे, easier prep. And I think what he means is that he wants to keep things solid. So he will be happy.
The logic was exactly to understand कि Sindarov के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है. So for example, if Sindarov is in that mindset कि भाई अगर draw is good enough, then you might make those concessions, right? कि okay, I want to simplify the position, and bishop g4 kind of fits that narrative कि okay, another piece exchanged at some point. And Wei, by the way, has played b4 instead of a4, I think. So not the...
No, actually a4 was not the best. b4 was second best after king h1. And I think his eye was just just looking on the queen side all along, and I was thinking a4 or b4 में से कुछ होगा. But here only one move for Sindarov. He has to capture on f3 and play bishop d4. Otherwise he's a lot worse for some reason.
Okay, but IO g4 पे तो मारना ही पड़ेगा, I think. Otherwise your entire plan fails, yeah? Because अगर आपने वापस खेल दिया, आपका प्लान तो ये है, कभी ना कभी तो आपने ये खेलना ही है. So you just wasted an entire move, right? Bishop b6 के साथ. So I think he has to take now, and yeah, he's about to grab that knight.
एंड आई थिंक अनदर बेनिफिट ऑफ b4 इज वो a3 का पॉन जो पहले मर रहा था वो क्वीन बचा रही है उसको, तो अब अगर आप बिशप d4 खेलते हो तो आई डोंट हैव टू कीप माई रुक ऑन द a फाइल, मैं रुक d1 खेल सकता हूँ, रुक d1 प्रॉब्ली यार, जस्ट टू गो रुक टेक्स d4 सम सैक। ये हिकारू के गेम में पिछले मतलब कल आने वाला था रुक टेक्स d4 बट ही डिडंट टेक इट
Sahej bhai,
अगेंस्ट सिंडारोव।
bishop d4 now. Can't I chop on f6?
आई जस्ट डिडंट लाइक इट भाई। Maybe there's queen d7 and rook g4. Probably that's why. It just gives you an unnecessary compensation.
But
I think वो
pawn free pawn.
weakness है, बढ़िया है वो.
But
Got it.
still, yeah, bishop 6 does look like something you want to do, no? Like at some point at least.
And
Like,
you are
are
a
we not
pawn
taking
up, but
this?
if you take away the pawn on f6, then black के पास कोई weakness ही नहीं है, सारे पीस ही तो इतने एक्टिव हो गए। एटलीस्ट वो पॉन बचा रहेगा तो रुक g6 पे आएगा, क्वीन भी उस पे नजर मारती रहेगी, जस्ट इन केस क्वीन से आप कैप्चर ना कर दो f6 पे। तो आई थिंक इट्स बेटर टू कीप दैट वीकनेस।
भाई
So what
वेई
you're
ने
saying?
किया है.
Why he's tired, yeah? Maybe I think also like chat. Let's not
First
forget
time.
it's a long event, and also like you're looking at computer screens the entire day. Because जो Hikaru का scene हुआ क्यों हुआ? Because he probably gave the task to his seconds and didn't sit down with them for long enough to understand कि भाई castling is a logical move. So you're analyzing variations every single day, um, trying to analyze what your opponent has done in this tournament and try to learn those lines. So you don't have much rest during these events. The stakes are so high.
Yeah, correct. I really like this idea of rook d1, rook d4. I don't know why. Like it just feels like old Wei Yi, yeah. Oh, sorry, the
Let's go
young
for
Wei
it.
Yi, let's just say.
Old way. You meant
Like
okay,
like the
fair.
older Wei Yi, like the मतलब पुराने
हाँ.
जमाने वाला Wei Yi. But okay, that guy was like 14 years old and he was a monster basically. That Wei Yi, it just feels like his style.
So let's say Black plays Queen D7 anyways. जब वैसे भी like just kind of putting the queen there, which he was gonna
Like
play for this anyways.
that's such a tough move to play. You're gonna give up the f6. भाई मैं queen से भी capture कर सकता हूँ, rook से भी I mean, it looks very uncomfortable.
Okay, so what would you play then instead of Queen D7? Rook G6 maybe?
Rook g6 maybe.
Rook G6 and taking feels too early somehow. So what do we do then?
कभी ना
I
कभी
like
तो रुक d4 मारना पड़ेगा यार। राकेश भाई, you were saying?
I like rook d3.
कहीं से हवा
और
की आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है भाई?
अरे सीटी का आवाज है क्या आपको? बिकॉज वी इज कुकिंग.
अरे नाइस नाइस भाई, क्या ही पकड़ा है और क्या ही फेंका है भाई. ओह भाई राकेश भाई ओपी इंडीड. Wei Yi is cooking by, let's hope so. He opens up the event for everyone, but is Pragg cooking? Can we have a look? By the way, still no moves by Pragg after Hikaru's rookie one. So he is taking this potential attack seriously.
भाई किसी को
Potential
डर लग रहा है
fake.
प्रग के लिए?
नहीं, बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
I think डर नहीं लग रहा, but लग रहा है कि क्या वो जीत पाएगा. That's the clarity I need. Like कोई chance है क्या जीतने का? Because अभी के लिए White is building up for an attack, तो लग रहा है कि जीतने के chances भी not that high. Long term है with these pawns, but maybe not yet.
Plays
Oh,
g6.
by the way, best move in
g6
the position.
में
Why?
प्रॉब्लम ये भाई, अब h5 आ रहा है, वो हुक है।
Correct.
Bhai, apparently the idea is very nice for Pragg, and it might also lead to a quick draw. And the move is knight e5. Essentially, जब भी आप queen से अंदर जाओगे, यहाँ पे नौटंकी करने, तब knight g4 is the plan. Threatening queen f2 mate of my own. And you will have to come back and then knight e5 back. I think something like that is the repetition. So queen at 6, knight g4, queen d2, knight e5. Like at some point.
भाई जब भी रेडी हो गए ना क्रेजी लाइन के लिए, लेट मी नो, बिकॉज आई हैव I have
Ready,
something
bhai?
that debunks all of this, bhai.
अच्छा
बोलो
बताओ भाई.
बोलो.
So we start with rook h3, of course. Oh, he play
Oh, he
okay,
played
h5, h5,
h5.
sorry. We start with h5, of course.
हाँ
Black plays knight e5. ये तो
हाँ.
natural है. Rook h3. आप
Okay.
कंप्यूटर आप खेलो भाई, बेस्ट साल कंप्यूटर की.
अच्छा. Oh, really?
खेलो भाई.
I'm thinking like rook e8 was my plan, but आप
ठीक है, रुके ये.
हाँ.
अब king g1. I am not
Okay.
playing queen h6 on purpose, by the way, क्योंकि उसमें repetition है.
Got it. So makes
सब
sense.
ट्रांसपोज हो रहा है भाई.
Let's say now I go
b5.
b5. I finally wanna.
Oh, actually, Sahej, but before you complete, can we show chat कि queen h6 एक mistake है, क्योंकि queen f2 check आ रहा है और knight g4, right?
Queen f2 directly. Apparently, there's a problem because hg6 आएगा last में राकेश भाई. So knight g4, king
Oh yeah, you're right.
g1, and you get the piece back of at least of this pawn is hanging. This is hanging. But yeah, I think knight g4 directly, and that just works very smoothly. Queen को वापस आना पड़ेगा. By the way, h5 knight e5 on the board. So Sahej bhai, let us know क्या कह रहे थे आप?
So basically, the idea revolves around like you playing b5 and c4. Let's say you go b5 here. I go rook h3, b5.
h3, rook a8, king g1.
No, not rook
b5.
a8. Like okay, let's go b5 just for the sake of the variation. b5 king g1.
हाँ.
c4.
हाँ.
अब rook f1.
Rook f1 अभी तो आया
Idea is to f4 भाई, क्योंकि आपने knight e5 खेल दिया ना, तो rook e3 rook f3 पॉसिबल है. अब f4 टेम्पो पे आ रहा है, तो knight d3 फोर्स हो गया.
Okay, knight d3 looks good. Agreed.
And now queen h6. Queen g7.
हाँ.
Queen g5. No trades. अब now this is a moment where you have to be super careful because next move f4 is incoming.
I was thinking h6 here.
h6 is a mistake by queen e3 because g5 के बाद knight f5 बैठ जाएगा.
I can't go g5. I can't go g5. Okay, I can maybe, but it's not looking great. Okay, this is where Hikaru has an edge, no doubt. Okay, going back. तो best move क्या है फिर h6 के बदले?
Instead of h6, it's rook e8 finally, and then I was looking at this f4, f6 only move.
बाप रे.
Queen g4, f5 only move. अब queen h4 ठीक है, ये थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है queen h4 यहाँ पे निकालना मे बी. fe4, pawn takes and f5. अब भाई you cannot convince me this is 0-0-0. से लग रहा मेट हो रही है.
नहीं भाई ये तो I mean this is crazy, but chances क्या है कि आएगा because I see g5 is the only move now or you're lost.
Yeah, queen h5 and okay. ये तो अभी भी scary लग रहा है भाई.
This looks dangerous. Apparently rook e7, rook e5, only 2 moves to play on the game, otherwise you're lost.
भाई उसके बाद f6 देखो आप, rook e7, ये मैंने पूरा डिटेल में देखा था. f6 takes knight f5 भाई. And then आपको कुछ king f8 निकालना है, something like this.
मार दिया तो?
check ही है ना?
H7, check, takes.
ठीक है, यहाँ पे प्रग थोड़ी ना खेल रहा है जीतने के लिए. यहाँ तो सिर्फ हिकारू ही खेल रहा है ना. और ये कितना मुश्किल है ये सब निकालना. I think probably harder for Prag. If Rakesh bhai, what do you think? Is preparation harder for black or white?
No, harder for black. Plus ये तो अपन कैलकुलेट या मूव खेल के देख रहे हैं. प्रग सोचेगा कि मैं ये पोजीशन में जाऊं ही क्यों, बिकॉज इट लुक्स वेरी स्कैरी वो वाला लास्ट का पोजीशन.
But okay, I think मेरे लिए rook f1 move निकालना बड़ा tough है यहाँ पे. That's the move I think he might not like because this move it reminds me of queen e1 yesterday, जहाँ पे it just felt like very hard to find. So that's why I'm a bit skeptical about this plan. ये rook f1 I think maybe he doesn't find and doesn't consider as an option. And also I think black has options. For example, यहाँ पे knight के बाद rook h3, maybe rook e8 is an alternative, and maybe it's better, maybe it's worse. I don't know. But in knight the e5 pe hai, I think has a good resource against queen h6. So Pragg should be okay, most likely. And Hikaru right now trying to come up with the best way to launch an attack.
Yeah, actually you can also play king g1 straight away instead of rook h3. Then I think rook f1 थोड़ा ज़्यादा likely हो जाता है white के लिए. Because you are also thinking in your head, ठीक है मेरा rook h3 पे है, rook h3 का कुछ clear plan नहीं है, right? You can't play rook g3. I mean, knight को भी हटाना मुश्किल है.
Kind
Maybe
of
you're
agree,
thinking in the
actually.
back of your mind you wanna go rook h4. I don't know.
I agree, because g6 के बाद में rook h3 का plan is not so clear, right? Because you don't have knight f5 and rook g3 anymore. So maybe rook h1 is also not so bad, actually. Agreed. So interesting. And Hikaru right now thinking about the position. बहुत important game है chat, of course. Rakesh bhai, result or no result is something we wanted to ask Vishy sir, but I think it was too early. What is your take on this game? Result or no result?
Result, Pragg wins.
Ooh.
Like हाँ, decisive result आएगा. 0-1 होगा इसका.
Oh, nice. Sahaj bhai and chat.
मेरे को मेरे को 10 मूव्स के बाद पक्का आपको प्रॉपर प्रोडिक्शन देता. 5 ओके 5 दे दो. बस सिर्फ 5 चाहिए बस मेरे को.
5 गेम के
5
बाद ही
ऐसा
करो भाई.
क्रेजी प्रोडिक्शन करूंगा ना, पे मान जाओगे आप.
अच्छा. चैट कह रही है प्लीज प्रग ड्रॉ, हिकारू ड्रॉ, प्रग. वैशाली गेम में जाएंगे बहुत जल्दी. आई थिंक स्टिल. By the way, if you can go to bird's eye view for around just 10 seconds, nothing has changed. The eval bars right in the middle in every single game. Women section में तो 0.02 भी नहीं है किसी गेम में. भाई इतना सेफ खेल रहे हैं आज सब यार. If you can have the bird's eye view for a second. राकेश भाई क्या चल रहा है भाई? कोई रिस्क नहीं ले रहा?
भाई सब डरे हुए हैं. किसी को रिस्क नहीं लेना एक्स्ट्रा. एंड या यू आर राइट, लाइक सब कुछ बैंग इन द मिडल है चैट. एक ही बड़ा डिफरेंस मुझे दिख रहा है, वो है वैशाली हैविंग डबल द अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम ऑफ लाग्नो. बाकी इवन टैन ज़ोंगी फॉर दैट मैटर. तो आई थिंक टिकू भाई आप बोल रहे थे कि आज सब लोग इतना सोच के खेल रहे ना दैट वी विल हैव मेनी टाइम प्रेशर स्क्रैम्बल्स एट द एंड.
Agreed. I think time pressure will be a factor today. हमने देखा है कितनी गलतियां देखने को मिलती हैं, especially in the open section जहां पे increment नहीं है. You know, in the women section you have 30-second increment that helps you in the final moments. यहाँ पे वो option नहीं है. So super important to maintain your calm. And क्या Sindarov अपना calm maintain कर पाएंगे when he's under pressure will be interesting to see. So yeah, Hikaru still thinking. Let's go full screen on Hikaru. Move आ चुकी है and it's rook h3 played by Hikaru Nakamura. Thoughts, Saj bhai?
भाई आई थिंक थोड़ा रिस्क है भाई. आई थिंक प्रग के लिए, प्रग को थोड़ा रिस्क है भाई. राकेश भाई आई थिंक बिग रिस्क. आई थिंक थोड़ा भी केयरफुल रहना पड़ेगा. यू सी बिकॉज ओके बार को देख के प्रग के पास बार नहीं है. लाइक ही कैन नॉट चेक कि ठीक है मेरी पोजीशन ठीक है यहाँ पे. बट आई थिंक यू आर ऑलवेज वंडरिंग भाई थोड़ा ज़्यादा अटैक लग रहा है. द क्वीन इज लुकिंग ऑन द h6, द रुक इज ऑलरेडी ऑन द h5, नाइट कैन जंप ऑन f5, रुक e3 f3 देखा हमने, f4 भी आ रहा है. एंड ब्लैक के सारे पीसेस नहीं बचा रहे हैं.
करेक्ट. एंड जो लेफ्ट साइड ऑफ द बोर्ड पे है चैट प्रग का कॉम्बिनेशन विद b5 c4 एंड सो ऑन, इट्स स्लो इन अ वे. सो मतलब सहज भाई द लॉन्गर आई थिंक इट फील्स लाइक थोड़ा अटैक बन सकता है हिकारू का. एंड बिग डिफरेंस इज भाई ही इज लॉक्ड इन टुडे. वो ऐसा घूम नहीं जा रहा है, चाय कॉफी नहीं पी रहा है. मूव खेल दिया तभी भी अभी भी बोर्ड पे बैठा है.
हाँ भाई आई थिंक ही इज लॉक्ड इन बेसिकली. या कल एंड राकेश भाई आई डोंट नो इफ यू सॉ द रिकैप हिकारू का. लो अब चैट लगेगी कमेंटेटर्स कर्स भाई कुछ तो ऐसे करके. But yeah, bhai, crazy. By the way, just want to make a very quick point. I don't know if we can have a bird's eye view just for like 10 seconds, because I just want to take a quick look at Fabi versus Esipenko. Just for a second. Thank you, Samay bhai. Bhai, if Fabi wins this, ठीक है, जिसके chances थोड़े कम है, but if Fabi wins this, I think इस पे मतलब किताब लिखी जाएगी भाई. I think it would be like the greatest endgame technique you can ever like imagine. What do you think?
The biggest choke by Esipenko.
आई मीन लाइक अगर मैग्नस यहाँ व्हाइट से खेल रहा होता लाइक यू वुड से भाई नहीं यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा चांस है व्हाइट के जीतने का.
ट्रू. बट ऐसे नॉर्मली ना सहज में बोलते हैं कि यू नीड टू वीकनेसेस टू विन. तो डज फाबी हैव इनफ वेनम यहाँ पे ये पोजीशन?
Venom, nahi, I think he has to play it slow and he has to just slowly squeeze, yeah, basically.
अच्छा,
And
मैग्नस
he has
स्टाइल.
the chances. He has good chances.
ओके ओके. Hmm.
I think maybe we can switch back to the Pragg board to see what he is calculating. थोड़ा टेंस लग रहा है भाई Pragg मुझे somehow. Can black play something like okay, we already saw b5 and c4 वाले ideas. c4 I think हमेशा खराब है यहाँ पे, क्योंकि मेरे को लगता है f4 एक बार आएगा ना white का, तो knight को c4 पे जाना चाहिए. तो if you
इंस्टेड ऑफ
play c4
D3,
yourself, sorry,
इंस्टेड ऑफ D3 आपको नाइट C4 पे लाना है.
I mean d3 पे भी आ सकता है, but I feel knight c4 पे आप क्वीन अटैक कर रहे हो, and c4 से आप एक चाल वेस्ट कर रहे हो. I don't know, like optically I don't like it so much.
So what do you think? Like, how about B5 फिर सहज, ताकि नाइट
b5,
सपोर्टेड भी.
this is what we looked at earlier भाई, and then king g1 पे एक बहुत लंबी सी लाइन थी जहाँ rook f1 f4 ये सब चल रहा था. And let's not forget कि हिकारू के पास ऑप्शन है to make a draw if he wishes. He can play right now queen h6, ब्लैक को knight g4 ही खेलना है, and then queen d2 वापस आएगा, and then knight e5 would be a repetition. तो अगर हिकारू चाहता है कि उसको ड्रॉ करना है, तो this is the moment.
Got it. But I think looking at his body language and उसका पूरा आज का effort and the position, I don't think हिकारू ड्रॉ के मूड में है.
हाँ भाई, आज तो बिल्कुल नहीं होगा भाई वो मूड में. अच्छा है ना भाई, प्रग के लिए खेलेगा वो पूरा एकदम एंड तक.
Exactly, exactly.
टिकू भाई चैट में लिख रहे हैं कि दाल बन रही है. क्रेजी भाई. हाँ. दिव्या inaccuracy कह रही है चैट. वी कांट रियली स्विच द बोर्ड्स, बट आई थिंक हम चेक कर सकते हैं ओवरऑल कहाँ पे गलती है अगर हम बर्ड्स आई व्यू पे जाए तो. या आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ बिग मिस्टेक, बट देयर स्लाइट मिस्टेक. सो दैट्स द बॉटम बोर्ड, सेंटर राइट. दिव्या को अमेजिंग भाई, दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट वी वांटेड. तो राइट साइड पे h4 h5 खेला गया है बिबिसारा ने. अ फ्यू मूव्स अगो इट लुक्ड लाइक दिव्या इज कंप्लीटली फाइन, बट शी प्लेड दैट नाइट f8 rook d7 queen a6. लुक्स लाइक शी इज प्लेड ऑल गुड मूव्स, बट वाइट का जो ये प्रेशर आ रहा है किंग साइड पे, इसको रोके कैसे? बिकॉज h6 तो नहीं बनता यहाँ पे भाई ब्लैक से, वो तो बहुत खराब लग रहा है. कुछ ना कुछ सैक ही कर दूंगा मैं उधर. एंड इफ यू डोंट प्ले h6 देन आई प्ले h6 माई सेल्फ. सो राकेश भाई, व्हाट डू यू डू हियर एज ब्लैक?
भाई, don't kill me for it, but F6 एक चाल दिख रही है मुझे.
अरे भाई 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 भाई, ये क्या बोल दिया भाई?
I know, but it's like a multi-purpose move, ताकि आप H6 ढक लो तो मैं G5 से लात मारूंगा आपके ऊंट को, और
अरे
F6 नाइट E5 भी ब्लॉक, सब मैं प्रोटेक्ट कंट्रोल कर रहा हूँ.
f6 आई थिंक आई डोंट नो भाई, मजा नहीं आ रहा देख के. आई फील लाइक रुकी वन करके e6 के पॉन पे थोड़ा प्रेशर. बट कैन वी एग्री दैट दिव्या इज इन सम ट्रबल हियर?
Huge trouble. Because प्ले ही नहीं है ना ब्लैक का, कुछ मेरे को प्लान ही नहीं दिख रहा है. And I don't know, it's scary. By the way,
Yeah, agree,
Pragg
bhai.
also played B5 bhai. Sahaj bhai, that variation is incoming.
अरे अरे, सो Pragg actually played the best move on the board. अभी अपडेट नहीं हुआ, it will be updated very very soon chat. And just so you guys know again, यहाँ पे हिकारू के पास ड्रॉ करने का तरीका है. He can play queen h6 queen d2, that's a dead draw. This game could be over very very soon, but हिकारू definitely खेलेगा. That's what I feel.
Yeah.
And going back to Divya's board, I think what Rakesh bhai meant by saying, you know, कि play नहीं है black के पास. Generally जब आपके पास hanging pawns रहते हैं, so the pawns on d4 and c4, chat, those are called hanging pawns. It's a, I would say it's a pretty famous pawn structure. IQP के जितना famous नहीं है, but उससे थोड़ा सा कम, because ये कम आता है usually. But हैंगिंग पॉइंट्स का एक बेनिफिट ये होता है कि आप उनको साइड से टैकल कर सकते हो. तो आइदर b5 या e5. गोल ये होता है ब्लैक का, अगर आप हैंगिंग पॉन्स को फेस कर रहे हो, देन यू वांट टू किक इट फ्रॉम द कॉर्नर एंड प्रवोक वन ऑफ द पॉन्स। तो बेसिकली अगर आप b5 पुश करते हो ब्लैक से, तो वाइट का c5 पुश हो जाएगा, जिसके बाद d5 का स्क्वायर वीक हो जाता है। दैट्स व्हाट दिव्या वांट्स टू डू, बट वो हो नहीं रहा है, वो पॉसिबल नहीं, क्योंकि पॉन टेक्स पॉन है फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल। दैट्स व्हाई देयर इज नो प्ले।
Divya offering the trade of the bishops. भाई बट बिशप ट्रेड हो गए तो h6 g6 के बाद और वीक हो जाएंगे ना वो डार्क स्क्वायर्स।
हाँ भाई, ट्रू। टेक्स टेक्स h6 लुक्स वेरी वेरी स्केरी। लाइक g6 तो खेलूंगा भाई, gh6 इज लुकिंग लाइक मच बेटर देन प्लेइंग g6। यू कैनॉट लीव भाई। अल्फा जीरो ने एक चीज सिखाई है भाई, कि h6 पे पॉन कभी नहीं छोड़ना।
करेक्ट, हाँ।
चैट, किसी ने गेम चेंजर बुक किसी ने मतलब खरीदी है, पढ़ी? तो आई एम नॉट श्योर कितने लोगों ने पूरी किताब पढ़ी होगी वो। इट्स वेरी लॉन्ग एंड बिट डिफिकल्ट, बट इट्स अ ग्रेट बुक। बट किसी ने, अगर वो किसी के पास वो अगर किताब है, तो डू चेक आउट दैट देयर इज वन चैप्टर जहाँ पे सिर्फ एच फाइल के बारे में बात करी गई है। ये h4 h5 h6 के। तो डू चेक दोज गेम्स आउट, बिकॉज दोज आर अमेजिंग।
ये क्या है? भाई हाउस हस्बैंड क्या होता है? अच्छा, हाउस वाइफ जैसे, ओके।
हाउस हस्बैंड?
चैट वो अपने मॉड्स ही पूछ रहे टिकू भाई।
अरे अरे अरे, क्रेजी। विच बुक भाई? इट्स कॉल्ड गेम चेंजर। अल्फा जीरो के ऊपर लिखी थी। इट वाज बाय सैडलर एंड एक और ऑथर हैं उसमें। बट या, गेम चेंजर इज द नेम ऑफ द बुक। इट्स
ओ
अमेजिंग।
भाई, आई लाइक दिस नेम, विंदारो। क्योंकि वो जीतते ही जा रहा है।
भाई
ट्रू भाई।
गेम चेंजर तो मस्त बुक थी यार। आई रेड इट ट्वाइस भाई। क्या क्रेजी पॉन सैक लाइंस इंजन खेलता है, कई बार समझ ही नहीं आता है मतलब वैसे कैसे खेल दिया। बट या बाय द वे b5 ऑन द बोर्ड खेल चुके हैं प्रग जी। एंड हिकारू जी अभी सोच रहे हैं, गहरी सोच में। 99.3 एक्यूरेसी फॉर प्रग सो फार, या प्रीटी गुड। हिकारू के एक्सप्रेशन देखो यार, ही इज शेकिंग हिज हेड। देयर इट इज, या द फर्स्ट हेड शेक। व्हाट जस्ट हैपेंड? कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन? क्या हो गया भाई?
आप आ गए ना कमेंट्री पे।
भाई इसका क्लिप होना चाहिए भाई। अब हिकारू कहता है, आज से घोड़ों की कमेंट्री में गधे भी करेंगे। ये क्या चल रहा है हिकारू भाई? आई थॉट वी मेट, आई थॉट वी आर फ्रेंड्स यार। हमने फोटो भी खींची थी हिकारू भाई साथ में।
एंड ही
कह रहा है,
वाज
हाँ
इन
खींची
सच
थी,
अ
खींची
गुड
थी।
मूड टिकू भाई वो तभी।
हाँ एक्चुअली
और
अवध
हाँ
भाई
बोला।
हारे नहीं ना। वो 4 सेकंड में हारे नहीं, गलती अवध भाई की। इफ यू हैड लॉस्ट इन लेस देन 4 seconds देन हिकारू वुड हैव हैड अ गुड इंप्रेशन। बट या, हिकारू कपूर।
है?
Oh, हिकारू कपूर sounds like a nice name. चैट करिए हिकारू कपूर।
भाई वो ये तो नहीं सोच रहा कि उसको ड्रॉ लेनी चाहिए कि नहीं?
नहीं भाई, नो वे।
नहीं
भाई वो इसीलिए शेक कर रहा होगा अपना हेड के। ही फेल्ट ही वाज बेटर। अब उसको लग रहा है भाई अब ड्रॉ करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो खराब हो जाएगी। दैट्स रियलिस्टिक, आई फील।
पर भाई उसका वाइट खत्म एक और हो गया उसके पास। लाइक हाउ इज ही गोना कम बैक? बिकॉज इट्स लाइक सेइंग गुड बाय टू योर कैंडिडेट्स चांसेस, या? बिकॉज आफ्टर ही फिनिशेस दिस, हिज नेक्स्ट गेम इज अगेंस्ट मैथियस ब्लूबम, जिसमें ब्लैक है, जो आसान नहीं होगा जीतना ब्लैक से। एंड हाफ द टूर्नामेंट इज ओवर। So if he really wants to win, like he's in a desperate situation right now, he needs to find chances which don't really burn all bridges, but he needs to do it. अगर ड्रॉ ले लिया तो, and Pragg also looks a bit more zoned in, Rakesh bhai, don't you think so? Like थोड़ा सा ज्यादा फोकस लग रहा है, like maybe he senses कि कुछ होने
या
वाला है गेम में।
भाई, और हिकारू को तो मतलब यू आर राइट, ही कांट अफोर्ड अ ड्रॉ। और ऊपर से इफ यू रिमेंबर, ही वाज द फर्स्ट प्लेयर टू अराइव इन साइप्रस। फेब से बैठे हैं भाई हिकारू,
कह
एक
रहे,
महीने
हाँ
से
कह
ऊपर।
रहे।
हाँ हाँ। आई लाइक इट भाई, ही एग्रीज और डिसएग्रीज विद अस।
हाँ हिकारू भाई, आप हमें सुन रहे हैं ना? कंफर्म कर दो प्लीज एक बार, हिकारू भाई।
हाँ,
शायद भाई आप पूछना है,
ब्लिंक तो
लगता है
किया
जीएम
उन्होंने।
भाई हल्का सा नॉटी है, उन्होंने जीएम की
भाई
बात सुनते हो।
हाँ हाँ, ब्लिंक इफ यू कैन हियर अस। देयर इट इज।
नहीं कर
भाई
रहा, हम जाके किया।
ब्लिंक ही नहीं कर रहा भाई, ये
हाँ
ये
ब्लिंक
क्या
ही करना छोड़
है?
दिया
सच
भाई
में
ने।
सुन रहे हो क्या?
Okay, chat. I think B5 के बाद प्रग ने अपना intentions clear कर लिया है कि he's gonna create his chances. उन्होंने defense कर लिया 95 Queen F6 G6. Now it's like इससे ज़्यादा defense नहीं होगा. Now I just want to go for the offensive on the queen side. Let's see if it works. Hikaru about to play.
55 minutes. I think time is more or less
एक बंदा बोला
balanced.
हिकारू अली मजा. What? Still no moves.
अरे सिंडारोव और वेई में फिर से एक 40 मिनट का फर्क आ गया भाई. सिंडारोव is again up on the clock by a lot, by the way. I want to mention that.
You mean Vindaro?
Windarov, yes.
But वही का रोज का है भाई. Like he always goes low on the clock. Like उसका
ऐसे तो
आदत है.
सिंडारोव का भी रोज का ही है ना, वो तो
जीतना।
वो तो लिटरली रोज का ही जीत रहा है उसका.
भाई, he played your move. I think it's incoming potentially, yeah? King G1
Oh,
played.
no.
So effectively this
Why,
means
God,
Hikaru
why?
rejected the draw, by the
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, of course.
भाई इसका मतलब है ये वो सुन सकते हैं हमारे कमेंट्री को.
Hikaru bhai, I think you should play something like knight f5 next move. Beauty piece sacrifice bhai. है ही नहीं, check आएगा and खत्म प्रग.
भैया पैसे मत बोला, आप उसके सेकंड थोड़ी ना हो.
उसका सेकंड तो अब वो भी नहीं रहा ना भाई जो कल था. आई एम नॉट श्योर वो भी है कि नहीं अब.
I like the
वो
late like
रात किसी के साथ
realization that
चला गया.
Rakesh had of my joke.
हिकारू कैसे खड़ा हुआ है अंधकार में. He literally looks like Hamza Ali Mazari right now. Okay, just
Hard disagree भाई.
hard disagree.
तो अब क्या मतलब C4 तो फोर्स्ड ही है ना प्रग के लिए.
I was thinking रुके E8 यार. I don't know. Like just एक piece get developed नहीं है. Let me just first bring that into the game. But C4 also looks logical, of course. Okay, important.
नहीं, यहाँ पे लग रहा है टिक्कू टेस्ट कर सकते हैं.
I think we can do it. Let's do it. And let's play. I think let's see if okay, this is not really
Should
that
we
sort of
should we
position.
inform the chat, or do you think chat knows what it is?
नहीं बोल देना, काफी नए लोग आए होंगे.
हाँ, तो टिक्कू भाई, if you can do the honors.
Basically, I don't think this is the correct position for it, but basically when one side is completely winning, so I tried to play against Sahaj and we try to figure it out if it's actually winning, because if I can somehow win against somebody who's much stronger, then I think players ke liye to it should be easy peasy. Although that didn't turn out to be true for Goryachkina, but वो उनका headache है. I feel like, but this is not that sort of position though.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है, मेरा क्वेश्चन राकेश भाई से एंड चैट से कि डू यू वांट टिक्कू टू होल्ड दिस विद ब्लैक और ट्राई टू पुश इट विद वाइट.
I want to chill as nobody भाई, because I think दोनों तरफ से
नहीं,
pressure मेरे पे
आपके
आ रहा है.
पास ऑप्शन नहीं है भाई. आपको तो आप तो ऑलरेडी रेडी हो भाई.
टिक्कू शुड बी ब्लैक.
हाँ बिल्कुल.
तो टिक्कू भाई सेइंग ब्लैक. चैट क्या कहती है भाई? किसी ने लिखा ट्राई टू लूज विद बोथ. ज्यादा लोग वाइट बोल रहे हैं भाई. वाइट से कर सकते हैं. यू कैन ट्राई टू अटैक.
श्योर भाई,
And
चलो.
lose.
ठीक है, तो
Position आप
अब
move.
ठीक है, तो
move is yours
I'll try to switch it up a bit. Okay, like we saw
हाँ.
C4 and rook E8 before. I'll go
Okay.
A5. Let's go. तो बंद कर दो ना, वो eval
हाँ,
eval
रुको,
बंद कर
हाँ,
दो.
eval बंद करते हैं. So now you've played A5.
हाँ.
Let me think. So क्वीन ऐसे खेलते हैं भाई.
भाई ड्रॉ कर रहे हो क्या? अभी तो क्वीन F2 चेक भी मर. ये भाई ये क्या है?
भाई come on यार. I mean I have to attack. I'm getting a draw against Pragg. Yeah, or
Bhai,
against
you
you.
have to pretend you're like Hikaru and you want to win this match like Hikaru is.
Bhai, Hikaru pretended to be Hikaru yesterday and lost. So I would rather just take the draw, yeah.
Okay, smart. So टिक्कू टेस्ट यहाँ पे थोड़ा फेल हो गया चैट लगता है.
But okay, just for the sake of it, I'm just thinking. I'm still not sure how do I continue the attack though. I mean, I don't want to play F4 somehow. If that's the only way, then I might as well play Queen H6.
I think Rook F1 maybe you can play. Like just based on instinct. I like Rook F1 a lot.
Let's say
एटलीस्ट
rook
अब
e8.
भाई अब क्वीन h6 तो आ रहा है ना भाई, ये क्या है, इनको तो खुद ही ब्लैक से खेलना लग रहा है।
हाँ, let's do it that way. No, I think I just want to understand.
आपको
He's
ब्लैक से
already.
डिफेंड करना है, ठीक है, तो क्वीन
हाँ,
h6,
that works. Queen h6, queen g7.
क्वीन
Can
f4
I
में
go
भी।
knight g4 here or no?
यस यू कैन।
Let's go then.
देन क्वीन d2 वापस, ओके दैट वाज अ स्टूपिड
Knight
मूव देन।
e5. अच्छा,
भाई
pawn
a5
मर रहा
मर
है
रहा
क्या?
है क्या, फ्री का पॉन है क्या? पहले भी मर रहा था, बट आई जस्ट वाजंट श्योर इफ आई शुड टेक इट।
I'm not sure if it's completely free. I mean, I could play b4 maybe.
Chat में someone said knight e2 and then develop. So chat, knight e2 would not be a development because that knight on g3 is slightly better placed. You could say कि आपको रुक को reroute करना है, but रुक के लिए कोई जगह नहीं है मतलब जाने के लिए. And also it's going backwards, so that wouldn't be the best move here. Okay, so b4 you said, yeah? भाई ये क्या है? टिक्कू भाई refuse कर रहे हैं draw. What is this?
भाई pawn नहीं मरवाना यार.
So pawn takes pawn. नहीं ये दूसरा वाला भाई, h takes g6 वाला pawn.
अच्छा, h takes g6. Now which one do I take with?
क्या वो भाई?
Can I take?
या भाई एक काम करो, पहले f3 खेलते हैं,
Okay.
थोड़ा मजा आएगा इसमें। knight e5 and f4.
Knight e5 f4. Knight g4 back.
भाई e5 e5 कुछ हो रहा है क्या?
हो रहा है क्या?
टेक्स एंड देन नाइट e4, क्वीन पे अटैक। अब क्वीन f5 नहीं आ रही क्योंकि नाइट d6 है मेरे पास। क्वीन कहीं भी और रखते हो तो मैं f5 फेंक रहा हूँ। एंड आई थिंक ऑलरेडी नाउ मे बी द eval still says it's equal, but I think you are in some practical trouble for sure. चेक कर सकते हैं if you wanna check.
I was just thinking for a move though. Is there a move there? I think f4.
Queen f5 पे knight d6, yeah?
f5. I don't care. Exchange के लिए I'm okay actually. Maybe it's not. अच्छा queen attack भी है ना. I have to again move the queen. That's the problem. Actually. Okay. This does look. Queen b6 apparently is the move now. Okay, that's
tough, yeah. f5 में भी भाई ये पोजीशन तो बहुत रिस्की है।
Yeah, this looks very double-edged. B takes a3 के बाद apparently like you can take, but you can also just play rook g3 and the game continues. So very interesting. Going back, this is the live position though, and some venom there. But ये f4 move तो खेलना ही पड़ेगा at some point. Otherwise, there's nothing. Yeah, चाहे वो f3 करके हो या direct हो.
Precisely, yes, because that's why he played king g1 क्योंकि उसको f4 खेलना है, rook f1 पे लाना है। By the way, 10 मिनट से ऑलरेडी वही सोच रहा था बिफोर वी डिड द टिकट टेस्ट, एंड वही अभी भी सोच रहा है भाई इन दैट सेम पोजीशन।
वेई की प्रग
वेई
in this position?
Yes.
Okay, you mean okay. Got it.
By 32 minutes he's thinking about this position.
Why he wants to win this, I think that's the only explanation here. कि भाई उसको जीतना है, so he's trying to read because normal moves he can play. Yeah, he knows he's not worse here in any case. So he's really trying to come up with a way to put pressure on Sindarov.
Yeah, but 39 minutes, I mean, it's not the best sign. By 17 moves, 23 moves बची हैं, उसमें 39 minutes हैं वेई के पास. We have seen this pattern repeat itself thrice now. Like this could be the third time in a row.
Sindarov is going 5.5 out of 6. I'm not so sure actually. King थोड़ा सा ना यार, Black's king is stuck in the center, so it's always going to be difficult for Black to win this one. For example, I think draw hold karna is different, but Black जीतेगा कैसे? Do you see Black winning this as well? If you have to distribute, let's say White winning, draw and Black winning, कैसे distribute करोगे यहाँ पे chances from this position?
I think black के जीतने का चांस बहुत कम है. Only if white is in some time pressure, कुछ blunder हो जाए, then it's a chance. So I'll give it maybe like 5 to 10%. Draw के chances are the most, but I think Wei Yi के जीतने के chances would be like about 15 to 20%, so like slightly higher.
Agreed. By the way, there's an update in one of the games, not an Indian game, but finally bar हिला तो कहीं पे, and that is this one. Apparently the last move rook c1 was a big mistake. What is this move? Isn't the knight hanging here? She wants to take here maybe, yeah?
Yeah, think so.
Queen takes d3. But what is the move for black
Oh,
then?
nice question for chat. ठीक है, queen takes d3, rook takes d3. ठीक है, queen d3, rook d3. अब चैट मैं आपसे बोलता हूँ कि मैंने ना अपनी स्क्रीन पे हम लोग मैच खेल रहे हैं ऑनलाइन साथ में बैठे बैठे, एंड यू कैन सी माई स्क्रीन, आई कैन सी योर स्क्रीन. ठीक है, यू कैन सी मैंने रुक टेक c8 ऑलरेडी प्री मूव कर दिया है. वेयर शुड यू मूव योर नाइट एंड वाई?
Nice question. So this is what Sahaj Bhai has pre-moved. Where should you place your whatever? Pragg could not defeat the lowest ranked player. There's no way he's going to win. I think it's all about momentum also. If he wins one game, then things can change. Sindarov also couldn't defeat Bluebaum, by the way. So I think यहाँ पे you need a few wins and momentum can build up at any point. जब तक आप game में हो, chances हैं, you're always there. So you can keep fighting. D4.
See a lot of responses in the chat. Knight d4, knight b4, all like clues. सिर्फ एक बंदे ने I think निकाला था अभी तक. I think now I see two answers. The point is कि white की back rank mate हो रही है. तो बट अगर आप नाइट कहीं पे मूव करते हो तो रुक टेक्स रुक के बाद आपका रुक पिंड है.
Yeah.
That's the question.
So where should you play the knight ताकि आपका ये रुक मेट कर पाए? Sahaj bhai, the answer.
Absolutely. Knight d8. I see a lot of people are saying this now, but yeah, that would be the correct move. Rook c8 पे rook e1.
Yeah, that would be checkmate. So king के पास कोई square नहीं है. Meanwhile, e takes f3 has been played, so it feels like कि Goryachkina could potentially win this game, has chances after queen takes d3. Queen d3 तो है, but the best move here is actually knight d4 directly. And this seems to be close to winning for white. So rook takes e8, knight e2 check, intermediate move. And यहाँ पे आपको queen देनी पड़ेगी. भाई, this is getting a bit tough, yeah?
टफ से याद आया भाई, वही नहीं अभी तक चाल नहीं चली है भाई.
King
40
h1
मिनट हो गए.
takes knight f4. भैया ग्रुप कैसी आवाज कैसी आ रही बीच में?
हाँ मुझे भी.
कैसी आवाज है?
Not sure.
Never heard that before, no?
किसकी?
कुछ ग्रुप क्या आवाज आ रही है? I don't know what that is.
वो I think unmute या mute किया तो ऐसा होता.
हाँ. Oh wow.
Zoom पे.
By the way, Pragg has played c4, Sahaj bhai. So आपकी variation. भाई राकेश भाई जाग गए suddenly. भाई c4 played, yeah. Totally possible now for that to happen.
Again another option for Hikaru to take a draw, queen h6, knight g4, but now he's shaking it. Now he's nodding his head with confidence. Maybe he's not gonna go for the draw now. Rook f1, very very likely move.
Yeah. And f4 directly, I think knight d3, yeah, and basically transposes and gives black the additional option of this check, right? So that's why we're not going for this. Also, b2 is hanging now, right?
Bhai, chat is suggesting us ki go to Divya's game, and I agree. Big mistake by Divya, Sahaj bhai. You are analyzing this. Bhai, that's ugly. वो pawn structure देखो. Black का king can come under attack.
But much better than playing g6 though. g6 में तो मतलब it would have been gone.
हाँ वो ऐसा जैसे
तो खत्म है.
फिश का कांटा अटक जाता है ना गले में, वैसा लगता है h6 का pawn.
That's great. भाई अब लग रहा है नई नोटबुक लेनी पड़ेगी मुझे. क्रेजी भाई, कितने एडिशन डालूं मैं राकेश भाई के. नहीं भाई, बट कीप देम कमिंग भाई, कीप देम कमिंग. समय भाई, इवन इफ यू वांट टू डू इट, लाइक आई विल फाइंड अ वे टू मेक इट वर्क भाई. मैं एआई से कर लूंगा, डोंट वरी.
But yeah, I think just 95 for Bibisara and looks tough for Divya.
Yep, 95, knight g4 के बाद ये attack, knight f6 check. Queen can come in at some point. Rook be ready है. This rook can join in. And black की queen is like far away from the action. If the queen was here, I would feel much safer somehow as black king side ke paas, but yahan pe it's rather out of play and white can really create an initiative on the king side. So pressure on Divya. If she loses this, would you say that she's out of contention of finishing first at the candidates completely if she loses this one, Rakesh bhai?
No.
No, yeah.
No,
But 2 point का
because
difference हो सकता है यार.
भाई 2 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस तो प्रग और सिंडारोव में ऑलरेडी है.
हाँ, but we are comparing to Fabi, right? Like in terms of anybody winning, like if there's a like 2 point difference, Prag का भी तो उतने ही chances है, like for example, and also like women's में there's nobody who's out also, like technically, because हम तो assume कर रहे हैं
I
हिकारू
feel
तो
like
निकल
2
गए.
पॉइंट की लीड की ऐसे खाली नहीं होनी चाहिए. लाइक कोई प्लेयर 1 पॉइंट पीछे जरूर होना चाहिए बिकॉज देन द टूर्नामेंट बिकम्स इंटरेस्टिंग. You know, the person who's 1 point behind, they will take more risks because they're also chasing the player. Then then it just becomes more interesting. So I feel even if this doesn't go her way, I think still she maintains good chances. But I think
By the way,
most importantly, एक game मतलब दोनों को जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. It's been like 5 rounds. So one good game is like very, very much needed.
if Prag applies Pythagoras theorem, he will win. Let's hope so. After the candidates वो
And
करेंगे
let's
कभी apply.
go there
But
क्योंकि हिकारू ने ड्रॉ पर किया है indirectly.
But is he offering a draw, Sahaj? Like, is it forced? Like knight g4, queen d2? Like he can again go for the same, no? Wait, ये बाल
नहीं
ऊपर क्यों
भाई
कर रहा
वो
है भाई?
भाई वो प्रूव कर रहा है. देख कर सकता हूँ अगर मुझे करना है तो.
Who's the boss?
अच्छा.
Exactly. I think this is a psychological play, more or less, I feel.
Chat,
And
important
nodding.
moment for Prag. Will he play knight g4? But does Prag have an option? Because he could play queen g7, but then he,
Same ही है actually. Queen g7
हाँ,
खेलो या knight g4, queen d2 ही जाएगा white.
interesting. Chat, stream like karo bhai. Prag thinking whether he wants to take a draw here. Hikaru wondering if he wants to take a draw. As of now, any guess, Sahaj and Rakesh bhai, कि वो draw लेंगे कि नहीं? Hikaru, yes or no?
No chance.
एक बार देख के बताओ.
अच्छा, you mean that way? अरे
I
यार.
mean, I meant like पूरा अच्छे से like position observe. What did you mean?
No, I meant like traveling to the venue, yeah? Like you might go there and see the result. Like that will not be
हाँ,
fun.
exactly.
That will
भाई
not be fun,
बुरक
Sahaj bhai.
से तो पास में ही है ना. साइप्रस.
हाँ, but आजकल थोड़ा risky है भाई तो.
Okay, I mean, I would say कि draw के chances maybe still not that high. I think Hikaru has to push. He's forced to. Prag can afford a draw, by the way, with the black pieces against Hikaru. Decent result. But can Hikaru afford that draw? I'm not so sure yet.
I think
53
Pragg can
minutes.
also play queen g7, which is not exactly like taking a draw because then it gives white an option. Queen e3, queen d2 or queen f4 तो नहीं खैर उसमें knight d3 है. Queen g5 even, yeah.
Oh wow. Queen g5 के बाद knight d3 only move for Prag. That's
rook
very
f1.
interesting.
Knight g4 is about to play, chat. Played.
Yeah, played. So Prag is technically, I think, okay with the draw. Now queen d2 only move for Hikaru. Baki sub cases mein it's over. Because chat, do not forget, queen takes f2 is also black's plan, apart from attacking white's queen. He brings it back in a second.
Okay, so is this a draw offer या नहीं भाई? जल्दी बताओ. 95 के बाद क्या हो रहा है? Does he go for it again?
Does Prag go for 95 is the first question.
Yes, I
Because he can
think.
play. Yes, yeah.
I think so. Yes, he will go for it.
Prag जी कुछ और है क्या खेल सकते हैं कुछ like we think कुछ और है राकेश भाई यहाँ पे will you consider like रुके ही पता नहीं तो मन कर रहा है खेलने का.
हुआ भी तो भाई. This would be the second like time that Pragg is like making a quick draw, yeah. कल का game भी was more or less king h2 king h1 was a repetition.
Yeah.
And Pragg usually it's a type of जो हमेशा खेलता है like towards the very end.
Important one for Prag chat. 95 would have repeated the position once. It's like basically you have this position and then tuck, 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 and tuck. This would be like 2 times the position is right on the board. And if it happens again, then it is a draw. 3-time repetition bolte hain is rule ko. So Pragg has to take that call. Hikaru ne quickly khela queen d2. So whatever the idea is, he's made up his mind, yeah. Whether it's taking a draw, whether it's pushing, unko already pata hai ki knight t5 ke baad wo kya khelne wale hai. He knows that already. So crucial to take the right decision here for Pragg. Let's not forget, even though Pragg is not struggling, is not at the bottom of the table, Sindarov is running away. That's always going to play on your mind. Rakesh, do you think कि अगर Sindarov के अगर 1 point कम होता, this is an easy decision for Pragg. Okay, draw लेते हैं, आगे चलते हैं. But because purely Sindarov आगे दौड़ रहा है, you are like thinking, अरे यार वो बंदा आज भी जीत गया तो?
नहीं भाई, प्रग को उससे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, नहीं तो वो कल ड्रॉ ही नहीं लेता. So Pragg is just playing the position. भाई देख रहा, देखो स्कोर शीट, he is looking at the score sheet.
Yeah. And by the way, very interesting. Playing the positions, yaad aaya, Vaishali is apparently slightly better against Lagno with the black pieces. But the Pragg has played something, and it is 95.
Okay, so that's a draw for more or less.
Wait, what?
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 No way! No way, chat! What?
So Hikaru
Okay, no
is okay
chance.
making a draw.
Okay, no chance. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't make any sense.
So the first time was a test, and second time is now Pragg has to really think.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is a ploy from Hikaru, yeah, because he knows Pragg is a bit ahead on the standings. He has a bit more points. So Pragg is still in contention, and maybe Pragg denies the draw and then overpresses, and then somehow Hikaru gets a chance. Could be any of these scenarios.
I disagree because I think Hikaru is more desperate than Pragg. So Hikaru should be the one to not take a draw. Like Pragg,
I think he's proving right now he's okay with a draw. That means he's not desperate.
But then he has no chance. Like then Candidates is gone for him. Yeah, it's completely over. If Pragg draws this and Sindarov wins, Hikaru can basically take a flight home. I don't think he has any chance of winning the Candidates. And he's not showing any expressions like he usually does. कुछ ना कुछ शक्ल पे लिखा होता है Hikaru कि अभी नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. Read नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ उनको.
भाई अभी एक सेकंड, एक क्वेश्चन है. नाइट G4 खेला and Hikaru goes back queen D2 and now Pragg can claim a draw with knight E5, right?
Yes. That'll be 3-4 repetition. Khatam.
Wow, this is huge, bhai. By the way, I know, like, can we have the double board view? क्योंकि Wei Yi ने 1 घंटा सोचा और मिस्टेक किया है. He went for R variation, टिकू भाई, pawn grabbing.
So like again, is Sindarov gonna win again?
Exactly. भाई ये गारंटी है क्या? रोज इसके साथ लोग 1 घंटा सोचते हैं और मिस्टेक करके हार जाते हैं.
हाँ, फाबी ने स्टार्ट किया है ट्रेंड, वो उसी की गलती है.
एंड चैट, डोंट बी मिसलेड बाय दैट. वी के पास 50 मिनट नहीं, सिर्फ 25 मिनट है.
Yeah. He is genuinely struggling on the clock and queen d7. Imagine करो, opponent ने 48 minutes almost लिए और आपने 48 seconds में चाल चल दी. भाई minutes versus second का difference है वहां पे calculation time में. That's insane. Sindarov की prep has impressed so much. And I think bishop 6 was a mistake. It looked very tempting, but it was a mistake indeed. And also, just want to have a brief look at Vaishali's game. Want to get your thoughts. उनकी पिछली 2 चालों में Queen E2 was a big mistake by Lagno. Queen F7 attacking C4 again. D5. And now she can drop the bishop. There is no pressure on these pawns. And she can play on the king side maybe, yeah? What are your thought processes here, Rakesh bhai and Sahaj bhai?
I wanted to ask you a question, Tikku bhai. 1 second, just wanted to ask you a question. अगर हम cams लगा सकते हैं हमारे तो it would be great. तो Tikku bhai, what do you think about that bishop on B3?
भाई ये तो रेज बेट कर रहा है.
तो bishop on B3 looks like Sahaj Grover to me. Because वो पहले से ही कॉपी लेके बैठा हुआ है. मतलब वो पहले से उम्मीद कर रहा है कोई और इस मोमेंट पे कुछ करेगा, मतलब दैट विल गिव मी मटेरियल, कंटेंट टू प्ले विद, लाइक आइडियाज टू प्ले विद। लाइक वो अज्यूम करके चल रहा है, वो सब खुद को निकलना पड़ेगा बाहर भाई। So
Bhai,
खुद के
out of
थॉट्स
all
काबू में
of your
डालने पड़ेंगे।
analogies, why did this one make the most sense? Chad, do you agree with me? It made the most sense to me. Like,
I would say maybe it made the least sense, but yeah. But by the way, Vinji कह रहे हैं strong engine shows 0.0. Wei is okay. No, of course he's okay, but he was better slightly, and now he's lost that advantage. And of course, time उन्होंने इतना दे लिया. That's the major problem. कि time पे face करने को मिलेगा. So can we have Pragg on one side and Vaishali on the other for now? And Rakesh bhai, Sej bhai, your thoughts on this Vaishali game? क्या लग रहा है? क्या हो सकता है यहाँ पे?
I like this for Vaishali. Bishop c8 Jao, knight g5 is in the air, open f file, let's go. And अपन भाई Lagno के पास भी सिर्फ 17 मिनट है to play 20 moves.
Bhai, this is the win we have been waiting for potentially. Vaishali up on the clock, up on the
Yes.
position, and the bishop on b3. Barely up on.
but also just want to point it out कि Lagno के 17 minute is not as scary as Wei Yi के 22 minutes now, because there is no increment there. यहाँ पे at least increment है आपके पास. But to answer your question, I think Vaishali is doing, I think she's much better. I think Lagno is just one mistake away from this being dead lost. Pawn on
Also,
c4 is weak. Bishop c8 looks
without
very good.
shifting games, apparently Anna Muzychuk is better against Zhu Jiner. The surprise last minute entry, your replacement for Humpy is potentially gonna be in sole lead after this round, because अगर वैशाली ने Lagno को हरा दिया and she defeats Zhu Jiner, she'll be in sole lead after 6 rounds of the candidates. What a crazy turnaround.
Wow.
Yeah, true.
Hi, by the way, can we go to Divya's game, please? Because chat is also asking for it. And किसी का question था सहज भाई, how scared are you for Divya? Because only move ढूंढना है उनको, or she's lost.
I don't think this is a very difficult move to play. Very logical, I think. You are that knight is acting like a bridge on the g file, and anytime you take that knight, black's pawn on h7 can capture back, which would be, I think, a dream position for Divya.
Like winning होगी.
But I'm guessing she had calculated something else after knight g6. So I'm guessing something like knight g4, maybe rook e1. Let black take on e5 rather. And okay, some chances.
Yeah, so chat जो बार इक्वल थे सडनली एटलीस्ट 1 2 3 4, इनफैक्ट वुमेन सेक्शन की चारों गेम्स में इट्स नॉट इक्वल एनीमोर. Anna Muzychuk is better here, Vaishali is better here, Bibisara is better here, and Goryachkina is literally close to winning here. So वुमेन सेक्शन में आज डिसाइसिव दिन लग रहा है काफी. Which game shall we go to? I think Pragg का reputation के chances high. Do you think he goes for the draw now? Important decision for Pragg. Sehaj bhai, yes or no? Rakesh bhai, yes or no? Chat, yes or no?
No, bhai, I think he plays. Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
I think he has played on, क्योंकि
Okay,
नहीं तो फिर
so just
result आ
wanna
जाता.
point out, this was the position. ये एक बार आया. So knight g, ये थी ना position, ये position एक बार आ चुकी है. Then queen h6, knight g4, queen d2, knight d5. This is second time. Queen h6, knight g4, queen d2. So they did play it another time. So Hikaru has already done his 3 moves. And Pragg can now simply call the arbiter, say कि उनको knight t5 खेलना है, and it's a draw. So it's in Pragg's hands now. Hikaru has completely left it to Pragg. He's okay with the draw. क्या Pragg लेंगे? Completely उनके हाथ में अब.
But besides
Hi.
95, no moves, yeah? Yeah, sorry, Rakesh bhai, please go on.
Yeah, like, is there a move? First question. And second question, मुझे लगता है कल चांस लेना वर्थ इट था ना एसिपेंको के साथ वाइट से, rather than taking a chance here right now against Naka with black.
I'm guessing it's more about the position for Prag because वहाँ पे maybe it was hard for him to create a plan. बहुत सारे pieces present भी थे वहाँ पे, but अभी ऐसा लग रहा है black का plan, okay, he knows he has to push on the queen side like a5 b4 something like this, and white का king side पे attack आने वाला है, so he knows it's about to get messy, and when it's messy then of course you can all three results are possible.
Yeah, but it's going to be very hard to avoid this draw. The thing is, you have to take some risk. And as black, you've had this discussion with your team, and they've taken a call like black se Hikaru draw. I think is pretty fair result. Over push करने का मतलब नहीं है. Let's not forget, if Pragg were to lose this, he's in the same boat as Hikaru. So essentially, his chances are less than 1%
I
of
think he
winning.
takes it.
Yeah, I also think so. He takes it, I think. Because he might have a thing. Because, कई बार ऐसा होता है कि basically when you have the draw in hand, you can take it at any moment. You wait for a while, think very deep. Because there's no hurry now. आप literally अपनी clock पे 40 मिनट से 1 second तक जा सकते हो and you can still claim that draw. So he has time. He will think for 5 minutes, realize, okay, there's nothing crazy, and then he will claim this draw, is my guess.
My Sindarov is much better again.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई? मेरे को
Tell
रोते
me
हुए देखना है क्या आपने?
Played the
Screen
best
पे
move again भाई. Queen e6 best move again. भाई 21 मिनट पड़े हैं भाई. I think Sindarov is winning again today. It's okay. Is the tournament is it really over? क्या हो रहा है भाई?
भाई
And
फर्स्ट हाफ भी नहीं हुआ यार.
भाई c4 is hanging and you can't defend it actually.
भाई वो सब
If you
छोड़ो भाई.
play
20 मिनट पड़े हैं उसके पास यार. फिर से 21 चाल चलनी है उसको 21 मिनट में.
A minute a
I mean,
move.
we have seen it so many. I mean, I'm sure agar like if a player is winning a certain way, whether it was against Fabi, Hikaru, we saw those wins against Pragg as well to an extent. I mean, I think you have a certain strategy. Okay, don't take too long. Don't let him get into this position. I feel like in Wei's case, they are repeating the exact same pattern of how Sindarov won. The exact same, I feel.
and also Ananta Krishnan Iyer has a good question कि point 2 ही तो है, इतना stress क्या है? I think first of all time तो है ही, so 20 minutes means कि you're more likely to make mistakes. Second, it's the momentum. It went from plus 0.6 to plus 0.3 to plus 0.1 to minus 0.2, 0.3 now. So every move it's favoring Sindarov, and Sindarov is just playing the best moves. Like that's the thing. Like somehow ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे 98.4 accuracy again. And practically, how do you even defend this pawn? I'm not sure. You can't play queen d3 because bishop is hanging. Rook c1, I mean, comes to mind to save this pawn. Oh, look, oh wow. Rook g6 designs, yeah?
Bishop
It's
H1.
that bad. So one move and a resign.
Only move is what here? h4. That's it.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Apparently h3 also works. Just to
No, bhai, it's bad. Rook g6.
Bishop h4.
Queen c4. अभी नीचे जाएगा आपका बार.
भाई और वो जो आप बचपन से बोल रहे हो सहज में वापस ब्लैक का किंग ना किंग d7 पे आएगा. लाइक सब लोग खेल रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट में.
हाँ भाई.
एंड इट्स सेफ AF ऑन किंग d7.
राकेश भाई खतरों से खेलने में स्पेशलिस्ट है भाई.
उनका मतलब था as far as I know. Like,
एग्जैक्टली. आपके दिमाग में गंद है तो मैं कैसे साफ करूं?
मैंने कब बोला गंद है भाई? मैंने कहा राकेश खतरों से खेलने का शौक है. गंद कहाँ से आया?
भाई खतरों से तो वी खेल रहा है. ओनली 18 मिनट्स लेफ्ट. भाई खेल.
भाई दिस इज लास्ट. 18 मिनट में क्या खेलोगे 21 चाले इस पोजीशन में?
भाई he will go to find out of 6 hedge. भाई can you imagine?
भाई तो टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट होने से पहले ही खत्म हो गया यार.
हाँ 1.5 भाई. ऑल्सो फाबी जीतता हुआ तो नहीं लग रहा भाई मुझे. वो टेक्निक आई नहीं बोर्ड पे लग रहा है. ही स्टिल प्लेइंग. आई मीन देयर स्टिल चांसेस बट आई फील लाइक it's at best you're looking at a draw here.
हाँ, so just for perspective, this is Fabi's position. And I think it makes sense what you're saying. Completely symmetrical pawn structure. Pawn के आगे pawn. कोई pass pawn नहीं है. Equal material. You can just kick the knight with a6. कुछ drama नहीं है इस knight के पास. In fact, yeah, I mean, black has the c file. So I don't even know how you're equalizing. I mean, knight c3 already feels a bit shaky to me. So I think draw ही है भाई ये Caruana का. He's not going to win this. And Sindarov, on the other hand, is about to win his 4th game in a row.
भाई साहब
भाई वो 4 players were Pragg, Fabi, Hikaru, Wei Yi. भाई अगर आप सोचो यार, फाबी का भी वो जो 7 out of 7 था, लाइक इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ, ओके ठीक है, आई थिंक देयर वाज ब्लू बॉम्ब जिससे ड्रॉ हुआ बाय द वे, एंड देयर वाज एसिपेंको. सो फाबी के 7 out of 7 से आप थोड़ा पैरेलल ड्रॉ कर सकते हो यहाँ पे इफ ही विंस दिस एक्चुअली.
नहीं, और वो दैट वाज जस्ट अ रैंडम इवेंट ना. ये तो दिस इज लाइक कैंडिडेट्स, लाइक सुपर हाई स्टेक्स. तो आई थिंक आई वुड रेट दिस हायर देन फाबी का 7 on 7.
But that also had Magnus, no? Like, वो big cheese है. That had Magnus at his peak. Like,
एंड MVL also at peak. Yeah, MVL को 2 बार हराया
Hikaru
था.
also, by the way. So I think both are pretty impressive. Very hard to compare. But yeah, I agree with you. I think
H3
very
played.
impressive.
Why? It's happening. H3 mistake. No.
I'm still not sure. Let's have a look. No, Rook G6, Bishop H4, Queen C4 हमने देखा था. And I'm going to just trust the engine for now because Rook D3 at first glance makes no sense to me. But Rook D3 is the move. What's Black's plan here to get the advantage, Saj bhai?
I'm guessing the structure is just better for Black because it's more central. King F8 is on the bottom. He's making a move.
He's blitzing. Queen C4 मार रहा है वो.
Bhai, look at his instructions. He's like, bhai, pawn क्यों दिया? Did you look at his expressions?
Yeah, full screen.
What?
हाँ.
He can go back and check,
Queen
by the way.
C4 पे मेरे पास Rook takes D4 है, just so you know. I don't know if anyone heard me, but that's a very very crazy line.
वापस बोलो please.
Queen C4 पे Rook takes D4 है मेरे पास.
Wait, what?
हाँ भाई. Queen D4.
Wow.
Rook D1 and only move for Black. Yeah, Tiku bhai, reveal it.
Wait, first of all, can I play ED4 was my question.
भाई एक बार वो वाला line तो दिखा दो ना.
हाँ, Queen D4, Rook D1.
Only move for Black.
No way.
Yeah. Yes, way.
Bhai sahab, it is Rook takes A3. Rook D4, Rook F3, Rook D6 threatening checkmate in 1. Rook, oh, it's a draw.
भाई वो तो उठ के चला भी गया.
Why is this his plan then? And how did he get up without playing? I think he must have played something. Can we have a look at the board?
Queen C4 ही मारा उसने.
मार दिया ना? हाँ, okay, we don't have to move. Queen C4. So Rook D4 is a move here. What a find. And what's the plan for ED4? So Rook D4, ED4. Are we still going Rook D1, kuch E5 या Rook D1?
Rook D1.
Okay, and if C5? Oh, wow.
E5
E5 is winning. Okay, so let's not do that. Then what, Saj? Bhai, kya khele fir?
Then I think kuch Rook, I'm not really sure what you play here. Rook G6 maybe?
Rook G6, Rook D4 I'm guessing.
And Queen E6 I guess. And kuch E5 निकालना है ना यहाँ पे.
And
This is tough I think. D5, Bishop E5. That's a very tough move. D5 is bad though. ये तो खराब रहेगा.
Rook H4 या Rook F4 is winning. Bhai, this is still crazy. But you think Wei Yi finds Rook takes D4 here, Chad? I mean, Wei Yi could win this. Like if Sindarov were to not take that equality, yeah, that endgame, Rook endgame. There's potential here to go wrong.
भाई but I think what are the chances कि he plays Rook D4 with what? हाँ कितना है? ये तो भी अपडेट नहीं हो रहा. So 15 मिनट पड़े हैं भाई उसके पास. कैसे मारेगा वो Rook D4?
किस मूव से मारेगा भाई?
भाई but 50 मिनट सोचा यार. ये सोचा होगा उसने शायद. Maybe this is what he saw, yeah, when he was thinking for 50 minutes before taking on BF6. This is what he might have seen. कि भाई I'm already worse. This is at least a draw for me. And if Sindarov has not seen this, it might have some shock value, right? Because अगर आपने देखा ही नहीं है, you might just suddenly, because उसका look कैसा था, इसने pawn क्यों दिया? Did you see that look? उसका look था, अरे ये pawn क्यों दिया इसने? And maybe it could deliver some shock value and maybe that.
He's going for it. No! एक और स्क्वायर आगे जाना था.
भाई अगर किसी को याद हो तो एक और स्क्वायर आगे हिकारू को भी जाना था when he played king h1 instead of king h2. सेम थिंग भाई, h3 की जगह h4 की जगह h3 खेला, रूक डेक्स d4 की जगह रूक d3 खेला. भाई एक स्क्वायर से छूट रहे हैं
भाई. ये तो मतलब इट्स नॉट लुकिंग ग्रेट. एंड अगर ऑनलाइन होता तो कम से कम कुछ माउस क्लिप से ही चला था d4 पे. तो ये तो ओवर द वर्ल्ड में तो ये भी नहीं होगा. ही डिडंट सी रूक d4. दैट वाज द मूव एंड नाउ सिंदारोव इज इन कंट्रोल एंड जीत सकते हैं गेम. ही कुड बी 5.5 out of 6.
I just want to remind everyone that Fisher is known for scoring 6 out of 6 in candidates, in 6-0 in candidates. Like the 5.5 out of 6, I think. Is it a Bluebaum? The great Bluebaum, भाई उसी ने ही रोका है सिर्फ Sindarov को. वो भी black से, just so you know.
Bhai, you have to admire Sindarov here. I think his play has been phenomenal. 98.2 accuracy, कोई गलती नहीं है. And he also manages time pretty well. And उनकी opening preparation has been like mind-blowing to say the least. Like मतलब हर game में he knows what's happening. So full pressure on Wei Yi. By the way, Pragg still thinking, can we have Pragg and can we have Wei Yi? Both of the games together because मुझे तो Pragg draw लेने वाले हैं and वहां से Wei Yi भी कुछ critical खेलने वाले हैं. So super critical moment in both the games. भाई अगर रूक d4 मार दिया था ना उसने, भाई फील आ गई होती. लेकिन respect for Bluebaum for drawing against Sindarov. Yeah man, Bluebaum is the only one actually जिसने draw किया Sindarov के साथ.
True भाई.
Do you think Gukesh can stop Sindarov? Why? That's the question, right? Because if Sindarov plays like this, I have to say unlikely. I mean, if he plays like this, what do? You can't really do much. Rakesh bhai, what are your thoughts? I mean, Gukesh versus Sindarov, a world championship match. How does that turn out in your mind?
भाई वही है, टिकट्स बुक कर लो.
टिकट्स की कौन से राउंड की राकेश भाई?
कौन से राउंड भाई? पहले कहाँ पे भाई ये तो देख लो, उज्बेकिस्तान या फिर कहाँ होगा भाई?
14 मैच चलना कंपलसरी नहीं है ना भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप.
बीच में क्या पड़ेगा? चाइना, दुबई.
चाइना तो
चाइना
दुबई दोनों अनलाइकली दो.
अरे भाई लेकिन अभी फाबी है भाई, फाबी अभी भी जिंदा है
भाई. फाबी का पोजीशन देख, कीप ड्राइंग.
नहीं भाई चल रहा है ना.
सी स्क्वाड पॉडकास्ट का एक वीडियो चाहिए भाई ऑन फैबीज थॉट्स. हाउ डज ही फील राइट नाउ? I would pay to watch that video. By the way, chat, Monday को rest day है, so कल एक और game है. So maybe 6 on 5 or 7, yeah? Where he copies Topolo's streak there. Maybe that's what happens now. Oh, I love this.
और कल तो अनीश गिरी के साथ है, मतलब आधा पॉइंट तो पक्का है और मे बी पुशेस एंड विन.
आधा पॉइंट तो पक्का है. क्रेजी. एक्चुअली also you feel bad for Fabi as well. भाई वो 2800 की रेटिंग पे भी उसकी 7 रेटिंग बढ़ रही है अभी भी. That means he's having a good tournament, like he's having a reasonably well tournament. But it's just Sindarov is just like मतलब छोड़ ही नहीं रहा है किसी को. And yet again like Fabi का वो जो स्टोरी रहा है ऐसे, it feels like it's being rewritten.
Yeah.
सच्ची यार वो कितना बुरा लगता होगा ना. मैं मेहनत से इन सबको हरा रहा हूँ, अच्छी टूर्नामेंट है तो भी इट्स नॉट इनफ.
एंड इट्स लाइक हर कैंडिडेट्स में एक बंदा आगे निकल जाता है. इट्स लाइक हर बार ही सेकंड थर्ड लाइक हर बार एक बंदा निकल जाता है. छठी टाइम खेल रहा है फैबी कैंडिडेट्स यार. You would expect him to qualify more number of times, knowing he's the favorite every single time. So he's still trying. I think आज तो draw ही मिलेगा लेकिन. And of course, Vaishali, by the way, yeah, Pragg has drawn. So Pragg calling the arbiter, claiming कि he's going to play knight e5, and that is threefold repetition. So Pragg का game होता है draw. He had a long thing, but he kind of convinced himself, okay, there's nothing better. And draw against Hikaru, not so bad, yeah?
I don't know, but I mean, yeah, I mean, there was a huge attack incoming from Hikaru, so it makes sense. But more strange from Hikaru's side कि उसने repeat किया. But I'm guessing like he's also like कल के game के बाद maybe he's not in the right headspace and yeah, he just wants to take it easy today.
Yeah, I think Hikaru was tapped out by. निकल गया वो ये tournament से mentally.
Kind
He's
of agree, I
clocked
think
out.
there. Kind of agree that I think he's like, okay, I'm just gonna play chess and not worry about the standings
ये
anymore.
पोजीशन भी मजेदार थी यार, मतलब ऐसी रोमांचक स्थिति में आके ड्रॉ कर ली, लाइक कैसल नहीं किया, अरे बट विद दिस आई थिंक भाई Pragg is on 3 out of 6 solid 50%, बट प्रॉब्लम एक बंदा 2.5 पॉइंट आगे जाने वाला है.
Yeah, so let's do one thing. Let's have Fabi versus Esipenko on the right and Wei versus Sindarov on the left. Maybe because now it becomes extremely crucial what happens in these games. By the way, Queen E6 के बाद still the best move was Rook D4 and he didn't play it. Bhai, mistake! C5 and black is clearly better now.
Why it's just the
no,
time
no.
again and again and again. Each time पता नहीं सब players इतना सोच रहे हैं 40 मिनट 50 मिनट 1 घंटा and they just lose on time. Each time this is happening.
I have no words, by the way. Like, I mean, C5, and you have to admit, yeah, that looks like a very logical move. If you take, I take with the pawn. ये D file तो 100 जन्म तक नहीं खुलने वाली अब. What do you
भाई
even
look
do
at
now?
them, look at them, they are noticing कि हिकारू का ड्रॉ हुआ, दोनों ने पीछे मुड़ के देखा. सिंदारो देख रहा था, अच्छा हिकारू मेरे से कितने पॉइंट पीछे है.
nah. कितने
वाओ
होने
भाई,
वाला है कितने पॉइंट पीछे होने वाला है दैट्स आल्सो अ क्वेश्चन भाई. हिकारू के 2 रहेंगे और उसके
एग्जैक्टली.
5.5 हो सकते हैं भाई.
हिकारू 2, प्रग 3, उन दोनों के मिला के भी सिंदारो जितने पॉइंट नहीं है.
अरे भाई
जीसस क्राइस्ट.
Rakesh
भाई और
bhai,
ना he plays it so fast ना, सिंदारो, that is the issue. ब्लिट्स करता है यार.
bhai, the fact that we have more focus on a non-Indian game
He's
just
moving the rook.
spells.
He's moving the rook.
Rook
Okay,
G6
that's a mistake,
played.
right?
Bishop H4 mistake. भाई एक और mistake. भाई वो board update नहीं हुआ शायद. हाँ, there we go.
Oh, Rook D4 was still an option. Bishop 4. Why? This is over. This is over.
गयो.
Oh man, this is not looking great for the chances of everybody else apart from Sindarov, who's just steamrolling. मैं वर्ड हर दिन इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, बोर हो गया हूँ, लेकिन बस लिटरली वही वर्ड दिमाग में आता है भाई. His performance has been so convincing कि एक स्निफ तक नहीं मिल रही ओपोनेंट को, एडवांटेज की. एंड टाइम देखो वेई का 15 मिनट भी नहीं है टू प्ले 17 मूव्स.
भाई ये तो गॉनर है भाई. If he hasn't, I mean, if he has not seen Rook D4, then I guess it's already over. And C5 is such a natural move here. Again, like it's so natural. And by the way, आज prep नहीं थी सिंडारोव की. या आज वेई की prep थी.
Agreed.
भाई वो पहली बार हुआ है कि we had 3 chances. इंजन की टॉप मूव 3 बार थी रुक इनटू D4, तीनों बार मिस करा उसने.
Yeah, I think Sindarov could be on his part to create history, and tomorrow he actually plays against Anish, as you mentioned, Rakesh bhai. And just want to highlight his results so far. Round 1 में आए, Esipenko को हराया. Round 2, Bluebaum escaped with a draw. Wait, what is
He's
he
about
playing?
to play the king. King के तरफ हाथ जा रहा था शायद उनका.
Second best move King F8.
But I thought he's about to move the king forward. No, F8.
On the left भाई.
I thought King D7 कुछ खेलेंगे and गलती हो सकती है, but King F8.
भाई अभी भी Rook D4 मर रहा है. और उतना स्ट्रांग नहीं. अभी भी मर रहा है लेकिन.
भाई देख ना वो उठ के निकल जाता है, वही 5-6 मिनट सोचेगा, गलती करेगा. It's like we
But
can
now
write the
it's
script.
but now it's tougher, Sahaj bhai, to play
भाई
rook
17
d4, no?
मिनट पड़े भाई, 17 चाले 14 मिनट में. आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड लाइक कि कैसे, हाउ इज दैट इवन पॉसिबल ह्यूमनली.
ऐसे मिस्टेक दिया है, बट सहज भाई नहीं है क्या मिस्टेक? किंग इफेक्ट.
कुछ है, रुक बी वन है कुछ. आई डोंट इवन नो व्हाट द प्लान इज. मे बी टू प्ले b5, बट रुक बी वन कौन खेलेगा भाई?
भाई
एंड आई
कोई
गेस रुक
प्लान
बी
ही
वन का, या गो अहेड.
कोई प्लान ही नहीं है भाई. रुक जाओ, किंग h2 बोल रहा है वो नेक्स्ट चल.
आइडिया इज कि टू स्टॉप c5. c5 के बाद bc dc और b7
Ah,
मरेगा.
ah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I mean, if he wins today, he wins tomorrow. 6.5 points जाएंगे साथ में, then might as well end the tournament, yeah? End the misery for everybody else.
Yeah. So it's rook, by the way, 13 minutes. 17 moves. Rook b3 also works, by the way, with the same idea to play b5. But rook b1 is, at least on my engine, it's slightly stronger.
By the way, Sindarov not even at the board right now, catching up on some snacks, getting some energy most likely. वेई के पास 13 मिनट हैं 17 मूव खेलने के लिए. I just feel like Sindarov के moves are now even more natural. अगर आप ये option नहीं रख रहे, that means कि you're not changing the character of the position. That means white can all he can do is defend. Like what is okay? Let's move rook d4. और क्या active move है white के पास? I see nothing on the board actually. Literally zero. Any plan, any active plan, chat, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, any active plan you see apart from rook takes d4 for white?
Resigning.
Rook b,
Active
rook
तो है.
b, rook b1, yeah.
हाँ, but that's preventive, right? Against c5. I can just play king g7. Yeah, I don't know what I will play, but let's say
He's
king
about to
a8.
go. Queen touch कर रहा है भाई, मतलब मिस्टेक.
Mistake है भाई.
Bhai, mistake.
भाई क्या?
c5 again is working भाई. And Sindarov is -1 now.
But even
भाई
king
बट
g8 is working now. That's the sad
ये
part.
नहीं
Now
कट रहा है
everything is working.
क्या? h7
क्या?
का pawn.
हाँ, वो मर रहा है तो किंग भी खेल सकते हैं. c5 अभी नहीं खेलेगा, I think वो. ये pawn नहीं देगा. But okay, there's also rook h6 actually. तो first to 7.5 wins championship. By the way, 9 बने थे ना गुकेश के last time?
9 बने थे, correct.
And he will go to 5.5. So next 8 राउंड में उसको 3.5 चाहिए, right?
या मतलब एक हार के भी चलेगा उसको, बाकी के ड्रॉ.
भाई 2 हार के भी चलेगा ना साथ में. अच्छा नहीं, सॉरी, माय बैड. माय मैथ्स इज नॉट दैट ग्रेट. क्रेजी. ब्लूबम क्या फ्लेक्स करेगा सबके सामने? Yeah, it is flexing right now. I think you are the only one who's drawn against the candidate's leader, and also like with the black pieces. Blunder
G8
incoming from
played.
whom? खेल दिया क्या? नहीं अभी
भाई
नहीं.
जावोखिर सिंदारो नहीं, जीतेगा विंदारो.
सहज भाई क्या सोच रहे हो?
सोच रहा हूँ भाई कि मतलब how is it possible 5.5 out of 6. That's crazy. अपडेट नहीं हुआ ना
मैग्नस
अभी तक
बोला
लेकिन.
नहीं, मैग्नस बोला बाय द वे कि okay, that's okay, you expected Sindarov to be a dark horse, but 4.5 out of 5 is crazy. Like Magnus said that, by the way. I'll have to go back and check the games. Like literally that's what Magnus said. He's shocked by the performance. बाकियों को तो तुम छोड़ ही दो. King g8
Yeah.
on the board.
Second best move again by Sindarov, still maintaining a good advantage.
अरे
And
यू आर राइट एक्चुअली. मेहुल मेहुल भाई इज राइट. टिकू भाई बोर्ड रिफ्रेश कर दो ना, क्योंकि वेई का टाइम
नहीं,
घट रहा है.
खेला नहीं उसने अभी तक भाई,
नहीं, वो
वो
बोर्ड पे
अपडेट
आ
नहीं
नहीं
हुआ
रहा
है।
एक्चुअली. इट्स नॉट
नहीं
कम ऑन
नहीं,
द बोर्ड.
अरे भाई
तो
इसमें 9:30 है और नीचे 11 मिनट है, वो बोल रहा हूँ. कैन वी फिक्स दैट समहाउ?
नहीं नहीं, वी डोंट हैव द मूव्स ऑन द चेसकॉम बोर्ड इटसेल्फ राइट नाउ. सो
ओ, किंग जी8 ही नहीं आया मतलब अभी तक इसके
हाँ,
लिए.
सो किंग जी8, क्वीन एच5 ही नहीं आया अभी. किंग जी8 तो छोड़ो. सो वो आ जाएगा.
व्हाई
आई
आर वी?
थिंक इट विल बी अपडेटेड इन अ मिनट और टू. बट चैट, लेट्स अज्यूम कि वही है. आई थिंक 10 मिनट या 11 मिनट एक्चुअली. सो इट्स नॉट, आई थिंक इट्स समथिंग, वो डिजिटी बोर्ड का कुछ चक्कर लग रहा है मुझे. बट या, वील फिगर इट आउट सून. मीनवाइल वेई अंडर प्रेशर, 11 मिनट हमें दिख रहा है क्लॉक पे साफ. 11 मिनट है उनके पास टू प्ले 17 मूव्स. आई मीन, यू हैव टू सिंपली एडमिट कि भाई अगर वो हिकारू वाली रुक एंड गेम है ना, 3 पॉन से 3 पॉन, उसमें भी इसी टाइम में गलती हो सकती है भाई. ही डिड मेक अ मिस्टेक. ये तो इनसेन पोजीशन है यहाँ पे. तो आई डोंट इवन सी व्हाट यू डू. आई थिंक दिस इज जस्ट गॉन.
या, एंड इट्स नॉट इक्वल, लाइक
या
बिकॉज ब्लैक कैन टेक ओवर ऐसा धीरे धीरे.
इजी, हाँ. c5 c4 लुक सो नेचुरल भाई. क्वीन h5 किंग z8 खेल ही दो ना आप, ताकि वो चैट को करेक्ट पोजीशन आ जाएगी. um,
वाओ. सो आई यू बैक इन जस्ट 2 मिनट्स? या भाई डिनर करके जल्दी 2 मिनट में आता हूँ. आई एम हियर ओनली.
Yeah,
बोर्ड को
sure,
चेंज
sure.
करा तो बता देना.
भाई चाल चलनी थी भाई, बट इट्स फाइन.
बताओ बताओ, मैं चल रहा हूँ भाई.
क्वीन h5 किंग z8 चल दो बस. थैंक्स भाई.
बाय.
इसके बाद जो रहेगा चैट विल हैंडल इट टुगेदर.
किंग h1 किया सहज भाई, दैट्स अ
भाई
बिग
क्या,
ब्लंडर.
अरे भाई c5 इज नाउ -1.2. भाई यही होता है भाई जब आपके पास टाइम नहीं होता.
इट्स लाइक, और ये पास मूव है ना किंग h1 की भाई.
हाँ,
मेरे को
समझ
पता
नहीं
ही
आ रहा
है.
कुछ.
एग्जैक्टली भाई. और देखना, ही इज लुकिंग एट द स्कोर शीट नर्वसली, क्योंकि नाउ एग्जैक्टली 10 minutes लेफ्ट फॉर वी. एंड ऑन टू c5 खेलेगा सिंदारो, एंड इट्स गोना बी जीजी's वेरी सून.
भाई c5 बाय द वे ओनली मूव हियर. बाय द वे अगर c5 के बाद c4 खेला सिंडारोव ने, उसके बाद भी रुक d4 मार रहे हैं. जस्ट पुटिंग इट आउट देयर.
वो 6 मूव से आ रहा है रुक रुक इनटू d4. यश भाई 7 minutes नहीं, यू कैन, ही इज अबाउट टू प्ले c5. आर क्लॉक्स आर रॉन्ग, तो आप इस पे देख लो, जो 3D क्लॉक है नीचे. भाई भाई सहज भाई, ये सिंदारो आता है और फटाफट खेल के उठ के निकल जाता है.
हाँ मतलब, आई एम गेसिंग ही इज अ बिट नर्वस एज वेल.
हम्म.
What does he play now? You have to go pawn takes pawn, I guess.
भाई ये चाल खेल सकता है क्या अपन, या वो ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा c5?
ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा शायद, आई थिंक भाई, टिक्कू
Okay.
के आने के बाद. c5 के बाद बाय द वे c5 भी एक ही चाल है, तो इट्स फाइन. pawn takes pawn like is basically forced and black will capture back with the pawn and it's -1 basically. Or Wei Yi is just dead lost.
टीकू की हंसी आई ना, वो खुद नहीं आया पर.
सुन रहा है वो, आई थिंक बातें.
व्हाट अ वियर्डो भाई. सच में. अच्छा, आप तो यूरोप में, इसके लिए आपका डिनर टाइम नहीं होता है.
हाँ भाई.
अरे यार, ये तो बहुत ही खराब है.
भाई
So,
कल सुना
is
तो,
it
भाई मैंने कल के सिनारो के इंटरव्यू में बोला ना कि दैट ही वेक्स अप एट 1 p.m.
हाँ
और
भाई,
पूरी
मैं भी जब 12-1 बजे सब सोता था ना, तब मैं बहुत अच्छा खेलता था भाई, वे बेटर देन नाउ।
एग्जैक्ट मतलब एंड ही स्लीप्स एट लाइक 2-3 ऐसा एकदम लेट पूरी
हाँ
तैयारी करके
सेम
एंड ही
सेम।
प्लेड 1 hour ऑफ काउंटर स्ट्राइक एवरी डे.
अरे आई थिंक मोस्ट चेस प्लेयर्स का यही रहता है, आई थिंक स्केड्यूल। व्हाट डिड यू
या
जस्ट प्ले?
F4.
B4 भाई, B4 पे he didn't take the pawn, yeah okay. F4 EF4 is -1.3 chat, but only move for black. अभी अपडेट नहीं हो रहा बोर्ड, खेल दो टिकू भाई, खाते
अरे
खाते।
वो डिनर कर रहा है.
वो नहीं नहीं, मैंने देखा माउस ऐसे रखा हुआ था उधर, मैंने कहा छोड़ दो उसको। तो EF4 इज बेसिकली फोर्स्ड हियर।
Yeah,
भाई
he's
इज
about
गोइंग फॉर, भाई
to.
कितना जल्दी खेल रहा है भाई, वो क्रेजी।
Exactly. His hands are shaking. Taken.
Okay,
भाई
almost
सिंधारो
winning
ने
now for
चेस सॉल्व कर
Sindaro.
लिया मुझे लगता है।
भाई लाइक क्वेश्चन फॉर यू चैट, ठीक है? एंड अभी ना ये रिसेंसी बायस मत रखना, ठीक है? कुछ ऐसे अभी चल रहा है इसलिए हम इसको ये करेंगे। मैं थोड़ा सोचना एंड देन मेरे को बताना, ठीक है? आई विल गिव यू 3 ऑप्शंस एंड यू हैव टू चूज वन प्लेयर। ओके, 3 ऑप्शंस एंड यू हैव टू चूज वन प्लेयर। फर्स्ट ऑप्शन इज फाबी फ्रॉम सिंकिफिल्ड कप, दैट द वन यू आर थिंकिंग ऑफ, ठीक है? 7/7 वाला फाबी। Second is Gukesh from Candidates 2024. And third is Sindarov from Candidates 2026. Which one do you choose?
भाई गुकेश का ऐड करना इज थोड़ा ये ना मतलब it was not a goat level performance.
Candidates में, I mean, it was more or less, I think it was very close to it.
नहीं बाकी के दो तो आर लाइक वाइट वॉशिंग द फील्ड ना वैसा. तो मे बी
I mean,
गुकेश एट बुडापेस्ट ओलंपियाड आई थिंक दैट्स अ बेटर कंपैरिजन.
चलो
He
ठीक है,
scored
गुकेश एट ओलंपियाड
9.5.
मान लो। आई स्टिल थिंक कैंडिडेट्स में भी गुड परफॉर्मेंस था वो, बट ओके, आई थिंक ओलंपियाड, यू आर राइट, वाज अ बिट बेटर।
By the way, moves are coming. Queen F3 played Sahaj bhai. Is it
सो
a
चैट,
is
which
it
one?
another is it another mistake?
भाई क्या खेला उसने E4 के बाद? सॉरी, आई ब्रोक ऑफ फॉर अ सेकंड। क्वीन F3 वाज बेस्ट। He's going for the rook. That's a mistake, by the way.
Bhai, why isn't the board
Wow,
updating?
chat is just saying Fabi. Bhai, crazy.
भाई बढ़िया मतलब टिकू भाई आ गए क्या? नहीं.
नहीं भाई, पर भाई अभी भी chat Fabi लिख रहे हैं भाई, अभी crazy. Culture भाई,
भाई 7
amazing.
out of 7 I think respect.
Yeah, of course. I think I will agree there as well. And Rakesh bhai, what do you think?
Fabi bhai Fabi.
मैं इसमें मैग्नस को जोड़ने वाला था, पर मैंने कहा छोड़ो यार, क्या पॉइंट है। उस पे तो फिर, और तो इट विल बी जस्ट मैग्नस देयर भाई।
True that. भाई बेस्ट मूव क्या? बिशप E5 in the center.
बिशप E5 इज विनिंग, यस, फॉर ब्लैक, बट रूक E8 पे बिशप F2 अलाउ हो जाएगा, जिससे बिशप स्ट्रेट हो रहे हैं एंड यू गो इनटू अ वर्स एंड गेम, बट नॉट अ लॉस्ट एंड गेम। बाय द वे चैट, घड़ी टाइम आपको गलत दिख रहा है वहां पे। ही हैज 6 minutes ऑन द क्लॉक। ही इज गोइंग फॉर द रुक। आई थिंक ही इज गोइंग फॉर रुक E8, नो अदर लॉजिकल मूव। रुक E8
Yeah,
पे
he's
E4
going
का
for
पॉन अटैक होगा।
भाई पर you have to I have a question. How is Sindaro playing so quickly? Like I somehow get a feeling कि he's so high on confidence now कि his intuition is working like double time. Yeah, like मतलब he is basically able to trust his intuition with most of the calculation. Because look at the time difference. Like वेई के पास कितने मिनट है? I think we can see 6 मिनट है उसके पास 51 minutes है भाई, and still वेई is like Sindaro is playing faster somehow. And time वो zero नहीं है chat. There's some transmission error, so FIDE से moves नहीं आ रहे. So we are kind of playing them by hand. तो time actually वेई का 6 मिनट है अभी.
Bhai, this is one and only chance of Wei Yi to hold off a draw. That means and that move is bishop to f2.
He played it.
Played. He played it.
So, played it. Sorry, I missed that one. 6 minutes, yeah? Okay.
Okay, Sindarov missed it, yeah? I think he missed it.
Oh, bishop f2 पे rook d6. Intermezzo.
Okay, I can still take here or no?
नहीं rook d6 better है. Check किया मैंने.
And this endgame is equal.
I'll 100% take this endgame over what I had like 10 like,
of course.
like 2 moves ago.
Hey, look at this, ba3 is possible. Queen d6, rook 8.
ये तो draw होगा ना भाई. Check.
Draw है, basically. Crazy.
Chat, by the way, we are on move number 27. तो 13 moves करने वेई को in 6 minutes.
Bhai, it's not gonna happen.
नहीं भाई हो जाएगा ये. I feel like हो जाएगा. हाँ अब हो जाएगा. उसने rook d6 देख लिया भाई.
But can I drag this game longer? Can I play something which is like even equal, but I can drag this longer, Vishy e5, for example?
Then takes bishop c5, no भाई.
हाँ, but ठीक है. I'm gonna play rook g3.
यहाँ पे whites के लिए चाले तो easy है ना. Queen h5. ये तो bullet में भी खेल सकते हो आप. ज़्यादा risk नहीं है.
That's a good point. Chat, I kind of get the feeling कि time pressure could play a factor.
Okay, he took.
I know
he took f2. That's a blunder.
Wait, what?
No, that's not a blunder. That's not a blunder. Sorry, that's not the best move though.
Wait, हुआ क्या? उसने मारा and Queen e4 खेला क्या?
हाँ, bc5 ना only move. Only move.
भाई, only move bc5. I don't think he finds this, Sahaj. ये बहुत pressure लग रहा है यहाँ पे. It looks like something is going to collapse right now. Wei might not find this.
Exactly, like last 30 seconds में मुझे लग रहा है कि कुछ भी करके सिंदारो जीतने वाला है.
Bhai, chat, do you like the stream? This could be history in the making. We are deciding Gukesh's next challenger, and it seems to be like a near perfect Sindarov, man. What play by him. He's been impressive for the past entire 6 months, I would say. Like winning tournament after tournament. I think the only one bad tournament we saw was freestyle chess, I think, जहां पे he finished in last place. But उसके अलावा he's been playing fantastic chess. यहाँ पे game after game. Let's not forget his record so far. Defeated Andrey Esipenko first round. Defeated Pragg third round. Caruana next. Hikaru next. Wei Yi now next could be the next one. He's not playing it.
Why are you going for rook d6? That's a blunder.
He blundered the game away. I cannot believe it. Sindarov is winning again. It's -3 for Sindarov now.
And 10 moves. We are on move 30. 10 moves to play in 5 minutes. उससे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता टिक्कू, because position is absolutely lost with Queen e3 incoming.
भाई, my idea is Sindarov time ऐसे कम कैसे ले रहे? Look at him. He's about to play already. How is he about to play already? I am so impressed by Sindarov. Bhai, Gukesh has a tough challenger incoming.
Yeah. Point is chat. Rook takes rook मारो. दूसरा rook आएगा and then Queen e3 and you are 2 pawns up टिक्कू भाई. ये तो अपन भी जीत जाएंगे.
भाई पर वो डिसीजन भी लेना, रूक एंड गेम में जाना है, so quickly, it's so impressive. I mean, if I think then whosoever, by the way, he's playing this, yeah, जो भी इनके second है, भाई फैबी जी उनको hire कर लो भाई. You need a second because opening preparation top notch, training top notch. राकेश भाई, अगर हम सिंधु सेकंड को हायर कर ले तो आप भी जीएम बन जाओगे, मैं भी आईएम बन जाऊंगा, मुझे लग रहा है. खतरनाक प्ले मैन, व्हाट प्रिपरेशन.
And the confidence भाई, वो मूड के निकल जाता है. ये एक घंटा सोचते हैं सारे प्लेयर्स. Impossible भाई.
Wow. I still cannot believe what's happening, chat. And just to point out the problem, why is it completely lost? Doesn't matter what you do. For example, if you play Queen to F1, Black can just continue C4. एक pass pawn यहाँ है, एक F3 break नजर में है, दूसरा Queen G3 Rook E1 है. You're completely lost. There is no defense. Queen H4 played instead.
No, bhai, he's hesitating.
Wow. He saw the move, Rakesh bhai, and that's Queen G3 resigns, essentially. H4 पे Queen G3 is a clinical move, and one which
Yeah.
Sindarov of course has seen. Yeah, I mean he's insane.
भाई क्वीन जी 3 का पॉइंट है कि रुक इवन चेकमेट थ्रेटन्ड है और नो वे फॉर वे ये वाओ
राकेश
सहज
भाई,
भाई are you there?
सहज भाई शांत हो गए हैं भाई. He can't believe it.
I don't even know what to say. I think this is over. Yeah, this is gone. शॉक लग गया भाई मुझे. Crazy. 5.5 out of 6 in a candidates event is just ridiculous.
And chat इसके साथ ही after Esipenko and Hikaru, Wei Yi will also be out of practical chances to win the candidate. So तीन player now, I mean तीन player कह रहा हूँ, but honestly अभी एक ही player खेल रहा है. But even like mathematically now it looks close to impossible कि Wei Yi can win. So after this loss, if he does lose, I think he's also out of the candidates.
भाई वो
By the
सब
way,
के सब आउट ही कह रहे हैं. वो इसी की वजह से हो रहे हैं आउट बार बार.
one good news, Vaishali is completely winning. So we'll come back to that soon, chat, because I think ये game खत्म होने वाली है, because Wei Yi has no time. So we'll come back to it soon. But Vaishali is winning. That's the silver lining for today at least. कि वहाँ पे एक win आ सकती है, and Divya is also equalized. Wow. I mean, and I'm just really curious, by the way. After this win, he jumps up to 2770.
Yeah.
So he's like 2 wins away from crossing Nodirbek now. So if he wins the next 2 rounds, he wins the candidates and crosses Nodirbek, and Hikaru और Fabi को भी हरा रहा है, उनकी rating भी कम कर देगा. He could be world number 2 by the time candidates ends. It's genuinely like a possibility, yeah.
भाई तभी आएगा मैग्नस वापस. इसी के बाद जब देखेगा ना कोई ऐसे 14 राउंड में लाइक 13.5 पॉइंट बना रहा है, तभी आएगा मैग्नस वापस. कोई तो है.
13.5 नहीं भाई, 13.5 नहीं, 13 भाई. ब्लूबॉम से ड्रॉ होगा. ब्लूबॉम
अच्छा ब्लूबॉम से ड्रॉ होगा. सॉरी भाई.
It's not possible to defeat Bluebomb. I mean, even Sindarov knows his limitations. Yeah, I mean, he cannot just pull out impossible.
1.5 minutes for Wei Yi. 10 मूव करना है उसको.
चलेगा कैसे भाई? कितनी चालें हुई हैं अभी तक?
30.
By the way,
क्या है 10
this was the
32nd मूव था Queen F3.
and now it's lost. Takes is lost, C4 is lost. 2 moves possible, chat. Only 2 moves.
C4 I think makes most sense.
But Queen F3 also removes counterplay, no, Sahaj bhai? Like if you're winning the rook end game.
एक ही तो चेक है, King F8.
भाई I think C4 खेलेगा. I predict.
हाँ, he's playing C4. He's playing C4. भाई इतना जल्दी कैसे खेल रहा है? कोई समझाओ मुझे. भाई दूसरा बोल रहा बैठा है क्या वहाँ पे वो?
भाई वो उसको डर नहीं लग रहा है क्या? It's
Okay, I am at a lack of words. Like इतना तेज कैसे? मतलब it's just so impressive. I think he has like absolute faith in his calculation. That's basically it. I think he's worked so hard on his calculations. There are 0 errors essentially, and he's trusting it.
इससे ज्यादा टाइम तो सिंदारो माफिया में वोट करने के लिए सोचता था.
हाँ भाई, seriously. Seriously, yes, I know. Like I mean I've
काफी इंडिसाइसिव था तभी, और अभी आज देखो भाई. भाई टिकू भाई आपने जैसे ही बोला कम बैक बाय लाग्नो, वैशाली इज नो लॉन्गर विनिंग.
अबे यार गलती मेरी है भाई. मैं गलती मेरी है गलती भाई. मतलब चल के मैं चीयर करने को ही नहीं मिल रहा यार. लाइक इट्स इनसेन. सिंदारो इज जस्ट बाय C4. बताओ.
check. King F8.
By King F8 only move, I think. The clean one.
ये भी खेलेगा 30 सेकंड में. सिंदारो को क्या है
भाई?
वो भी देखो क्या एकदम बुलेट मोड में ऑन हो गया सिंडारो. पता अभी खत्म करो इसको
भाई. और बंदा बोलता है कि मैं रोज 1 घंटा काउंटर स्ट्राइक खेल रहा हूं और पूरी. And he's crushing everyone.
When he finished last at freestyle chess, Sahaj bhai, I think you remember this. He said, "अच्छी बात है मैं last आ गया. I have not even been practicing for the past 10 days or so. अच्छी बात है थोड़ा last आ गया. अब थोड़ा prepare कर पाऊंगा मैं." That's what he said, by the way. मुझे याद आ रहा है वो डायलॉग था ना, लाइक वो होते हैं ना ऐसे टॉपर लोग, लाइक अरे नहीं नहीं कुछ पढ़ाई नहीं करी मैंने यार, अरे बिल्कुल भी नहीं, अरे किताब देखी भी नहीं, चैप्टर कौन सा सिलेबस पता तुझे? वो फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे अभी.
वो भी यार, I mean, it's like Sindarov has been pretty active as well, yeah. Like World Cup में भी 1 महीना खेला, उसके बाद टाटा स्टील खेला. I don't know. It's like इतना preparation is and while keeping up, like playing elite events back to back is very very impressive.
ठीक है, मूव्स आ गए शायद चेस कॉम पे.
I'm just आ गया. I don't see it just yet.
Tadias का मैसेज आया, मे बी रिफ्रेश.
अभी नहीं आया. By the way, he played Rook D1, yeah? King F8, of course, best move played. And now Rook D1 played by
Of
Wei
course.
Yi. C3, yeah? I mean, अब तो actually मैं भी जीत जाऊंगा. Like, this is where I think even I would win. So, this is
यहाँ तो
basically
टिक्को
done.
टेस्ट की भी जरूरत नहीं है.
हाँ, कुछ
भाई
कर रही है भाई.
गेम खत्म.
हाँ, खत्म.
अगले
पूछ रहे हैं.
25 सेकंड में खेलेगा.
भाई, and ऊपर से he teases you. Like, by the way, he has this habit, na? Like, he will put his hand on the piece, like every second move and not play it. And then bring it back, think for some 30 seconds, then play it. Which is also very irritating as a player.
स्कोरशीट बीच में देखो, पेन और
हाँ.
स्कोरशीट पे एक्टिंग करेगा, खेला देखा सेम रूटीन. वे ही बाय बाय. सिंदारो एक्सप्रेस भाई, रिस्पेक्ट. क्वीन G5, मूव नंबर 35. 5 मिनट है वे के पास विद एग्जैक्ट 5 मूव्स है इन 1 मिनट. सहज भाई,
मतलब भाई ये तो पॉन भी प्रमोट ही हो रहा है. C3 खेल दो भाई अब तो. What do you do? भाई कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते यार. I know. How is Fabi doing?
जाता है फाबी गेम.
अच्छा फाबी का, अच्छा वो भी अपडेट नहीं हुआ अभी.
भाई कंप्लीटली इक्वल है एक्चुअली वो.
अबे
और हाँ,
नहीं
हमारे
नहीं भाई,
पास
वो तो
उसमें
बोर्ड नहीं अपडेट हुआ ना भाई, इसलिए.
हाँ मूव्स भी नहीं है हमारे पास एक्चुअली उसकी, तो वी कांट रियली.
भाई टिको भाई खेलो ना मूव C3 और F3. F3
C3
खेलेगा अभी
क्वीन
15
G5
सेकंड.
F3 क्वीन G5 खेला वो, अब F3.
भाई F3 बेस्ट मूव इन द पोजीशन बाय द वे.
ओ अब हो रही है भाई अपडेट.
बेस्ट मूव प्लेड.
टेक्स रुक
Queen
टेक्स.
E3, Rook E3. Resigns, yeah? Takes.
रिजाइन वी रिजाइन
C2, Rook
करेगा
C1, Rook E2, resigns.
या
Wow.
फ्लैट.
Rook D1,
100%
Rook
गेम
D2.
एंड्स हियर. 100% गेम इज ओवर. वाओ.
Wow. Actually, wow. Almost unbelievable, yeah? 5.5 out of 6.
भाई almost क्या भाई, unbelievable ही है. Like it's, I mean, I
भाई
still can't believe it.
प्रग, फाबी, हिकारू, वेई. और प्रग, फाबी और हिकारू को ब्लैक से हराया. प्रग, हिकारू और वेई को ब्लैक से हराया उसने. 3 गेम ब्लैक से हराया उसने.
10 seconds. भाई he has and he resigns.
Wow! Sindarov wins again. 5.5 points out of 6, arranges the kings, because right now there is only one king of the event and it's him. भाई कोई मौका ही नहीं दे रहे किसी को, and he seems to know it all right now, cannot be defeated, and just plays so well and so fast. By Wei, another victim down to the Sindarov domination.
And he had 45 minutes left on the clock. Wow.
Yeah, and by the way, he's only 10 points away from becoming number 1 in Uzbekistan. So he's coming for that spot. And he's coming for Northern I feel. भाई ये तो हो ही जाएगा लग रहा है.
25 पॉइंट बढ़ाया उसने रेटिंग इस टूर्नामेंट में सो फार. 25 पॉइंट. I mean, and we have more than half the tournament remaining. If he continues, he's gonna cross 250. Like world number 2 is not even. Look at Wei. He's still sitting there. He cannot believe he lost that game. Look at him.
The Sindaro storm. I like that. चलो भाई, it was a great event.
नहीं भाई, अभी ओवर नहीं है. I think वैशाली.
बड़ा मजा आया chat. You know.
Thank you.
By the way, we do have the moves now, and it seems like Fabi is hinting it, tingling a bit, यहाँ पे ऐसे गुदगुदी कर रहे हैं एसिपेंको को थोड़ी बहुत, लाइक हल्की फुल्की की, यार अच्छा यहाँ गलती करेगा, यहाँ गलती करेगा, ऐसी फीलिंग से आ रही है मुझे. Wait! Divya is better, Vaishali is better. What?
तो
Oh,
चिल्लाने की
nice,
जरूरत
भाई.
नहीं है इसमें.
भाई ये बढ़िया न्यूज़ दिया आपने भाई.
Okay, can we have Divya on one side, Vaishali on one side? G3, big mistake by Bibisara.
Only 4 minutes though. Come on, Divya. She has
कितनी
to
चाल
find
है?
queen b4. 10 चाल है 10.
30 moves done.
हाँ.
King G7 is the move, apparently the best move for Divya here. Queen B4 also a great try. And meanwhile, Vaishali का जो आपको दिख ही रहा है, Vaishali also better. भाई कुछ मौका बन सकता है यहाँ पे.
भाई imagine दोनों जीत गए.
भाई 2.5 पॉइंट्स जाएंगे आज के दिन में. That will be a very good day for Indian players, I think. सुंदरों को हटा दो पिक्चर से, मतलब उस पिक्चर का तो कोई और हीरो हो नहीं सकता. बट या
कोई क्वेश्चन भाई चैट, फिर मतलब सेकंड कौन आएगा ओपन कैंडिडेट्स में? दैट रेस इज स्टिल ऑन.
Fabi of course बोल रहे हैं. Oh wow, that's great news if Harika is beating Parham. She in fact beat Avonder Liang also freestyle.
Yeah, I saw.
Playing really well.
Chess 24 India, any practical chances of Fabi or Anish? I think by the Queen before played by Divya, nice move. I think Fabi का तो chances है ही. I don't think so कि Fabi is out of contention. But बाकी सबका मुझे नहीं पता at this point because Pragg के भी like Hikaru Esipenko are 100% out now. Like that's gone. Like mathematically also, I don't see any way they're gonna make it there. Wei Yi also gone, I think. So now you're essentially down to 5 players. इसमें से एक ही जीत रहा है, दूसरा is barely holding on. So
भाई ग्राफिक भी आ गया अब तो. Crazy. With
can we
Windarov.
potentially look at the standings, the open section ones? Is that possible? Just for 10 seconds, we'll come back to this scene itself. Because थोड़ा सदमा लगेगा मुझे लगा देख के. भाई ये क्या है? भाई क्या है ये?
भाई लास्ट के 3 लोगों का मिला के सिंदारो जितने पॉइंट है. वे ही ब्लू बॉम्ब प्लस एसिपेंको इक्वल्स टू सिंदारो फिलहाल.
Caruana plus Hikaru equal to Sindarov. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
नहीं फाबी का भी चल रहा है तो फाबी को मत डालो इसमें भाई.
हाँ but okay, Pragg plus Hikaru plus half a point, yeah. या Caruana
बढ़िया
plus
आपको
Pragg.
बढ़िया इसमें मैच बता दो. रुको बढ़िया मैच होगी इसमें. 1.5 वाला एक और चाहिए था वैसे. तो बढ़िया प्लेयर एक तो हिकारू ले लेते हैं 2 पे. Hikaru, Wei Yi, Esipenko is the best, I think, out of from the options that we have.
और ये तो आज का है. कल के गेम के बाद और ऐड कर सकते हैं अपन.
Okay, अब Anish और Bluebaum खेल रहे हैं, so they could also get half a point more. So I think कुछ change हो
भाई
सकता है.
फाबी के गेम पे ही जाते हैं ना भाई, वही देखते हैं. उसको कुछ चांस है उधर. अभी भी वो पुश ही कर रहा है बट he's a pawn up, but it looks difficult.
नहीं भाई, he found a nice move. This is simplifying. I think it's a draw now. Rook D6, खत्म. Only move था but enough था. How do you play now?
Rook D1.
I mean, I can just take, no? Like on
D1.
D1.
Rook D1, Rook C2 आ रहा है सहज भाई.
Yeah. I don't
On
see
तो
any
गए
issues
हो.
now.
भाई this is bad news for the tournament.
भाई 1.5 point का lead now.
वही तो फाबी के ड्रॉ के बाद.
Okay, I mean, everybody's in shock. Yeah, I mean, this is just unbelievable. So Fabi का draw ये. Let's go to Vaishali and Divya then. वो सीन देखते हैं. ओपन सेक्शन तो लग रहा है भाई ये तो अपने हाथ के बाहर हो चुका है राकेश भाई सहज भाई. आई थिंक इफ आई मीन पता कुछ भी कर ले, if Sindarov has this tournament, you can't do much. So might as well look at the women's section as of now at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
भाई
ये
respect for Bluebaum दो भाई, respect भाई. अभी
हाँ,
white
ये तो
से
है.
hold किया भाई उसने Sindarov को.
Bhai, Blue OP in the chat, please. I mean, the real sweep is just holding Sindarov, yeah? I mean, that was the real sweep. By the
Yeah.
way, Bishop H3 played by Vaishali. Did you see that?
Wow.
Bhai, she's
Sacrifice.
completely winning.
Nice. So that's a brilliancy by the way. And she plays Bishop h6. That's a mistake. Knight g5 is now winning, completely winning for Vaishali.
Wow. Golden opportunity for the women's section
Although Divya is not winning anymore. Divya के opponent को थोड़ा chance है. Bibisara can play g4. Although hard move. Hard to play, but yeah.
Allows queen h4, yeah? Not easy to play that move actually. We'll take guts from Bibisara. Although if she takes inspiration from Sindarov, I mean, she's going to go for it, yeah? No, doesn't find it. Rook c2. Divya again +1. Okay, but it's not easy, yeah? Ye pass pawn strong hai. You have these double pawns, and I'm sure the engine is factoring in these double pawns as material. So, thoda bahut itna aasan nahi hai ye wala. Dukesh can start preparing. Wow. Oh, they're repeating. Do you think Divya repeats? She has a Oh, it's already a draw. Wait, it's already a repetition.
What?
So this was the position, right? Look at this. Queen b4, rook c4, queen e7, rook c2 repeated once. Queen b4, rook c4, queen e7. She's offering a draw, and it's a draw. It's a draw.
No, they haven't.
Divya?
No one has claimed. Why? No one has claimed.
But Divya is better. She can play on.
So she will play on, no?
I think she plays on, probably.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
has played.
didn't she do the same thing against Vaishali as well, where she repeated once and then switched the line, and then she got into a winning position, and then that queen h3 miss.
But Bibisara could have claimed a draw, right? She could have right now paused the clock and claimed the draw. Rook c2 was a forced draw. Like, she could have claimed it. So she allowed Bibisara to kind of,
She could have. She could have. You're right.
Correct.
Maybe this is psychological play.
खराब है.
ये भी तो लेकिन boss move है ना कि I can claim a draw but I don't want to.
Okay, we are.
Oh, by the way, big blunder by Zhu Jiner, and Anna is completely winning.
Wow.
Why Anna Muzychuk, the last minute entrant, Humpy Chiki replacement, will win now and lead the women's candidates with 4 out of 6. My
क्या
God.
होती है candidates preparation?
मुझे ये लग याद है कल का भाई, लिटरली क्या ही प्रेप भाई, काहे की प्रेप?
क्या होती है प्रेप? छोड़ो भाई, क्या प्रेप?
हद्दी है भाई. This is. Oh, nice. So chat, if Vaishali and Divya were to win somehow, good chances they could be tied second place, 1 point behind the leader. So आज का game could be very crucial if they can somehow
women's section का अच्छा है ना, like वैशाली दिव्या लास्ट थे आज गेम चालू होने के पहले, and 1 win सीधा तुम लोग second place.
हाँ भाई, सिंदारोव नहीं है ना भाई. he's the differentiating factor actually.
भाई क्या टेरर है सिंदारोव के नाम से.
सही में. By the way, just 1 second look at this endgame. Just want to know your thoughts. Result. या ठीक है, guess करना है result. Position देखनी है, 5 second के अंदर कहना है win, draw या loss. ठीक है राकेश भाई, सहज भाई?
Okay,
5 second.
let's go.
ये लो.
Draw.
सहज भाई?
Draw भाई. तो fortress है ना भाई, rook c5, rook a5 is a draw.
Nice.
ये गोरियाचकिना मतलब 2 घंटे से जीत रही थी, but she didn't manage to convert, I think.
Yeah. Okay, let's go back to the Divya Vaishali scene quickly. देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है दोनों boards पे. Divya Vaishali has not played, has 2 minutes by the way. No, she has played something. She played rook f7. Yeah, I'm adding Divya's board. Just give me a second. Add it. Wait, queen d8 mistake by Divya.
But she plays on at least. No draw.
She plays on.
That's important.
And Bibisara को tilt हो जाएगा because she could have claimed a draw and now she has to play on.
वो भी बचाना पड़ेगा भाई.
That's a
Oh, Queen
difficult
H3
situation.
played, by the way, by Anna Muzychuk. She's about to win, I think.
Wow.
नहीं टाइम है अभी थोड़ा.
अच्छा.
राकेश भाई को काफी पता होता है गेम कब खत्म होंगी. राकेश भाई आप वहीं पे हो क्या वेन्यू पे?
नहीं वो एक बंदा रहता ना अपने चैट में, मैं हॉल में बैठा हूँ.
हाँ.
वो गया नहीं इस बार शायद, वो वॉर की वजह से.
वो टाटा स्टील के बाद उसने उम्मीद खो दी भाई.
नहीं प्राग मास्टर नहीं बोल रहा था आई एम इन द हॉल.
हाँ. वो शर्ट वाला बंदा भी नहीं आया यार. जो याद है वो शर्ट पहन के होता था.
हाँ करेक्ट करेक्ट.
भाई लोग Fabi either has to take a repetition or he could be worse actually.
मैं तो कह रहा हूँ वर्स ही हो जाए, हार ही जाए, खत्म करो टूर्नामेंट. भाई इतने
भाई
पॉइंट कर
8
लेगा.
राउंड और है भाई, डोंट
नहीं
फॉरगेट.
नहीं, सिंदारोव अगले 3 गेम जीतेगा एंड देन दे एंड द टूर्नामेंट. कोई मतलब ही नहीं है. आई थिंक दैट्स बेस्ट. क्यों खेल रहे हैं हम लोग बाकी सब लोग? Watching the game in Juhu Beach, amazing breeze. अरे nice यार.
भाई सिंदारो क्यों जीत रहा है पता है क्या? और एक मोटिवेशन, क्योंकि हर विन पे 10,000 यूरो मिलता है.
तो बाकियों को भी तो मिल रहे होंगे ना भाई.
उनका वो लोग जीतते नहीं है ना, फिर 5,000 ही मिलता है ड्रॉ पे. तो भाई 50 लाख जीत गया ऑलरेडी सिंदारो.
क्रेजी भाई.
Okay, I think it's women section के बोर्ड पे अगर हम फोकस करें, if we can have the two boards there.
वैशाली का देख ले भाई, that's important.
Vaishali and Divya, super important. By the way, Bishop F3, what a move! Look at that. Can we go full screen on Vaishali for a couple of minutes? What a move! Why look at this. This was the position. Rook E5, Bishop H3 brilliancy, Rook F7, Bishop G4, Bishop C2 and Bishop F3 only move and the best move. What a find! She's
Nice.
about to win this.
भाई वो बिशप को दे रही है पॉन के सामने. खा.
क्रेजी भाई.
विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है भाई, हम जीत रहे हैं.
It's been a while भाई, since
It's
round
been a
1.
while.
बट अभी तक जीते नहीं है टिको. आई थिंक मे बी
वही.
व्हाइट कैन डिफेंड.
By the way, Bibisara found F5 by, and it's equal now. Actually, some problems for Divya.
Okay, let's shuffle यार. I think was
दिव्या हैज 90 seconds. वो भी एक इशू बन सकता है सहज भाई.
Exactly.
Knight 95, no? That's simple, no? 95 D5 Rook D3. Or is it not simple? Queen at 6, Queen D4 check. It still feels better for Divya, no? And I can take on E5 next. Okay, it's anybody's game, yeah? F6, Queen G7, 8
Happening.
aa raha hai, bhai. Oh, it's happening, yeah? Let's see. What a game by Sindarov today. You are laughing, Tikku. Bhai, I'm crying. I don't know if you sensed it, but I was crying inside. So you clearly didn't sense it.
सच्ची अंशुल भाई बहुत दिन हो गए थे. 30 मार्च के बाद आज पहली बार इंडिया जीत रहा है.
Yeah, and by the way,
April में कोई जीता ही नहीं है, basically.
हाँ exactly.
Played by Kateryna Lagno, threatening Queen G6 ideas with some deadly attack because Rook on F7 could be hanging. Vaishali has to be accurate, cannot mess this up.
Rook into E3, only move chat. She has to capture the rook.
Wow.
Otherwise it's equal again.
Wow. And you know, meanwhile, just an update, Fabi ne wo repetition nahi li. Now he's a pawn up, but Black's rook is on C2. So that's like a dead equal position. And In any other scenario, he might not even have gone for this, but Sindarov majboor kar rahe hain Fabi ko to push on. By the way, 10 seconds for Divya. What is she doing?
Full
6
screen.
seconds.
Oh.
Ooh, not the best move, but still equal at least. She looked at the clock just now, and this is where you start regretting sometimes. Yeah, draw le liya hota yaar. Now I'm kind of fighting for a draw anyways.
Of course, Divya is the one fighting for a draw right now, I think.
वही ना यार, she's
Queen
thinking
F,
draw तो था.
Queen F4 or something maybe. The Queen F4 में Rook F1 है. I can't take with the king. Queen F3 खेलना पड़ेगा. उसमें Queen D4 check है आपके. Okay, maybe it's not that simple.
एक एसेट, दो एसेट भाई.
FA6 पे तो Rook F1 है. Queen E, yeah, I think actually it's a problem, no? और चलोगे क्या आप? Rook C4 maybe? Rook C4 खेला तो?
Rook C4.
Not possible.
Oh wow, that's a deadly move. You have to now play EF5 or one of these three moves.
टेक 21 चेक वगैरह किया तो
King F2 only move, by the way. Now, क्या हुआ?
What? What?
What? What happened? What happened? What happened? What?
Hi,
No!
Vaishali,
What?
No! भाई कोई जमीन चाहिए यार. No! Had to find rook e3 blunders. Misses rook f3 because queen g6 पे mate हो रही है. You take, this is mate. अरे यार, and now she's completely lost.
नहीं, not complete. Okay, yeah, no, she's lost.
She has 30 seconds.
3 चालें और भी हैं भाई. गई है
Samara, can
पोजीशन.
you full screen? Because this game might just end and Tiku bhai not in our favor. Did we celebrate too early?
भाई मैं तो रोने की तैयारी कर रहा हूँ. सेलिब्रेट किसने किया भाई? मैं तो आंसू टपकते हुए कमेंटेटर्स कभी देखे नहीं होंगे भाई. देखा कभी तुम्हें स्विन गर्ल्स को रोते हुए? आज तुम देखोगे भाई क्रिकेट
भाई बट अभी भी लेकिन खत्म नहीं हुआ है. ओ ब्लंडर भाई. Queen H3.
भाई knight d2 is winning, queen f3 is winning.
पर चल रहा है अभी भी.
नहीं, वो 40 में हो गया ना, तो
3 मूव है अभी.
maybe
3 मूव है अभी.
अरे आगे का बोल रहा हूँ मैं तो. मे बी प्लेयर्स आर थिंकिंग आराम से, टेकिंग अ
By
ब्रेक.
the way, Anna Muzychuk completely winning.
Okay,
She'll win in the next couple of minutes, I think.
भाई Divya's again better, by the way. Just 1 second look. Mistake rook d1 के बाद, I think this was the moment, right? यहाँ पे rook d1 के बाद rook f2 खेला. That's a mistake now. She can just pick up the pawn. She takes, pick up the pawn, Divya.
Oh, that's a bad mistake by Bibisara.
Pick up the
Maro
pawn. Okay, there is an attack here. Queen e4, check f6. She has to be sure. क्या हुआ? राकेश भाई हंस क्यों रहे हो?
Pick up the pawn बोल रहा था तो इसके लिए 20 seconds for Divya.
राकेश भाई वो रिएक्शन क्या था हम तीनों का साथ में भाई, लिटरली. हाँ.
Wait, what?
Vaishali is winning. Vaishali is winning. No. Let's go, भाई. Let's go. Blunder by Lagno. What a blunder. Queen f1. Take the rook, Vaishali. She takes it. Let's go. भाई. आंखों में आंसू भाई, आंखों में आंसू.
And अभी rook e3 सहज भाई.
भाई इसके बाद ऐसा लगे मेरे कान ऐसे फट गए कि मैं ईयर गैम्बिट भी नहीं कर पाऊंगा इसके बाद.
भाई queen g2, queen e3 check खेलना है apparently with the idea of rook g5.
King H1 में रुक G. हाँ, King H1 में रुक G5 या. और Queen G2 played.
Only move. Has to find Queen E3. Plays it. Let's go.
अभी आराम से, अभी आधा घंटा मिलेगा. No tension, आराम से. That was crazy.
क्या I mean, what a blunder that was one.
वाओ भाई,
यही रहने दो भाई, ऐसे रहने दो, हाँ.
भाई दिव्या ने pawn क्यों नहीं लिया? What is queen g5? She's lost now, right? I mean, it's much
नहीं,
worse.
ड्रॉ होगा ना भाई.
भाई c6 pawn.
Takes rook c1 or something. Yeah, takes rook c1.
What if I take f6, rook c6, rook d1?
वो भी ड्रॉ ही
h6
होगा.
है, you have h6. हाँ, ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है. हाँ.
By the way, Anna Muzychuk has won, and she is the leader of the women's candidates.
भाई खुशी के लिए इतना तरस गए थे हम लोग भाई, क्या क्रेजी हो गए थे भाई वो ब्लंडर देख के हम लोग.
चलो भाई, वैशाली तो जीत रही है. आई थिंक शी विल विन दिस. दिव्या स्लाइटली वर्स, या स्लाइटली. क्वीन g5 नहीं मारना बाय द वे, यहाँ पे क्वीन c3 खेलना है. एंड बिबिसारा इज 9 सेकंड्स ऑन द क्लॉक बाय द वे, फ्रॉम व्हाट आई कैन सी. सही है आपका? सही है मेरा या फिर मेरा गलत है?
नहीं सही है
Full
भाई.
screen चलता है तो देख
हाँ,
सकते
let's
हैं.
go with full screen. Wait, her time is gone to.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
1 second भाई. Oh, that's a mistake. Rook c, and Divya is better now.
Let's go! Let's go! मारो pawn, मार pawn, उठा दिव्या, come on. उठा ले pawn.
Maar pawn. 20
You know,
seconds.
Come on, take that pawn, Divya. Yeah! Let's go!
By the way, if you play queen f3, that's the only move that doesn't lose. Everything else is losing for
तो नहीं खेलेगी
बिबिसारा.
दिव्या.
भाई ये उठ के क्यों जा रही है? मूव 39 है.
दिव्या.
हाँ.
अच्छा नहीं, वो चेक करने गए. 13 seconds for Bibisara. Queen f3 only more. She's lost.
6, 5.
5.
Blunder!
4.
Let's go! भाई rook c8. Okay. Obvious move. 40th move. बिल्कुल काम move. एक ही move है, कुछ और है भी नहीं. खेल दो and Divya is completely winning. Come on Divya, दोनों win जा सकती है women section में आज. Let's go भाई. Beauty.
Okay,
What a
that was
move
easy
भाई.
though.
मजा आ गया भाई.
That was easy though. This one was easy.
भाई Vaishali, can we have both the boards now भाई? What a crazy game.
क्या turn around हुआ दोनों रेट पे.
And by the way, Tan Zhongyi, Goryachkina have also drawn, so only these 2 games remaining in the women's section. And Chad, if it felt like you were shouting too hard, but we really need that win यार. भाई win के लिए तरस गए थे यार.
भाई एक नहीं, अब तो
round हो
2 आ रहे हैं. 2.5 आएगा भाई.
हाँ.
अब 3 में से. That is great.
टिकू भाई क्यों जीते पता है? लकी जर्सी.
भाई अब तो इसका मतलब पता है ना आपको राकेश भाई. हर दिन पहनना पड़ेगा अब. So you take up, clean it every day, wear it every day. अब चेंज नहीं होगा वो.
ये सब मैं नहीं कर रहा हूँ
भाई. आपने बोला है चैट.
भाई आप ही ने
क्या
बोला
बताओ?
लकी जर्सी. अब अगर कल आप
Rakesh
नहीं
have to
पहन
wear
के आए
this?
और दिव्या का ड्रॉ हो गया तो?
हाँ. Does Rakesh have to wear this every day now? Yes or no, chat? बस yes or no
Chat,
जवाब देना,
yes
बताओ.
या no बस लिखो. That's it.
अरे अच्छा कुछ लिख नहीं रहे तो सही है.
अभी आएगा भाई. yes देखो, yes की बाढ़
नहीं
आएगी.
वो आपको रिफ्रेश करना पड़ेगा एक बार. देखो भाई आ गया.
No, yes. What happened to
लोग
Pragg?
ऐसे पोल डाल दो भाई. पोल डाल दो.
नहीं वो दिख रहा है भाई. ऐसी चीज में पोल नहीं होता भाई. 100% है
भाई. वी वर्सेस सिंदारो को हटा दो ना, वो तो 2 घंटे पहले जीत गया था सिंदारो.
अच्छा.
ऐसे कल से डालता है. When will सिंदारो win? Second hour, third hour.
हाँ. नहीं usually it's the third hour. We have seen it.
Correct. बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया. भाई फाबी भी नहीं जीत रहा है, so it's not looking good in the open section.
वाओ भाई. आज वुमेन सेक्शन दोनों जीत जाए तो मजा आ जाएगा भाई यार. एटलीस्ट इट विल बी अ 2.5 point day. Amazing day actually at the end. So Bibisara now completely lost. And just having a look at both the games briefly कि क्यों lost है. First of all, कभी भी क्वीन आके बढ़ ही नहीं सकती because queen g3 comes with check. So आप for example queen d7 attacking the row, queen g3 you're completely lost. या सारे pawns टक करके मार लोगे and कल को rook f8, king h8, rook g8 and you can attack from here. So that's not really an option. So क्या करे white यहाँ पे सहज भाई? Any move, any plan for white to at least create chances?
I mean there's rook f4, rook g4 plans, but there is h5 always. I'm guessing you should target the back rank somehow. Rook d1, queen d8, ऐसा कुछ.
Threatening mate right now.
Maybe I have
So,
rook f8 only just by. Oh, ये
actually,
बढ़िया.
king
मेरी
h8.
चाल चल के भाई बाहर ऊपर गया भाई मेरे लिए, मेरे फेवर में.
और king h8 is the only move, by the way.
ये तो देखा ही नहीं मैंने भाई.
With the
She's
idea of
about to
inching
play.
up.
Yeah, this is gone भाई.
She plays rook d1 bhai. That's by your move on the board.
And now king h8. अब तो टाइम है दिव्या के पास. अब तो सोच, मतलब मीन she can think and she can convert.
By the way, question: if rook f8, let's say white, plays queen to a3, attacking the pawn for now, and black defends it with pawn to a5. So chat, white to play.
Ooh.
Nice. Smooth.
Yes, भाई chat smart है यार. Chat फंस जाएगी but कोई भी नहीं फंसा. Indeed, a5 is queen f8 and rook से हो गई mate भाई. And chat, ऐसे puzzles में आप भी बहुत strong हो सकते हो अगर आप chess.com Diamond membership लो and puzzle rush daily solve करो. So get 26% off for the entirety of the candidates. ऐसा मौका कभी नहीं मिलेगा भाई. ले लो जल्दी से. 1/4 cost सीधा off है. And of course, a couple of lucky members get chess.com amazing merch and also a chessboard signed by Tanya every day. So jaldi se jao and chess.com membership le lo bhai. 26% off.
Nice
Smooth
plug
pick
there.
हुआ. भाई by the way मैंने भी लिया था ना, कल बोल रहा था ना मेंबरशिप. तो काफी फायदा हो गया. I broke my puzzle rush peak today 3 minutes में after 1.5 years. तो
What is your streak?
47 peak solving in 3 minutes.
Oh,
So
nice.
46
47. That's good, bhai. That's very good.
Yeah. अभी जो आपने बोला ना कि you can actually test, you can check लोगों का जाके. तो आज मैंने कम से कम 100-150 खेले हैं.
इसी रीजन की वजह से.
एंड क्यों खेल पाया पता है टिकू? बिकॉज आई हैव द डायमंड मेंबरशिप जिसमें अनलिमिटेड स्ट्रीक्स मिलते हैं आपको. कितने भी अटेम्प्ट करने कर लो, नो प्रॉब्लम.
भाई पुराने जमाने में आपको हर पजल सॉल्व करने के लिए पहले पजल किताब खोल के ढूंढना पड़ता था, फिर एक एक करके पीस लगाना पड़ता था, फिर सॉल्व करने के बाद वो किताब में वेरिएशन देखनी पड़ती थी भाई वो कैसे क्या. आजकल भाई टक 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 इंस्टेंटली फीडबैक भाई. यू कैन लर्न वेरी क्विकली nowadays. That's why we have 12-year-old GMs nowadays in today's world, and including a 19-year-old world champion and a 19-year-old World Cup winner. So yeah, get a diamond membership today.
सिंदारो वाज वन ऑफ द प्लेयर्स जो 12 साल की उम्र में जेएम बने. सो
ओह नाइस.
गुकेश और सिंदारो दोनों.
And Pragg also, no?
Yes.
प्रग 13 में बना था शायद.
नहीं 12 ही था, आई थिंक 12 ही था.
12 ही होगा भाई. Pragg का भी 12 ही होगा भाई. या वेरी अर्ली 13 होगा.
नहीं हायर 12 था आई थिंक. ही वाज 12 ओनली, आई रिमेंबर. कजाकिन से थोड़ा सा
है
पीछे.
12 साल 10 महीना. So youngest is Mishra, Karyakin, Gukesh, Erdoğmus, Sindarov, Pragg, Nodirbek. पर Pragg ही 6 ही लोग हैं जो 12 साल के उम्र में बने हैं. Pragg is the last.
Gukesh उनमें से एक है.
Correct.
Okay, by the way, one look at the Vaishali game. No moves by Vaishali. No moves by Lagno also. Let's have a look. So if you play, let's say, king to h1, जो मुझे सबसे logical लग रही है, away from any checks, rook g5, only move, attacking the queen. Now, what can white do, Sahaj bhai? Is there a move? Because queen e4 is queen h3 checkmate. So is there something that white can even do?
भाई ये सही है. ये पहले -5 दिखा दो, फिर is there something? भाई अगर कुछ होता तो -5 थोड़ी होती.
नहीं, what I mean is like a way to continue the game जहां पे रिजाइन ना करना पड़े.
क्वीन मर गई, फोर्स है. क्वीन
कोई तरीका नहीं है ना यहाँ पे.
क्वीन h2 पे क्वीन f3, क्वीन d2 पे क्वीन h3 यार.
This is the second bad question you have asked today, Tiku bhai.
No, but like the point is like you know what I'm talking about. Like कई जगह कोई खबरी की खबर नहीं आई कि like game खत्म whatever, like. So I don't know what's happening.
Yes. अरे वो सोचेगी ना अभी. Lagno likes to think. तो अभी वो 20 मिनट पड़े हैं ना. Because if you go back, Tiku, she can't go queen f2 क्योंकि rook g5 check, king f1 पे queen h3 check है ना?
Yeah. King moves, rook g2. Rook e5 check भी तो होगा सर. Rook g2 ही है खैर. Simple
Rook
है.
e5, king d2 apparently wins.
For white.
Rook g2. हाँ
Yeah.
भाई. Yeah.
But rook g2.
भाई वो एक सेकंड का थॉट आपको मेरे जो भी मैं चाले बोलता हूँ समटाइम्स आई एम एनालाइजिंग विद समटाइम्स आई एम थिंकिंग आउट लाउड बिकॉज फॉर द चैट तो वो नॉट ऑल मूव्स हैव टू बी प्लेड आउट इन
नहीं
दैट
I will
सेंस.
play out all the moves. I mean I also मैं अपना thought process दिखाऊंगा
ऐसे
तो
तो
फिर
मतलब
तो
सोचते सोचते मैं सोचता हूँ ये चलेगा ये चलेगा ये चलेगा अच्छा ये चलते हैं अच्छा ये दिस इज लॉस्ट.
by the way she
Played.
played king h2. Now only
Rook
move.
g5?
Okay, queen f4 is also possible, but rook g5 I think is just the cleanest. वो खेलना ही पड़ेगा next move में. So
Rook
might as
g5,
well do it
queen
now.
h3. How are you winning, Tiku?
कहाँ
Queen
पे?
h3.
Queen h3.
क्वीन f2 चेक ना. क्वीन f2 चेक और रुक g4 भाई जी.
Rook h4.
क्वीन f4 रुक g4 भी
Queen
खेल
f
सकता
हाँ
है.
queen f4 I was thinking. Queen f4, king h1, rook g4 और कुछ नहीं है क्या?
रुक g4 या रुक g3 में से कुछ.
कर दो ना moves तो chat को भी
हाँ.
दिख जाए.
So we're talking about कहाँ
Rook
थे हम भाई
g5.
मैं भूल गया.
Rook
हाँ rook
g5.
g5, queen h3. Now one of these moves. So let's say queen f2 check, king h1, and rook g4 is what you're considering with the idea.
Yeah. And now rook h4 is the plan. And maybe you have rook f1 in this position, but the problem is the c2 bishop is hanging.
And very important, आपने ये queen का path block कर दिया. So there is no counterplay whatsoever. Rook g4 just cuts off any nuisance there.
Hey, it's like every time we look at this game ना white का कोई ना कोई piece होता है b3 पे that is completely useless. पहले वो बिशप था b3 पे विशी सर थे यहाँ पे फिर उसके देखो
भाई
पहले विशी
राकेश भाई
सर थे
relax.
फिर उसके बाद अब फिर उसके बाद ये नाइट आ गया b3 पे that's also completely useless.
By the way, jumping to the Divya game for a second, she has played Rook d1 के बाद the best move in the position, king to h8. After just a minute's thought, so she knows she's close to winning here. Pawns count karo 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Double there, but okay, let's say डेढ़ pawn ऊपर है Divya, and White's king is much weaker if than the.
भाई 1.5 पॉइंट से
black
ज्यादा
king
का
actually.
एडवांटेज है.
हाँ मतलब material wise ही pawns है and also position wise it's also bad because ये hanging है फिर ये गया तो ये भी जाएगा ये भी hanging है like how can you defend everything? It's just not possible.
And black's king is completely safe.
Just quick reminder to chat, this would be Divya's first win in the candidates. Vaishali जैसे पिछले candidates में जीत चुकी है, but here this would mean that with a win she goes to joint second place by see the promotion. एकदम नीचे से direct आप almost CEO के पास पहुंच गए हो. And she will be 1 point behind Anna Muzychuk, but I think Divya and Vaishali दोनों जीतने के बाद they have some chances to finish first. Sehaj bhai.
Crazy bhai. Crazy. I think both wins dono joint second bhai. That would be amazing. That would bring us some hope bhai at least for the first place.
Very important. Let's say they do go to 3 points. Tomorrow it is Divya versus Lagno. Divya has white. Then Vaishali versus Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali has white. So if they were to somehow continue that form tomorrow, I think they could really build up on that lead. So yeah, I mean, this could be a complete turnaround and a positive one for India if Vaishali and Divya can win this game, and very important win.
Great point, Tiku there. And उसके बाद पता है बढ़िया चीज क्या है? Round 8 में again they will face off क्योंकि same federation के लोग हमेशा पहले खेलते हैं. तो उसके बाद दोनों का ही रास्ता open है to go for the title.
Either what will happen is they will draw, both will have some chances, or one will lose and one will just have great chances. So
Correct.
It just syncs very well. तो ये अगले 2 round निकल जाए ना मस्त तो मजा आ जाए भाई. And okay, I think not much is happening. Maybe one brief look at the Fabi game quickly, chat. In fact, Anish as well. I don't think Fabi is creating any chances. Any thoughts, Sahel bhai, Rakesh bhai, any chances you see?
Screen वहाँ पे Tiku because 2 minutes है Fabi के पास और 5 more moves to play. सहज भाई ये तो एसिपेंको ही पुश कर रहा है ऐसा लग रहा है.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just Esipenko push nahi kar raha, but I think Fabi is just trying to prolong the game as much as possible. But with that move F5 takes king F5 is also incoming, and then E4 check, and yeah, definitely Fabi is not winning this one by. This is going to be a draw. That means 1.5 point lead for Sindarov.
It's very interesting chat कि in almost all the variations, either इस चाल पे या अगली चाल पे या उसकी अगली चाल पे, you have to play rook c1 and give up this pawn. Otherwise, black is getting the edge somehow. And he does it, yeah? He does it. So he senses the danger a bit, and now it's equal.
पहले कोई WhatsApp देख लेना. Sorry, Zoom देख लेना.
अच्छा.
या गो अहेड. देखो अभी मारोगे रुक से रुक या रुक से a2 काटोगे?
a2 by a2. I think रुक से रुक मार के तो भाई ये pawn extra बच जाएगा. So that's going to be likely lost, no? Like rook takes c1, bishop takes c1. Looks like it's very bad. Okay, it's not lost, but still I wouldn't want to go there. Just take on a2. Next b3 target है.
रुक c6 चेक से डर नहीं लगता लग रहा आपको?
डर तो प्यार से लगता है राकेश भाई. You know वो डायलॉग था मूवी में कहीं सुना था मैंने, तो कर लेंगे हैंडल भाई, थोड़ा सह लेंगे थोड़ा सा. f4 I don't know. Feels okay, no? King e6 just back, and it's a repetition instantly, I think.
Yeah, and Esipenko takes on a2. Sindarov having a big smile on his face as he's watching this game end in a draw.
And chat का एक बहुत अच्छा सवाल. Who's Sindarov playing tomorrow? Anish Giri.
नहीं, कल कौन हारने वाला है सिंदारो से ये पूछ रहे हैं.
Actually. So कल हम वही पोल लगाएंगे. I think I like that idea. कि कौन से घंटे में सिंदारोव जीतेंगे?
And कलर क्या है भाई?
कलर सिंदारोव के I think white है कल.
Oh man.
हाँ, he has white. Why he's going for the kill tomorrow? I think white से तो of course he's going for the kill. By the way.
King d7 only move played by Esipenko. Rook c4 and कितने चालोगे? 39. One more move to go chat for the time control.
Multiple options. You can play king e6 back. You can play fe4. You can play f4. जब तीनों चाले draw हो, तो I think you know कि your position is in safe hands. And Fabi unfortunately won't win this one. Great defense by Esipenko. And Sindarov just taking over the entire event. Fabi will go to 4 points now, and Sindarov is on 5.5. Wow. And yes, tomorrow Pragg plays Fabi. Oh, bhai, या तो क्या ही crazy है ना? Because chat tomorrow Pragg Fabi का match है. We're gonna assume Sindarov will win, yeah? I mean, Anish is not even in this great form, and जिस form में white से खेल रहा है Sindarov, assuming he wins. If Pragg wins, Fabi के chances गए बहुत कम हो गए. If Fabi wins, then Pragg के chances गए. And if they draw, then दोनों के chances गए. So that's like a harsh pairing for both Fabi and Pragg tomorrow. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
Yeah. So that.
Wow. It's crazy. I think how well Sindarov has played. But yeah.
fe4, king. I think I like king e4.
Yeah, he's simplifying. मतलब वो कह रहा है जितने pawn exchange होंगे उतना बढ़िया, तो makes sense. Now you can just play like rook b2, take on b3, and that's basically handshakes. You could also play bishop d6. Yeah, this looks great. Don't you think Arjun deserved candidates more than anyone? Yeah, I say Kamer also deserved it. I think deserving is very... You have to strike at the right moment. For example, just say Gukesha, for example. Let's say he doesn't win any event in the year, but only keeps winning the World Championship. World Championship में somehow he brings his A game and keeps winning. He will forever remain the world champ. Just think about it that way. उसको 2 साल में सिर्फ एक event जीतना है, and he's forever the world champion now till the end of time. Like, okay, until he's playing chess. So winning at the right moment matters a lot also. आपकी फॉर्म कब आ रही है? Levon said quality of games his candidates has not been good. What do you think? I am assuming he's not referring to Sindarov games. Sindarov की game डालेंगे तो फिर तो this is the best candidates ever. उनके अलावा maybe it's true, yeah. I mean, if one guy can kind of go so far ahead, then that means कि बाकी लोग उतना अच्छा नहीं खेल रहे. That's for sure. Okay, we have a Sindarov interview chat. Let's see क्या कह रहे हैं हमारे tournament leader.
Thanks, guys. And this is not on tape. This is actually round 6. This is happening again. Javokhir Sindarov wins again. You just said this is maybe the tournament of your life. Why only maybe? Is there some tournament we don't know about?
Yeah, I have to say, because I'm only 20, yeah, I will play a lot of tournaments after this tournament also, so that's why I tell maybe, but still, I'm really enjoying this tournament.
Well, this is maybe the best tournament I've seen in person. The only difference being that I saw Fabiano win 7 out of 7 to start the Singfield Cup in 2014.
Yeah.
You were about 9 years old. Do you remember that tournament?
Yeah, of course, it was a big surprise for me when everyone was very strong and he was playing 7 out of 7. I really enjoyed his games. He was fighting every game in this tournament, and yeah.
I know you're preparing for each game, and there's a long way to go. But are you aware of the historical nature of what you're doing? I mean, are you even thinking about the fact that no one's ever done this before?
Actually, I'm not thinking about this.
Probably wise. Now, the other half of the Kasparov quote, you answered half of it in your press conference, was that when you're playing well, you trust your intuition more. Are you like really trusting your calculation and intuition because you're playing so well?
Yes. Some moments I'm trying to it's not a good idea to play with your intuition, but at some moment I was trying to believe to my intuition and play a little bit faster. But in general, of course, every move needs to calculate very, very well. And because chess is like game, everything can be changed in one move.
Yeah, you're playing so well in that time pressure. You're actually putting pressure on your opponents. Now, I just talked with Nakamura, and he said that he's a big fan of yours. He's one of your competitors, and he's a fan. How does that make you feel?
Oh, it's very nice to hear from him this kind of words. And I'm also, I was also one of the biggest fan of him. When I was young, he's really my idol. I have a photo with him like in 2012 when I was like small boy. It's my dad's computer probably. I was always loving his games because he was playing King's Indian, and at that moment I was big fan King's Indian. Right now also, yeah.
Okay, you're busy trying to win the tournament, but can you just promise me that you'll call Dad and we can try to get that photo on the broadcast?
I will try to get this photo. I have a photo with Fabio also in 2012. He was like so small, like me.
Okay, this is going to be great stuff. You heard it here. He made a promise on the air. Try to get those photos. Please do it on the rest day. Okay?
Yeah, I will tell to my father and try to find these photos.
This is fantastic. Javokhir Sindarov, he's gained so many fans. I'm one of them. Nakamura is one of them, and we're having a lot of great feelings here in the press room. Hey, good luck keeping it going, and hopefully I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, back to you guys.
Yeah, an ecstatic Sindarov there, looking very, very happy. Of course, Hikaru says he's a fan of Sindarov. I think we all are at this point. There's no doubt about it. And as Fabi calculates, Sahaj bhai, I think maybe it's time to look at the women's section again, because this does feel like a dull draw to me now. I don't see either side creating chances. So maybe we'll jump to first Divya's game and then we go to Vaishali's game. So first Divya, this is the position King H8 was played, but I feel like King G2 pretty much sums up Bibisara's chances. Simply H5, great move by the way, using the doubled pawn, as an attacking resource. H4 aa raha hai, and then yeah, this is just completely done. So do you see any defensive resources, or this is just over, Sahaj bhai?
I think this is over for sure. And chat से मेरा सवाल कि chat H4 तो आपको टिकू भाई ने दिखा दिया, right? That is one plan. But Divya is very sneakily creating another plan in this position with the move H5. क्या आपको वो move दिख रही है? So it's not h4. It is something else. There is a secondary plan in this position which Divya wants to play. What is that move? Any guesses?
I mean, my idea is एक तो किंग को भी थोड़ा सांस मिल रही है, I think, with that 6 कल को. रुक जी तो है ही है. Is there something else?
It is h6 actually. Chat has found it. And then queen takes e5 becomes possible because abhi queen d8 check aa rahi hai and back rank pe mate ho rahi hai. So it's very, very clever from Divya.
Yep. And white has nothing to do actually. There's no activity, there is no active play. Queen d8 check. If you try to do something like this, black can just take and play queen g8. And this endgame is still, even though the black king is stuck, I think you can come out easily and should be winning with these 2 pawns. So Divya winning. Now jumping to Vaishali quickly. Let's see if we have some moves. Actually, we have exactly reached that position, the one we checked earlier, with queen h3. So king h2, rook g5 was played. Queen h3, queen f4 check, king to h1 only move, I think, or to kuch hai nahi. And now rook g4 is winning, but even rook g3 is winning for Vaishali. That's good news. Ki do chale hain.
Like multiple moves, that are just completely working here in her favor.
Yeah. Great.
Also, I mean, she's a piece down, but if you look at that knight on b3 and the bishop on c2, they're not really contributing to the position. By the way, rook g3 played.
Yeah.
Queen को नजर, h4 के square पे नजर. I think she's about to lose her queen.
Yeah.
चैट में अनुज भाई लिख रहे हैं सेंडरोव आज 2 घंटे काउंटर स्ट्राइक खेलेगा. भाई ट्रू. अब तो पॉसिबल भी है भाई.
आज नहीं, कल खेलेगा भाई. वो कल तो पूरी रात काउंटर स्ट्राइक खेलेगा. कल जीत गया ना वो, कल तो पार्टी देगा सिंदारो भाई.
भाई कल तो भाई मतलब आई एम हॉपिंग ऑन काउंटर स्ट्राइक पे भाई. जस्ट आई एम गोना ट्राई टू फाइंड हिम. लेट्स गो.
Yeah, and check. Meanwhile, if you try to give a check here or there, let's say queen c8 check, the king can aram se walk up. There's this h6 square available for us. So king g7, queen d7,
क्वीन b7 ही
king
मार दो
h6.
ना.
हाँ, मतलब like I was thinking, yeah, for sure. And king h6, and there are no more checks. अगर dark square bishop होता, then maybe bishop d2 something would have worked. But yeah, it is just over. So queen के बदले रुक के बदले queen देनी पड़ेगी essentially.
Yeah, and now tough decision for Lagno where to put the queen, because if you play queen h2 then queen f3 is there. Basically you're just losing your queen like very soon. By the way, speaking of queens, Bibisara has just offered a queen trade in the position, which I think is a little interesting. And the interesting part is that Divya can also take the queen and also keep the queens. दोनों winning है उसके लिए.
Interesting. So let's go to Divya's game. Queen d2. Okay. Would you trade? Like I would not trade ideally.
Bhai, I think if you trade, then the only risk is that white can play rook d7. But for king g8 se bach raha hai, because you can play h6 or something, or king g8 is also fine. h6 I think a bit more precise. King h7, अब rook c5, rook e5 में ये सारे pawn मर जाएंगे. You can just play b5. अगर rook b7 खेलोगे तो b5 and then just take on e5 and then eventually take on f6 also. खत्म.
That's a fair enough assessment actually. ये मरेगा तो ये भी गया, and if these two fall, then this is a easy win. So Divya could trade, but maybe just queen g6 or queen g4 like also looks very tempting. Of course, queen e5 mat karna please chat, because then queen d8 is actually checkmate, and that's I think essentially what the dream scenario for white is. Can you play queen g6 or queen g4? Like just trying to maintain the queen there somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Let's say g6.
I think g4 maybe makes more sense to me. It's just more aggressive.
Yeah, queen e4.
That's also completely winning. किसी ने लिखा है वरदान भाई, it's shocking to see Anna at the top. Is it that she had a very good prep or other players hadn't prepared for her, or as she was last minute entry? Please give your explanation. Bhai, I think it's not shocking at all, because ultimately it's Anna Muzychuk, who's been a grandmaster for years and years and years. She's been at the top for years and years. In fact, I believe they are the strongest sisters in the world, her and Maria. And for her to perform like this, of course, it can seem a bit surprising that she's at the top, considering कि वो एकदम last minute entry थी. I can understand that, but उनका experience also counts here. it's not just prep. I think she's proving that prep is not everything.
Queen G4 played, by the way. Divya doesn't want to test it out in a rook game. She knows she's winning. H4 incoming now. Queen E4 check also in the air. Yeah, this feels like it's completely lost for Bibisara. And Bibisara, by the way, losing 2 in a row now. She started off very well, but now losing 2 games. And jumping to Vaishali quickly, I think we have a few checks there. So Queen E6 check. So not Queen C8 check, but Queen E6 check. Definitely the smarter check there. King G7, Queen E7 check. And very crucial now, after King H6, there is no Queen F8 again. So King H6 aram se, and it's just game over.
Right, exactly. And some checks on the H file, and there will be a checkmate somewhere.
Yeah, let's say King H6. How apparently. Okay, how do you?
I don't even know what you play here. Like, I think you're just getting checkmated regardless.
Maybe Bishop E4, yeah, trying to stop it this way because you don't have Queen H4 just yet. But Rook H3,
तो Rook H3 अभी भी
G1.
Queen H2 तो नहीं, Queen E3 check में क्या हो रहा है? King F1.
Queen E3 looks strong.
हाँ, Rook F3 है मेरे पास भाई. E7 की Queen मर गई. That's simple.
Yeah, that's enough. I'm sure there's something better, yeah. Jo instantly made to Yogi somewhere, but that should also do it. So King H6 played, by the way.
Nice, I think. Nice conversion. भाई बढ़िया लग रहा है यार दिव्या and वैशाली को जीतते हुए देख के. I think 2 wins in a row is a great day. 2.5 out of 3 भाई. आज best day है भाई आज. Considering Sindarov बस अगर भागता नहीं तो मतलब तो प्रग के लिए थोड़ा खराब लग रहा है, but overall I think a good day. Yeah. Would you agree with this chat?
Of course, chat would agree. And also I think मुझे वो 3 days का सीन याद आ रहा है कि हम बहुत दुख थे, बट हम दुखी थे, बट हमसे दुखी 2 और लोग थे. हम दुखी हैं, बट उससे दुखी फैबी है. कह रहा है भाई मैं क्या करूं कैंडिडेट जीतने के लिए यार.
वो ऐसा था ना कि दोस्त अगर फेल होता है तो दर्द होता है, दोस्त फर्स्ट आता है तो ज्यादा दर्द होता है.
हाँ, एग्जैक्टली. Okay, thanks for the update, Samay bhai. And is there any chance? अरे भाई सारे मैसेज नहीं पढ़ने चाहिए. If Magnus plays with Sindarov now, would he be able to win? I think yes. But okay, in this form, I mean, God knows, yeah. I mean, if Magnus suddenly replaced, okay, I have a question. So let's say Magnus magically replaces Pragg in this event. Can he win, or do you think it's too much to do for even Magnus?
I would say yes. Still,
he wins, yeah.
By Magnus will play Sindarov with white. So that answers the question. उसमें भी लेकिन आधा पॉइंट का एडवांटेज तो रहेगा सिंडारोव के पास.
Why? And that's assuming he will beat him. Yeah, I mean his prep is so far just. I mean, अगर prep उसकी कारुआना ऐसी prep आ गई तो he will draw to the opening itself. Like इतना खतरनाक prep कर रहा है वो.
हाँ, but वो मैग्नस भाई वो 5 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स का prep है वो. ये एक कैंडिडेट्स का prep है. सोचो आप भाई, मैग्नस it's like 5x, yeah.
Yeah, वो कस्पारोव ने कहा था ना, I think basically in his entire life he barely got to use like 10 to 20% of his preparation. Like इतने ideas थे जो रह गए as it is, which he never got to use. By the way, दिव्या का कैमरा क्यों चला गया यार? अच्छा. Okay, I think both are winning. That's the good news. Checking Vaishali first. I think that might end. Can we go full screen on Vaishali's game? I think that might end very soon because as we saw, Queen बनने ही वाली है.
So right now we have, by the way, interesting point. Bishop E4 जो उसने खेला कोई चेक नहीं है वहाँ पे. Rook H3 तो हमने देखा था. That's working. I think that's the cleanest win. Rook G4 also works क्योंकि white के पास कोई चेक नहीं है.
Queen F2 also ना, with the idea of Rook H3 next looks very strong.
अरे भाई वो तो बहुत ही. Yeah, that also works. Queen E6 पे Rook G4, yeah, that works.
इंजन की प्रेफरेंस पता क्या? Rook G5, very smart actually. Cutting off the Queen's access, very smart. How many points does Pragg have? I think we can show you directly. Let's have the standings of the open section. So Pragg has 3 points. He's having what you would call like a decent event. 1 win, 1 loss. Nothing crazy. And he's in third place. Imagine. Now, we still have one more game going on. Two more games, actually. Fabi will go to 4. Esipenko will go to 2. So he will still be in last place. That wouldn't change anything in the standings. Then Anish and Bluebaum right now is a draw. So Anish will be basically no changes in the pairings apart from Bluebaum coming to 2.5, essentially, right? So he will come in 5th place. I kind of feel कि Pragg is not having a bad event. Sindarov is just running away with it, actually. कुछ है नहीं.
Same for Fabi, भाई. Same. Literally the same for Fabi. अब
Fabi
सिर्फ
is having
अनीश बचा सकता है भाई. सिर्फ अनीश.
हाँ. Yeah.
सिर्फ अनीश ही बचा है जो सिंडरोव से नहीं खेला है अभी तक. And
Why,
अगर
पर
आपको
you have-
याद हो भाई, last time Anish had a golden opportunity to beat Sindarov, yeah, in Tata Steel.
Yeah. But you have to agree, yeah, Sindarov is a clear favorite right now. Like,
ओ
मतलब,
भाई उसने रुकजीवा एक्चुअली खेल दिया. What?
oh wow.
Crazy.
Nice.
बढ़िया. मेटन वन
चलो
नहीं खेला नहीं है ना अभी तक.
खेल दिया, रुकजी भाई खेल दिया भाई.
भाई वो कैमरा पे तो नहीं दिख रहा है.
बोर्ड पे दिख रहा है, लेकिन दिख रहा है भाई
भाई.
कैमरा पे.
अभी आ गया अभी आ गया.
हाँ.
And now Queen H4 checkmate, one move ka threat. I'm guessing Queen G5 is the only move. Bishop G2 pe Queen H4 check hai, and then Rook G2, Queen E7 loses the queen. Maybe you can show that.
Yeah. Bishop G2 पे.
Queen H4 check. King G1, Rook G2 is winning.
Ooh.
Nice. Very nice.
I think just Bishop G to Queen H4 is like resignable, Sahaj bhai.
Oh. Yeah, for sure.
Baymax, how will Lagno fight it out? I think it's just game over. And no, Nikhil bhai, Divya is in fact winning. So don't worry. It's a great day for the Indian women.
Yeah. Norway is confirmed. Olympiad is still not confirmed. I think Mukesh should play the Olympiad. Because he's known to play well, it will be a good event to come into form. So I would be shocked if Mukesh doesn't play the Olympiad, actually.
Yeah, agreed. Same for Norway. I think Norway आप कैसे मना कर सकते हो भाई?
Norway तो खेल ही रहा है. I think that's pretty much confirmed. He's already withdrawn from GCT. इतना withdraw करेगा तो कोई invite ही नहीं करेगा, actually. वो भी एक चीज है, because by the way, Bishop G2 played and we're seeing that variation. Let's go!
GG.
Vaishali about to win her first game at the Candidates, an important win, and we know what she can do. When she starts winning, she can go on a streak very, very quickly and very, very effectively. So, important win there for Vaishali.
Yeah.
Yeah. There it
There
is.
you go. Badhiya. Vaishali beats Kateryna Lagno, goes to 3 points and joined second place, just 1 point behind the leader, Anna Muzychuk. And bhai, what a win! Pragg के बाद इंडिया का second win overall in the candidates.
Yeah, heart बिल्कुल ऐसे वो उस पे आ गया था, मुंह में आ गया था बीच में, because you know she was winning, she blundered it away and was lost for a couple of moves, but then with time pressure and blunder आया, she got it back. So I'm sure there are some lessons to be learned there, but at the end, an amazing victory, an important victory, and she will go back home smiling today. So crazy win. And Sahaj bhai, one more game to win for us. Let's go to Divya.
Yeah, bhai, she has to convert this. This is basically winning. Bibisara, I mean, you can also see from the body language, she knows she's completely lost.
But Rook G8 is over, no? Like Rook G8 and like what do you do then? Like it's completely done. I can just take on G3 for free now and Queen H4, Queen G2, Queen H4.
एक check तक नहीं है आपके पास.
हाँ,
But okay, she has to take her time. She shouldn't play like, unnecessarily fast. So it makes sense that she's thinking here.
Why? I can win this against Magnus as black. Like I'm that confident. Like she'll win this 100%. This is Gover. Like there's no counterplay, nothing. Rook G8, very simple, very smooth.
भाई ये तो मैग्नस ने अगर सुन लिया भाई वो तो खेलेगा भाई आपके साथ ही.
नहीं भाई.
But I agree भाई. I agree.
ये वाला position तो गया.
This you will win for sure, yeah. Maybe like अगर queen straight हो गए उसने आपको किसी rook ending में trick कर दिया, that can be a draw like at max. Like maybe
But
like
अभी
I
tough
think
है. अभी tough
like
because
one
H1 आ गया
out
ना.
of maybe like 20 games he can draw, I think.
But okay, Rook G8 के बाद I think if I'm going to exchange, I'm going to exchange everything. So I think it's going to be tough for Bibisara here to hold.
Yeah, agreed.
Anish will win against Bluebaum. Okay, Chad, I have a question. कितने लोगों को लगता है कि छोड़ दो win छोड़ दो, like Anish will stop like Sindarov, like at least draw या win for Anish. Forget win, like draw या win be like. Do you think he will stop the rampage that Sindarov is going on? Yes or no?
+1, I think. For me. Like I think it's come. एक game हारेगा यहाँ पे Sindarov for sure. And I think it's gonna happen soon.
भाई मैं भी सोच रहा था, पता है, इस ब्रेक डे से पहले.
नहीं होगा, एक तो होगा भाई. It's just I think सब players same mistake कर रहे कि I mean someone has to realize कि thinking 50 minutes in one move and having like 10 minutes to like play 15 moves is not the right call. वो अगर आप नहीं करते, like everyone has lost in the same way against him. Someone realizes that, then I think it of course easier said than done, but yeah. Anish could maybe. By the way, Fabi is still playing that position. Chat में कोई पूछ रहा है अनीश का क्या चल रहा है भाई? अनीश का चेक नहीं किया हमने. Anish, I think he's still in the same position, by the way, chat. Like he's trying to press essentially, but एक hold मतलब fortress बना के बैठा हुआ है Bluebaum. चलेगा वो गेम लंबा.
What's the winning plan here? I would assume just moving the queen here and just taking on g3 looks at some point, not allowing queen d8 mate or whatever. Like, but that should be winning.
Or just pawn takes also, no?
Pawn
That's also
takes
winning.
pawn. Yeah, with the idea of this.
This
So
is resignable, I think, for Bibi.
Yeah, agreed. And chat, just for an update, I think 3 games are remaining. 1 in the women's section, which is this one. 2 in the open section. Fabi's game is a dead draw. I don't see anybody winning that. And after this game, I think we could end the stream because dono games draw hi hongi. And Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, I think, yeah, Sindarov just not stopping, yeah, at all. Shabd hi nahi hai bhai.
Open section with 3 draws and the only leader, like clear leader, wins again. And women's section, I think we'll have 3 results and 1 draw.
Yeah. Crazy. But yeah, I still think, I feel like it could go down to the last round. But yeah, Sindarov is just killing everyone right now.
True that. By the way, I don't know if you discussed this at the start, but Tinku bhai, yaad hai Pragg Masters mein Divya was bringing a banana and she's done this for the first time, shayad aaj.
Oh, is it the first time or did we just not notice it earlier?
नहीं भाई chat में लिख रहे थे कि
first time.
Oh,
first
very
time.
interesting. Very interesting actually. Yeah.
अभी कल से रोज दिखेगा because it's lucky.
Yeah, she never even ate it actually. Neither did Surya. So I don't know. It's just there for good luck.
या जरूरत पड़े तो.
Agreed. And now I think Queen F4 looks very simple to me. Okay, but Queen F7 calculate करना पड़ेगा आपको यार. कुछ ड्रामा तो नहीं है ना उधर? कोई ड्रामा है नहीं वैसे, कोई चेक भी नहीं है एक्चुअली.
रुक मार रहा है फ्री.
Yeah. Cool.
Queen F4 is what we are expecting. Pawn takes pawn में तो नहीं हो रहा ना कुछ. Pawn takes pawn should also be winning, right? Queen F7 and then Queen F4 or something, or Queen somewhere. आपके पास कोई check नहीं है, so I'm just relying on that.
Actually वही, I for a second got scared कि कुछ पता नहीं check आ रहा है, but check तो है ही नहीं कोई. You can आराम से take your time actually.
Queen H4 also is simple, no? Queen F4 also looks good.
Yeah. I think Queen H4 even looks better भाई. कोई मौका ही नहीं दिया एक्चुअली.
भाई अब बहुत बढ़िया कमेंट आया भाई, किसी ने लिखा अर्जुन्स प्रेप वर्सेस सिंडारोव्स प्रेप, हु डू यू टेक? नाउ दैट्स अ क्वेश्चन. नाउ दैट इज समथिंग दैट आई वांट टू डिबेट.
I think
Thoughts
prep
by
wise barabar hai, but maybe form wise, I mean, Sindarov is just on another level right now. Like, I
I
mean,
think prep
that's
wise Arjun है, form wise Sindarov. Prep wise Arjun का
नहीं
कोई
भाई
मुकाबला ही नहीं.
भाई
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
फैबी के साथ वाली prep यार, I mean, that was crazy.
I'm sure Arjun has done similar things, no?
नहीं, but like in
He beat
candidates,
Nadir back,
right?
remember? With that prep in
But
Tata
in
Steel.
candidates against Pragg, Hikaru, Fabi, Wei Yi, back to back to back to back, like that's a bit insane.
But Arjun
no?
का I think ज़्यादा consistent है in that sense, like prep wise at least. वो
Over
हर
the
बार
year,
कुछ
yes.
नया लेके आता है.
Over the year, yes. But
पता नहीं,
okay,
मुझे
that
ऐसा
might
लगता है
also
कि
change.
सिंडारोव की प्रेप भी ना इट्स काइंड ऑफ इंस्पायर्ड बाय अर्जुन आल्सो इन सम वेज. वो थोड़ा वो वियर्ड आइडियाज.
Are you saying? Are you implying something, Sahaj?
Oh no, that not at all bhai. That's not where I was going with it. I would be
You should
crazy
go there,
actually.
bhai.
It would make a lot of sense, but that's not what I was implying. Yeah, but
And there we have
And
it.
resigns. Let's go. Divya Deshmukh gets her, I think, first win of the
First win.
event, right? So very important victory with the black pieces against an informed Bibisara. And that is an important result for Divya Deshmukh and a clean victory at the end. She did refuse a draw offer. Yeah, a repetition. And Bibisara could have claimed it.
Exactly.
That's the shocking part. She could have claimed a draw, but she thought, okay, Divya is not gonna, change her mind, and this will really psychologically hurt. Sahaj bhai, agar ऐसी सिचुएशन में आप होते या मैं होता, like it would be Rakesh bhai, like it would be devastating. Yeah, I could have claimed a draw.
yeah, but I
Exactly.
think, but it's not about. I wouldn't be mad about that because I think that's sort of a mentality for a chess player. कि ठीक है. I mean, it's like अगर draw होना भी है तो it should happen on the board. Like I don't want to claim it. And even if I lose, okay, it's because I didn't handle the situation well enough. And that's the problem, yeah. I mean, not the fact कि आपको draw ले लेना चाहिए था. At least that's just my take on it.
Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
Yeah.
I
I just think it will affect her very much क्योंकि भाई वो टेबल टॉप कर रही थी after 4 rounds and she lost to Lagno and she lost to Divya now. So Bibisara के लिए it's going to be a tough thing to recover.
I'm gonna say it's gonna affect her. I agree. I think मेरा एक बार हुआ था, like my opponent's phone rang, and I kind of, okay, let's short story. I didn't claim and I lost that game, and I really regretted it बाद में. मैंने कहा यार इतना दया नहीं करनी चाहिए opponent पे, उसने तो दया नहीं करी. So I would say कि yeah, I think she would regret it a lot. By the way, Fabi has also drawn. So Chad, before we end the stream, just one look at the Anish game. Any thoughts, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai? Does Anish have winning chances? Because if he does win, he's going to cross Pragg. That's very important.
Ooh.
And join Fabi, I think, right?
Yeah.
नहीं Fabi 4 पे है.
Fabi से
Sorry.
पीछे होगा था point. Yes, बीच में होगा वो. Yeah.
But yeah,
I think
yeah.
he's just waiting. Like he's playing the waiting game and he's trying to slowly improve his pieces. But and Bluebaum is not giving him chances. I see like a slight 0.5 advantage, which is good. At some moment, उसको B4 फेंकना होगा, like A4 B4. That's his plan. Like A4 B4. At some point, Rook B2 पे रख के. And then when that happens, Bluebaum would have to play accurately to defend the position. अगर वो वहाँ पे कुछ गलती करता, then Anish has very solid chances. So yeah.
But Sahaj bhai, if you had to just pick one result, Tiku bhai aap bhi, for this game.
I think Anish wins this. Good chances.
Anish wins this, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Looks like a
क्योंकि
long
अनीश थोड़ा
game.
भी बहुत स्लो खेल रहा है. लाइक वो आराम से उसका टाइम कम करेगा. I mean, he's also going to tire him out a bit because he's been defending for a long time, Bluebaum. And then at the right time, he's going to play B4 and it could work.
Yeah. So Anish pressing against Bluebaum. Rakesh bhai, your thoughts about this position?
I agree, and I actually want Anish to win ताकि ना interest बना रहे. There'll be 2. And सोचो वो it's very crucial Anish wins because वो confidence के साथ जाएगा कल सिंदारो के खिलाफ. So we are actually rooting for Anish at this point.
भाई क्या एक्सप्रेशन है Bluebaum का? ही क्या एक्सप्रेशन है भाई? Hilarious expression. But okay, chat. That means कि भाई today was a crazy day, a good one actually for Indian players because Pragg का हुआ comfortable draw with black against Hikaru. Divya and Vaishali both won. And 2.5 out of 3 is an amazing score. अगर ऐसी चलेगा तो we still have chances. Can we have a look at the standings? There it is, women's pairings, and we are in tied second place now. Only Anna Muzychuk. Kalka game could completely turn this around, and good day today in the women's section.
Yeah,
Amazing day, bhai. And एक ही पॉइंट भाई, फर्स्ट टू सिक्स्थ है, चैट एग्रीड, बट द डिफरेंस इज जस्ट 1 पॉइंट. मतलब यू विन वन गेम एंड यू कैच द लीडर. So everything to play for in the women's standings, but the same cannot be said in the open section, Sahaj bhai, because Javokhir Sindarov leading and taking it away.
Absolutely. भाई I'm just gonna say this. भाई ये जर्सी जो आपने आज पहनी है भाई, ये थोड़ा थोड़ा इसको रिपीट करना भाई, ठीक है? Like for the next few days. I think it was good for the Indian players. 2.5 out of 3 is a great score. And yeah, coming back to the open section, yeah, 1.5 point lead is crazy. And the crazier part is कि जो third आ रहा है बंदा, उस पर 2.5 point की lead है. So it's like,
Yeah.
that's just too much, I think. So Fabi right now is there, but Fabi is the only one who can catch up to Sindarov somehow.
Wow, what a standing. And Sindarov of course आज बड़े खुशी खुशी कर जाएंगे. And by the way, tomorrow is another round. परसों रेस्ट डे है. So परसों के रेस्ट डे से पहले अगर सिंदारोव गलती से हार जाए, that's gonna really turn around the entire event emotionally as well as according to the points. So कल का गेम तो मिस कर ही नहीं सकते. Pragg plays Fabel tomorrow with the white pieces. So that's gonna be the clash of the candidates so far as Pragg goes. And Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, thank you for joining and the amazing commentary. Thank you, sir. Thank you to Vishy sir for joining for so many days. And thank you, chat, आपके यहाँ पे आने के लिए, हमारे साथ गपशप करने के लिए. तभी मजा आता है. आपके बिना क्या ही करेंगे भाई हम लोग. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Good luck to Anish for this game, and hopefully tomorrow we see some exciting games. And कोई तो शायद रोकेगा सिंदारोव को. Bye bye and good night.